Section 1 of the Chouans. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Pirie. The Chouans, or Brittany in 1799, by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. Chapter 1a. The Ambuscade. In the early days of the year 8, at the beginning of Vendémiaire, or towards the end of the month of September 1799, reckoning by the present calendar, some 100 peasants and a fair number of townspeople who had set out from Fouché in the morning to go to Mayenne were climbing the mountain of the Pèlerine, which lies about halfway between Fougères and Ernée, a little place where travelers are wont to break their journey. The detachment, divided up into larger and smaller groups, presented as a whole such an outlandish collection of costumes, and brought together individuals belonging to such widely different neighborhoods and callings, that it may be worthwhile to describe their various characteristics, and in this way impart to the narrative the lifelike coloring that is so highly valued in our day, although, according to certain critics, this is a hindrance to the portrayal of sentiments. Some of the peasants, most of them, in fact, went barefoot. Their whole clothing consisted in a large goat skin, which covered them from shoulder to knee, and breeches of very coarse white cloth, woven of uneven threads, that bore witness to the neglected state of local industries. Their long matted locks mingled so habitually with the hairs of their goatskin cloaks, and so completely hid the faces that they bent upon the earth, that the goat's skin might have been readily taken for a natural growth, and at first sight the miserable wearers could hardly be distinguished from the animals whose hide now served them for a garment. But very shortly a pair of bright eyes peering through the hair, like drops of dew shining in thick grass, spoke of a human intelligence within, though the expression of the eyes certainly inspired more fear than pleasure. Their heads were covered with dirty red woolen bonnets, very like the Phrygian caps that the Republic in those days had adopted as a symbol of liberty. Each carried a long wallet made of sacking over his shoulder at the end of a thick, knotty oak cudgel. There was not much in the wallets. Others wore above their caps a great broad-brimmed felt hat, with a band of woolen chenille of various colours about the crown, and these were clad all together in the same coarse linen cloth that furnished the wallets and breeches of the first group. There was scarcely a trace of the new civilization in their dress. Their long hair straggled over the collar of a round jacket which reached barely to the hips, a garment peculiar to the western peasantry, with little square side pockets in it. Beneath this open-fronted jacket was a waistcoat, fastened with big buttons, and made of the same cloth. Some wore sabots on the march, others thriftily carried them in their hands. Soiled with long wear, blackened with dust and sweat, this costume had one distinct merit of its own, for if it was less original than the one first described, it represented a period of historical transition that ended in the almost magnificent apparel of a few men who shone out like flowers in the midst of the company. Their red or yellow waistcoats, decorated with 2 parallel rows of copper buttons, like a sort of oblong cuirass, and their blue linen breeches, stood out in vivid contrast to the white clothing and skin cloaks of their comrades. They looked like poppies and cornflowers in a field of wheat. Some few of them were shod with the wooden sabots that the Breton peasants make for themselves, but most of them wore great iron-bound shoes and coats of very coarse material, shaped after the old French fashion to which our peasants still cling religiously. Their shirt collars were fastened by silver studs with designs of an anchor or a heart upon them, and finally their wallets seemed better stocked than those of their comrades. Some of them even included a flask, filled with brandy, no doubt, in their traveller's outfit, hanging it round their necks by a string. A few townspeople among these semi-barbarous folk looked as if they marked the extreme limits of civilization in those regions. Like the peasants, they exhibited conspicuous differences of costume, some wearing round bonnets and some flat or peaked caps. Some had high boots with the tops turned down, some wore shoes surmounted by gaiters. 10 or so of them had put themselves into the jacket known to the Republicans as a carmagnole. Others, again, well-to-do artisans, doubtless, were dressed from head to foot in materials of uniform color, and the most elegantly arrayed of them all wore swallow-tailed coats or riding-coats of blue or green cloth in more or less threadbare condition. These last, moreover, wore boots of various patterns, as became people of consequence, and flourished large canes like fellows who face their luck with a stout heart. A head carefully powdered here and there, or decently plaited queues, showed the desire to make the most of ourselves, which is inspired in us by a new turn taken in our fortunes or our education. Anyone seeing these men brought together as if by chance, and astonished at finding themselves assembled, might have thought that a conflagration had driven the population of a little town from their homes. But the times and the place made this body of men interesting for very different reasons. A spectator initiated into the secrets of the civil discords which then were rending France would have readily picked out the small number of citizens in that company upon whose loyalty the Republic could depend, for almost everyone who composed it had taken part against the government in the war of 4 years ago. One last distinguishing characteristic left no doubt whatever as to the divided opinions of the body of men. The Republicans alone were in spirits as they marched. As for the rest of the individuals that made up the band, obviously as they might differ in their dress, one uniform expression was visible on all faces and in the attitude of each, the expression which misfortune gives. The faces of both townspeople and peasants bore the stamp of deep dejection. There was something sullen about the silence they kept. All of them were bowed, apparently, beneath the yoke of the same thought, a terrible thought, no doubt, but carefully hidden away. Every face was inscrutable. The unwonted lagging of their steps alone could betray a secret understanding. A few of them were marked out by a rosary that hung round about their necks, although they ran some risks by keeping about them this sign of a faith that had been suppressed rather than uprooted. And one of these, from time to time, would shake back his hair and defiantly raise his head. Then they would furtively scan the woods, the footpaths, and the crags that shut in the road on either side, much as a dog sniffs the wind as he tries to scent the game. But as they only heard the monotonous sound of the steps of their mute comrades, they hung their heads again with the forlorn faces of convicts on their way to the galleys where they are now to live and die. The advance of this column upon Mayenne, composed as it was of such heterogeneous elements, and representing such widely different opinions, was explained very readily by the presence of another body of troops which headed the detachment. About 150 soldiers were marching at the head of the column under the command of the chief of a demi-brigade. It may not be unprofitable to explain, for those who have not witnessed the drama of the Revolution, that this appellation was substituted for the title of colonel, then rejected by patriots as too aristocratic. The soldiers belonged to a demi-brigade of infantry stationed in the depot at Mayenne. In those disturbed times, the soldiers of the Republic were all dubbed Blues by the population of the West. The blue and red uniforms of the early days of the Republic, which are too well remembered even yet to require description, had given rise to this nickname. So the detachment of Blues was serving as an escort to this assemblage, consisting of men who were nearly all ill-satisfied at being thus directed upon Mayenne, there to be submitted to a military discipline which must shortly clothe them all alike and drill a uniformity into their march and ways of thinking, which was at present entirely lacking among them. This column was the contingent of Fouché, obtained thence with great difficulty, and representing its share of the levy which the Directory of the French Republic had required by a law passed on the 10th day of the previous Messidor. The government had asked for a subsidy of 100 millions and for 100,000 men, so as to send reinforcements at once to their armies, then defeated by the Austrians in Italy and by the Prussians in Germany, while Suvaroff, who had aroused Russia's hopes of making a conquest of France, menaced them from Switzerland. Then it was that the departments of the West known as La Vendée, Brittany, and part of Lower Normandy, which had been pacified 3 years ago by the efforts of General Hoche after 4 years of hard fighting, appeared to think that the moment had come to renew the struggle. Attacked thus in so many directions, the Republic seemed to be visited with the return of her early vigor. At first, the defense of the departments thus threatened had been entrusted to the patriotic residents by one of the provisions of that same law of Messidor. The government, as a matter of fact, had neither troops nor money available for the prosecution of civil warfare, so the difficulty was evaded by a bit of bombast on the part of the legislature. They could do nothing for the revolted districts, so they reposed complete confidence in them. Perhaps also they expected that this measure, by setting the citizens at odds among themselves, would extinguish the rebellion at its source. Free companies will be organized in the departments of the West. So ran the proviso which brought about such dreadful retaliation. This impolitic ordinance drove the West into so hostile an attitude that the Directory had no hope left of subduing it all at once. In a few days, therefore, the assemblies were asked for particular enactments with regard to the slight reinforcements due by virtue of the proviso that had authorized the formation of the free companies. So a new law had been proclaimed a few days before this story begins, and came into effect on the 3rd complementary day of the calendar in the year 8, ordaining that these scanty levies of men should be organized into regiments. The regiments were to bear the names of the departments of the Sarthe, Ourthe, Mayenne, Ille-et-Vilaine, Morbihan, Loire-Inférieure, and Maine-et-Loire. These regiments, so the law provided, are specially enrolled to oppose the Chouans, and can never be drafted over the frontiers on any pretext whatsoever. These tedious but little-known particulars explain at once the march of the body of men under escort by the Blues, and the weakness of the position in which the Directory found themselves. So perhaps it is not irrelevant to add that these beautiful and patriotic intentions of theirs came no further on the road to being carried out than their insertion in the Bulletin des Lois. The decrees of the Republic had no longer the forces of great moral ideas, of patriotism, or of terror behind them. These had been the causes of their former practical efficiency, so now they created men and millions on paper, which never found their way into the army or the treasury. The machinery of the revolutionary government was directed by incapable hands, and circumstances made impression on the administration of the law instead of being controlled by it. The departments of Mayenne and Ille-et-Vilaine were then in command of an experienced officer who, being on the spot, determined that now was the opportune moment for arranging to draw his contingents out of Brittany, and more particularly from Fouché, which was one of the most formidable centres of Chouans operations, hoping in this way to diminish the strength of these districts from which danger threatened. This devoted veteran availed himself of the delusive provisions of the law to proclaim that he would at once arm and equip the requisitionaries, and that he held in hand for their benefit a month's pay, which the government had promised to these irregular forces. Although Brittany declined every kind of military service at that time, this plan of operations succeeded at the first start on the faith of the promises made, and so readily that the officer began to grow uneasy. But he was an old watchdog, and not easily put off his guard, so that as soon as he saw a portion of his contingent hurrying to the bureau of the district, he suspected that there was some hidden motive for this rapid influx of men, and perhaps he had guessed rightly when he believed that their object was to procure arms for themselves. Upon this he took measures to secure his retreat upon Alençon without waiting for the later arrivals. He wished to be within call of the better affected districts, though even there the continual spread of the insurrection made the success of his plans extremely problematical. In obedience to his instructions, he had kept the news of the disasters that had befallen our armies abroad a profound secret, as well as the disquieting tidings that came from La Vendée. And on the morning when this story begins, he had made an effort to reach Mayenne by a forced march. Once there, he thought to carry out the law at his leisure, and to fill up the gaps in his demi-brigade with Breton conscripts. That word, conscript, which became so well known later on, had replaced for the first time in the wording of the law the term requisitionary, by which the Republican recruits had at first been described. Before leaving Fouché, the commandant had made his own troops, surreptitiously, take charge of all the cartridge boxes and rations of bread belonging to the entire body of men, so that the attention of the conscripts should not be called to the length of the journey. He had made up his mind to call no halt on the way to Ernay. The Chouans doubtless were abroad in the district, and the men of his new contingent, once recovered from their surprise, might enter into concerted action with them. A sullen silence prevailed among the band of requisitionaries, who had been taken aback by the old Republicans' tactics. And this, taken with their lagging gait as they climbed the mountain side, increased to the highest pitch the anxiety of the commandant of the demi-brigade, Hulot by name. He was keenly interested in noting those marked characteristics which have been previously described, and was walking in silence among 5 subaltern officers who all respected their chief's preoccupied mood. As Hulot reached the summit of the Pèlerine, however, he instinctively turned his head to examine the restless faces of the requisitionaries, and forthwith broke the silence. As a matter of fact, the Bretons had been moving more and more slowly, and already they had put an interval of some 200 paces between them and their escort. Hulot made a sort of grimace peculiar to him at this. "What the devil is the matter with the ragamuffins?" he cried in the deep tones of his voice. "Instead of stepping out, these conscripts of ours have their legs glued together, I think." At these words the officers who were with him turned to look behind them, acting on an impulse like that which makes us wake with a start at some sudden noise. The sergeants and corporals followed their example, and the whole company came to a standstill without waiting for the wished-for word of command to halt. If, in the first place, the officers gave a glance over the detachment that was slowly crawling up the Pèlerine like an elongated tortoise, they were sufficiently struck with the view that spread itself out before their eyes to leave Hulot's remark unanswered, its importance not being at all appreciated by them. They were young men who, like many others, had been torn away from learned studies to defend their country, and the art of war had not yet extinguished the love of other arts in them. Although they were coming from Fougère, whence the same picture that now lay before their eyes could be seen equally well, they could not help admiring it again, for the last time, with all the differences that the change in the point of view had made in it. They were not unlike those dilettanti who take more pleasure in a piece of music for a closer knowledge of its details. From the heights of the Pèlerine, the wide valley of the Couesnon extends before the traveller's eyes. The town of Fougère occupies one of the highest points on the horizon. From the high rock on which it is built, the castle commands 3 or 4 important ways of communication, a position which formerly made it one of the keys of Brittany. From their point of view, the officers saw the whole length and breadth of this basin, which is as remarkable for its marvellously fertile soil as for the varied scenery it presents. The mountains of schist rise above it on all sides, as in an amphitheatre. The warm coloring of their sides is disguised by the oak forests upon them, and little cool valleys lie concealed in their slopes. The crags describe a wall about an apparently circular enclosure, and in the depths below them lies a vast stretch of delicate meadowland, laid out like an English garden. A multitude of irregularly shaped quickset hedges surrounds the numberless domains, and trees are planted everywhere, so that this green carpet presents an appearance not often seen in French landscapes. Unsuspected beauty lies hidden in abundance among its manifold shadows and lights, and effects strong and broad enough to strike the most indifferent nature. At this particular moment, the stretch of country was brightened by a fleeting glory such as nature loves at times to use to heighten the grandeur of her imperishable creations. All the while that the detachment was crossing the valley, the rising sun had slowly scattered the thin white mists that hover above the fields in September mornings, and now, when the soldiers looked back, an invisible hand seemed to raise the last of the veils that had covered the landscape. The fine, delicate clouds were like a transparent gauze enshrouding precious jewels that lie, exciting our curiosity, behind it. All along the wide stretch of horizon that the officers could see, there was not the lightest cloud in heaven to persuade them by its silver brightness that that great blue vault above them was really the sky. It was more like a silken canopy held up by the uneven mountain peaks and borne aloft to protect this wonderful combination of field and plain and wood and river. The officers did not weary of scanning that extent of plain, which gave rise to so much beauty of field and wood. Some of them looked hither and thither for long before their gaze was fixed at last on the wonderful diversity of color in the woods, where the sober hues of groups of trees that were turning sere brought out more fully the richer hues of the bronze foliage, a contrast heightened still further by irregular indentations of emerald green meadow. Others dwelt on the warm coloring of the fields, with their cone-shaped stooks of buckwheat piled up like sheaves of arms that soldiers make in a bivouac, and the opposing hues of the fields of rye that were interspersed among them, all golden with stubble after the harvest. There was a dark-colored slate roof here and there, with a white smoke ascending from it, and here again a bright silvery streak of some winding bit of the Couesnon would attract the gaze, a snare for the eyes which follow it, and so lead the soul all unconsciously into vague musings. The fresh fragrance of the light autumn wind and the strong forest scents came up like an intoxicating incense for those who stood admiring this beautiful country, and saw with delight its strange wild flowers and the vigorous green growth that makes it a rival of the neighboring land of Britain, the country which bears the same name in common with it. A few cattle gave life to the scene that was already full of dramatic interest. The birds were singing, giving to the breezes in the valley a soft, low vibration of music. If the attentive imagination will discern to the utmost the splendid effects of the lights and shadows, the misty outlines of the hills, the unexpected distant views afforded in places where there was a gap among the trees, a broad stretch of water, or the coy, swiftly winding courses of streams, if memory fills in, so to speak, these outlines, brief as the moment that they represent, then those for whom these pictures possess a certain worth will form a dim idea of the enchanting scene that came as a surprise to the yet impressionable minds of the young officers. They thought that these poor creatures were leaving their own country and their beloved customs in sadness in order to die, perhaps on foreign soil, and instinctively forgave them for a reluctance which they well understood. Then, with a kindness of heart natural to soldiers, they disguised their complaisance under the appearance of a wish to study the lovely landscape from a military point of view. But Hulot, for the commandant must be called by his name, to avoid his scarcely euphonious title of Chief of Demi-Brigade, was not the kind of soldier who is smitten with the charms of scenery at a time when danger is at hand, even if the Garden of Eden were to lie before him. He shook his head disapprovingly, and his thick black eyebrows were contracted, giving a very stern expression to his face. "Why the devil don't they come along?" he asked for the second time, in a voice that had grown hoarse with many a hard campaign. "Is there some holy virgin or other in the village whose hand they want to squeeze?" "You want to know why?" a voice replied. The sounds seemed to come from one of the horns with which herdsmen in these dales call their cattle together. The commandant wheeled round at the words, as sharply as if he had felt a prick from a sword point, and saw, 2 paces from him, a queerer-looking being than any of those now on the way to Mayenne to serve the Republic. The stranger was a broad-shouldered, thick-set man. His head looked almost as large as that of a bull, and was not unlike it in other respects. His wide, thick nostrils made his nose seem shorter than it really was. His thick lips turned up to display a snowy set of teeth. Long lashes bristled round the large black eyes, and he had a pair of drooping ears, and red hair that seemed to belong rather to some root-eating race than to the noble Caucasian stock. There was an entire absence of any other characteristics of civilized man about the bare head, which made it more remarkable still. His face might have been turned to bronze by the sun. Its angular outlines suggested a remote resemblance to the granite rocks that formed the underlying soil of the district, and his face was the only discernible portion of the body of this strange being. From his neck downwards he was enveloped in a kind of smock frock, or blouse of a coarse kind of material, much rougher than that of which the poorest conscripts' breeches were made. This smock frock, or sarrau, in which an antiquary would have recognized the scythe, saga, or saillant of the Gauls, reached only halfway down his person, where his nether integuments of goat's skin were fastened to it by wooden skewers, so roughly cut that the bark was not removed from all of them. It was scarcely possible to distinguish a human form in the goat skins, so they called them in the district, which completely covered his legs and thighs. His feet were hidden by huge sabots. His long, sleek hair, very near the color of the skins he wore, was parted in the middle and fell on either side of his face, much as you see it arranged in some medieval statues still existing in cathedrals. Instead of the knotty cudgel with which the conscripts slung their wallets from their shoulders, he was hugging a large whip to his breast, like a gun. A whip with a cleverly plaited thong that seemed quite twice the usual length. The sudden appearance of this quaint being seemed readily explicable. At the first sight of him, several officers took him for a conscript or requisitionary, both of these terms were still in use, who had seen the halt made by the column and had fallen in with it. Nevertheless, the man's arrival amazed the commandant strangely, for although there was not the slightest trace of alarm about him, he grew thoughtful. After a survey of the newcomer, he repeated his question mechanically, as if he were preoccupied with sinister thoughts. "Yes, why don't they come up? Do you happen to know?" His surly interlocutor answered with an accent which showed that he found it sufficiently difficult to express himself in French. "Because," he said, stretching out his big rough hand towards Ernée, "there lies men, and here Brittany ends." And he struck the ground heavily as he threw down the handle of his whip at the commandant's feet. If a barbarous tom-tom were suddenly struck in the middle of a piece of music, the impression produced would be very like the effect made upon the spectators of this scene by the stranger's concise speech. That word speech will hardly give an idea of the hatred, the thirst for vengeance, expressed in the scornful gesture and the brief word or two, or of the fierce and stern energy in the speaker's face. The extreme roughness of the man, who looked as though he had been hewn into shape by an axe, his gnarled skin, the lines of ignorant stupidity graven in every feature, gave him the look of a savage divinity. As he stood there in his prophetic attitude, he looked like an embodied spirit of that Brittany which had just awakened from a 3 years' sleep to begin a struggle once more in which victory could never show her face, save through a double veil of crape. "There's a pretty image," said Hulot to himself. "To my mind, he looks like an envoy from folk who are about to open negotiations with powder and ball." When he had muttered these words between his teeth, the commandant's eyes travelled from the man before him, over the landscape, from the landscape to the detachment, from the detachment over the steep slopes on either side of the way with the tall gorse bushes of Brittany shading their summits, and thence he suddenly turned upon the stranger, whom he submitted to a mute examination, ending it at last by asking him sharply, "Where do you come from?" His keen, piercing eyes were trying to read the secret thoughts behind the inscrutable face before him, a face which had meantime resumed the usual expression of vacuous stolidity that envelops a peasant's face in repose. "From the country of the Gare," the man answered, without a trace of apprehension. "Your name?" "Marcheterre." "What makes you call yourself by your Chouan nickname? It is against the law." Marcheterre, as he called himself, gaped at the commandant with such a thoroughly genuine appearance of imbecility that the soldier thought his remark was not understood. "Are you part of the Fouché requisition?" To this question Marcheterre replied with an "I don't know," in that peculiarly hopeless fashion which puts a stop to all conversation. He sat himself down quietly at the roadside, drew from his blouse some slices of a thin dark bannock made of buckwheat meal, the staple food of Brittany, a melancholy diet in which only a Breton can take delight, and began to eat with wooden imperturbability. He looked so absolutely devoid of every kind of intelligence that the officers compared him, as he sat, first to one of the cattle browsing in the pasture land below, next to an American Indian, and lastly to some aboriginal savage at the Cape of Good Hope. Even the commandant himself was deceived by his attitude, and heeded his fears no longer, till, by way of making assurance surer still, he gave a last glance at the suspected herald of an approaching massacre, and noticed that his hair, his blouse, and his goatskin breeches were covered with thorns, bits of wood, scraps of bramble and leaves, as if the Chouan had come through the thickets for a long distance. He looked significantly at his adjutant Gérard, who was standing beside him, gripped his hand, and said in a low voice, "We went out to look for wool, and we shall go back again shorn." The astonished officers eyed one another in silence. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Alan Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 1b. Here we must digress a little, so that those stay-at-home people who are accustomed to believe nothing because they never see anything for themselves may be induced to sympathize with the fears of the commandant below, for these people would be capable of denying the existence of a Marcheterre and of the Western peasants who behaved with such heroism in those times. The word gars, G-A-R-S, pronounced ga, is a relic of the Celtic tongue. It passed into French from the bas Breton, and of all words in the language that we speak today in France, this one preserves the oldest traditions. The guerre was the principal weapon of the Gaels or Gauls. Guerre meant armed, guerre meant valor, and ga force. The close similarity proves that the word ga is connected with these expressions in the language of our ancestors. The word corresponds to the Latin word vir, a man, the significance at the root of virtus, strength or courage. The apology for this dissertation lies in the fact that the word is a part of our national history, and this possibly may reinstate such words as ga, garçon, garçonnette, garce, garcette, in the good graces of some persons who banish them from all conversation as uncouth expressions. They come of a warlike origin for all that, and will turn up now and again in the course of this narrative. C'est une fameuse garce was the little appreciated eulogium which Madame de Staël received in a little canton of the Vendomois, where she spent some of her days in exile. The Gaul has left deeper traces of his character in Brittany than in all the rest of France. Those parts of the province where the wild life and superstitious spirit of our rough ancestors are glaringly evident, so to speak, even in our day, were called the Pays des Gars. When the population of a district consists of a number of uncivilized people like those who have just been collected together in the opening scene, the folk round about in the countryside call them the Gars of such and such a parish, which classical epithet is a sort of reward for the loyalty of their efforts to preserve the traditions of their Celtic language and customs. In their daily lives, moreover, there are deep traces of the superstitious beliefs and practices of ancient times. Feudal customs are even yet respected. Antiquaries find druidical monuments there, and the spirit of modern civilization hesitates to traverse those vast tracts of primeval forest. There is an incredible ferocity and a dogged obstinacy about the national character, but an oath is religiously kept. Our laws, customs, and dress, our modern coinage and our language, are utterly unknown among them. And if, on the one hand, their combination of patriarchal simplicity and heroic virtues makes them less apt at projecting complicated schemes than Mohicans or North American redskins, on the other hand, they are as magnanimous, as hardy, and as shrewd. The fact that Brittany is situated in Europe makes it very much more interesting than Canada. It is surrounded by enlightenment, but the beneficent warmth never penetrates it. The country is like some frozen piece of coal that lies, a dim black mass, in the heart of a blazing fire. The attempts made by some shrewd heads to make this large portion of France, with its undeveloped resources, amenable to give it social life and prosperity, had failed. Even the efforts of the government had come to nothing among a stationary people, wedded to the usages prescribed by immemorial tradition. The natural features of the country offer a sufficient explanation of this misfortune. The land is furrowed with ravines and torrents, with lakes and marshes. It bristles with hedges, as they call a sort of earthwork or fortification that makes a citadel of every field. There are neither roads nor canals, and the temper of an ignorant population must be taken into account. A population given over to prejudices that cause dangers to which this story will bear witness. A population that will use none of our modern methods of agriculture. The picturesque nature of the country and the superstitions of its inhabitants Both preclude the aggregation of individuals and the consequent benefits that might be gained from a comparison and exchange of ideas. There are no villages. Frail structures, cabins as they call them, are scattered abroad over the countryside, and every family there lives as if in a desert. At the only times when the people are brought together, the meeting is a brief one and takes place on Sundays or on one of the religious festivals observed by the parish. These unsociable gatherings only last for a few hours and are always presided over by the rector, the only master that their dull minds recognize. The peasant hears the awe-inspiring voice of the priest and returns to his unwholesome dwelling for the week. He goes out to work and goes home again to sleep. If anyone goes near him, it is that same rector, who is the soul of the countryside. It was at the bidding of the priest, too, that so many thousands of men flung themselves upon the Republic, when these very Breton districts furnished large bodies of men for the first Chouan organization, 5 years before this story begins. In those days, several brothers, daring smugglers named Cottereaux, who gave their name to the war, had plied their dangerous trade between Laval and Fouché. But there was nothing noble about these rural outbreaks, for if La Vendée had elevated brigandage into warfare, Brittany had degraded war into brigandage. The proscription of the princes and the overthrow of religion were, to the Chouans, simply pretexts for plundering excursions. And all the events of that internecine warfare were colored by something of the savage ferocity peculiar to the disposition of the race. When the real supporters of the monarchy came in search of recruits among this ignorant and combative population, they tried, and tried in vain, when they ranged the Chouans under the white flag, to infuse some larger ideas into the enterprises which had made Chouannery detested. The Chouans remained a memorable instance of the dangers incurred by stirring up the masses of a half-civilized country. The scene that the first Breton Valley offers to the traveler's eyes, the picture that has been given of the men who composed the detachment of requisitionaries, the description of the Gars who appeared on the summit of the Pèlerine, would give altogether an accurate idea of the province and of those who dwelt in it. From those details, an expert imagination could construct the theatre and the machinery of war. Therein lay all the elements. Concealed enemies were lurking behind those hedges with the autumn flowers in them in every lovely valley. Every field was a fortress, every tree was a snare in disguise. Not an old hollow willow trunk but concealed a stratagem. The field of battle lay in all directions. At every corner of the road, muskets were lying in wait for the Blues. Young girls, smiling as they went, would think it no treachery to lure them under the fire of cannon, and go afterwards with their fathers and brothers on pilgrimage to ask for absolution, and to pray to be inspired with fresh deceits at the shrine of some carved and gilded virgin. The religion, or rather the fetishism, of these ignorant folk had deprived murder of all sense of remorse. So it befell that when the struggle had once begun, there was danger everywhere throughout the length and breadth of the country, in sound as in silence, in pardon or in terror, and by the fireside just as much as on the high road. They were conscientiously treacherous, these savages who were serving God and the king by making war like Mohicans. Yet if the historian is to give a true and faithful picture of the struggle in every particular, he ought to add that as soon as Auch's treaty was signed, the whole country became blithe and friendly at once. Families who had been ready to fly at each other's throats the day before supped without danger under the same roof. The moment that Hulot became aware of the treacherous secrets revealed by Marcheterre's goatskin apparel, his conviction was confirmed. The auspicious peace, inaugurated through Auch's ability, was now at an end. Its longer duration indeed seemed to him impossible. It was in this manner that war broke out again, after 3 years of inaction, and in a more formidable guise than hitherto. Perhaps the temper of the revolution, which had grown milder since the 9th of Thermidor, was about to revert to the ferocity which had made it hateful to every rightly constituted mind. English gold, as usual, contributed to bring about discord in France. If the Republic were abandoned by the young Bonaparte, who seemed to be its tutelary genius, it seemed as if it would be utterly unable to make a stand against so many foes, and the last to appear were the bitterest among them. Civil war, heralded by numberless risings of little importance, assumed a gravity before unknown from the moment that Chouans conceived the idea of attacking so strong an escort. This, in a concise form, was the substance of Hulot's reflections when he believed that in Marcheterre's sudden appearance he saw the signs of a skilfully prepared trap. And he alone, for no one else was in the secret of the danger. The pause which ensued after the commandant's prophetic remark to Gérard, and which put an end to the previous scene, sufficed for Hulot to regain his composure. The veteran's brain had almost reeled. He could not shake off the gloom which covered his brow, as he thought that he was even then surrounded by the horrors of a warfare marked by atrocities from which perhaps even cannibals would shrink. His captain, Merle, and the adjutant, Gérard, both of them friends of his, tried to understand the terror, quite new in their experience, of which their leader's face gave evidence. Then they looked at Marcheterre, who was eating his bannock, and could not discern the remotest connection between the brave commandant's uneasiness and this sort of animal at the roadside. Hulot's face soon cleared, however. While he deplored the calamities that had befallen the Republic, he was glad at heart that he was to fight for her. He vowed gaily to himself that he would not be gulled by the Chouans, and that he would read this dark, intriguing nature that they had done him the honor to send against him. Before making any decision, he began to study the place in which his enemies wished to take him at a disadvantage. His thick black eyebrows contracted in a heavy frown as he saw, from the middle of the road where he stood, that their way lay through a sort of ravine, of no great depth, it is true, but with woods on either side, and many footpaths through them. He spoke to his two comrades in a low and very uncertain voice. "We are in a nice hornet's nest." "What is it that you are afraid of?" "Afraid?" answered the commandant. "Yes, afraid. I have always been afraid of being shot like a dog at some bend in a wood, without so much as a 'who goes there?'" "Bah!" chuckled Merle. "Even a 'who goes there' is also a deception." "We really are in danger, then?" asked Gerard, as much amazed now at Hulot's coolness as he had been before at his brief spasm of fear. "Hush," said the commandant. "We are in the wolf's den. It is as dark as in an oven in there, and we must strike a light. It is lucky," he went on, "that we occupy the highest ground on this side." He added a vigorous epithet by way of ornament, and went on. "Perhaps I shall end by understanding it clearly enough down there." The commandant beckoned the two officers, and they made a ring round Marcheterre. The Gars pretended to think that he was in the way, and got up promptly. "Stop where you are, vagabond!" cried Hulot, giving him a push so that he went down again onto the slope where he had been sitting. From that moment the chief of demi-brigade never took his eyes off the impassive Breton. "It is time to let you know, my friends," said Hulot, addressing the two officers in low tones, "that they have shut up shop down there. A mighty rummaging has been set up in the assemblies, and the Directory in consequence has sent a few strokes of the broom our way. Those pentarchs of directors, call them pantaloons, it is better French, have just lost a good sword. Bernadotte has had enough of it." "Who succeeds him?" asked Gerard eagerly. "Millet Mureau, an old pedant. They have pitched on an awkward time for setting numbskulls to pilot us. There are English rockets going up on the coasts, these cockchafers of Vendeans and Chouans about, and the fellows at the back of those marionettes yonder have cleverly selected the moment when we are about to succumb." "What?" asked Merle. "Our armies are beaten back at every point," said Hulot, lowering his voice more and more. "The Chouans have intercepted our couriers twice already. My own dispatches and the last decrees issued only reached me by a special express that Bernadotte sent just as he resigned his place in the ministry. Personal friends, fortunately, have written to me about this crisis. Fouché has found out that traitors in Paris have advised the tyrant Louis XVIII to send a leader to his dupes in the interior. Some think that Barras is a traitor to the Republic. In short, Pitt and the princes have sent a ci-devant over here, a strong man and a capable leader. He intends, by combining the efforts of Vendeans and Chouans, to teach the Republic to respect them. The fellow has landed in Morbihan. I knew it before anyone else, and I advised those rascals in Paris of his arrival. The Gars, he has chosen to call himself. All those animals," and he pointed to Marcheterre, "fit themselves up with names that would give any honest patriot the colic if you called him by them. But our man is here in this country, and the appearance of that Chouan yonder," again he pointed to Marcheterre, "tells me that he is close upon us. But there's no need to teach grimaces to an old monkey, and you will help me now to cage my linnets, and in less than no time. A pretty idiot I should be to let myself be snared like a bird, and that by a ci-devant from London, come over here, pretending that he wants to dust our jackets." Thus informed, in confidence, of the critical state of affairs, the two officers, who knew that their commandant never alarmed himself without good reason, assumed that gravity of expression common to soldiers in pressing danger, who have been thoroughly tempered and have some insight into the ways of mankind. Gerard, whose rank, since suppressed, brought him into close contact with his commandant, made up his mind to reply and to ask for the rest of the political news which had evidently been passed over. But a sign from Hulot kept him silent, and all three of them fell to scrutinizing marche à terre. The Chouan showed not the least sign of agitation at finding himself watched in this way by men as formidable intellectually as they were physically. This sort of warfare was a novelty to the two officers. Their curiosity was keenly excited by the opening event, and the whole matter seemed to be invested with an almost romantic interest. They were inclined to joke about it, but at the first word which they let fall, Hulot looked at them sternly and said, "Tonnerre de Dieu, citizens, don't smoke your pipes over a barrel of powder. You might as well amuse yourselves with carrying water in a basket as by showing courage where it isn't wanted. Chouans," he continued, leaning over and whispering in the adjutant's ear, "get nearer to the brigand bit by bit, and if he makes the least suspicious movement, run him through the body at once. And I myself will take measures for keeping up the conversation if our unknown friends really have a mind to begin it." Gérard bent his head slightly in obedience. Then he began to look round at different points in the landscape of the valley, with which the reader has had an opportunity of making himself familiar. He appeared to wish to study them more closely, stepping back upon himself, so to speak, quite naturally. But the landscape, it will well be believed, was the last thing he had in view. Marche à terre, on the other hand, took no heed whatever of the officer's manoeuvres. One might have supposed that he was fishing in the ditch with a rod and line, from the way he played with his whip handle. While Gérard was trying in this way to take up his position by the Chouan, the commandant spoke in a low voice to Merle. "Take 10 picked men and a sergeant, and post yourself up above us, just on that part of the summit on this side where the road widens and makes a kind of plateau. You could see a good long stretch of the road to Ernay from the place. Pick out a spot where there are no woods on either side of the road, so that the sergeant can keep a lookout over the country round. Take Clé des Caires. He has his wits about him. This is no laughing matter at all. I would not give a penny for our skins if we don't take every advantage we can get." Captain Merle understood the importance of prompt action, and the manoeuvre was executed at once. Then the commandant waved his right hand, demanding absolute silence from his men, who stood round about amusing themselves with chat. He signed to them afresh to shoulder arms, and as soon as everything was quiet again, his eyes travelled from one side of the road to the other. He seemed in hope to detect muffled sounds of weapons or of footsteps, preliminaries to the looked-for struggle, and to be listening anxiously for them. His keen black eyes appeared to penetrate the very depths of the woods in a marvellous way. No sign was forthcoming. He consulted the sand on the road, as savages do, trying every means by which he could discover the invisible foes, whose audacity was known to him. In despair at finding nothing which justified his fears, he went towards the side of the road, climbed with some difficulty up the bank, and went deliberately along the top of it. Suddenly he felt how largely his own experience conduced to the safety of his detachment, and he came down again. His face grew darker, for leaders in those days were wont to regret that they could not reserve the most dangerous missions for themselves alone. The other officers and the men noticed their leader's preoccupied mood. They liked him. The courage of his character was recognized among them, so they knew that this exceeding caution on his part meant that danger was at hand. How serious it was they could not possibly suspect. So, though they remained motionless and scarcely drew their breath, it was done intuitively. The soldiers looked by turns along the valley of the Couesnon, at the woods along the road, and at their commandant's stern face, trying to gather what their fate was to be, much as the dogs try to guess what the experienced sportsman means who gives them some order which they cannot understand. They looked at each other's eyes, and a smile spread from mouth to mouth. As Hulot made his peculiar grimace, Pirie, a young sergeant who was regarded as the wit of the company, said in a low voice, "What the devil have we run ourselves into to make that old dragoon of a Hulot turn such a muddy face on us? He looks like a whole council of war." Hulot flung a stern glance at Pirie, and forthwith there was a sudden accession of the silence required of men under arms. In the middle of this awful pause, the lagging footsteps of the conscripts were heard. The gravel under their feet gave out a dull, monotonous sound that added a vague, disagreeable feeling to the general anxiety, an indescribable feeling that can only be understood by those who, in the silence of night, have been victims of a terrible suspense, and have felt their hearts beat heavily with redoubled quickness at some monotonous, recurring noise which has seemed to pour terror through them, drop by drop. The commandant reached the middle of the road again. He was beginning to ask himself, "Am I deceived?" His rage concentrated itself already upon Marcheterre and his stolid tranquillity. It flashed in his eyes like lightning as he looked at him. But he discerned a savage irony in the Chouans' sullen gaze that convinced him it would be better not to discontinue his precautionary measures. His captain, Merle, came up to him just then, after having executed Hulot's orders. The mute actors in this scene, which was like so many another that was to make this war one of the most dramatic ever known, were looking out impatiently for new sensations, curious to see any fresh manoeuvres that should throw a light on obscure points of the military position for their benefit. "Captain," said the commandant, "we did well to put the small number of patriots that we can depend upon among the requisitionaries at the rear of the detachment. Take another dozen of stout fellows, and put Sub-Lieutenant Lebrun at the head of them. Take them down quickly yourself to the rear of the detachment. They will support the patriots down there, and they will make the whole troop of rascals move on, and quickly too, and bring them up to the level of our own men in no time. I am waiting for you." The captain disappeared among the troop. The commandant looked out 4 resolute men, whom he knew to be alert and active, and called them by a gesture only. He tapped his nose with his forefinger, and then pointed to each in turn by way of a friendly sign. The 4 approached him. "You served with me under Hoche," said he, "when we gave these scoundrels who call themselves chasseurs du roi a lesson, and you know their ways of hiding themselves so as to pepper the blues." All 4 soldiers held up their heads and pressed their lips together significantly at this praise of their quick-wittedness. There was a reckless acquiescence in the soldierly, heroic faces, which showed that since the beginning of the struggle between France and Europe, their thoughts had scarcely strayed beyond the limits of the cartridge pouch at their backs and the bayonet they carried in front. They stood with pursed-up mouths, looking curiously and attentively at the commandant. "Very well," went on Hulot, who in an eminent degree possessed the art of speaking in the soldier's picturesque language. "Stout fellows such as we are must never allow the Chouans to make fools of us, and there are Chouans about, or my name is not Hulot. Be off, the four of you, and beat up either side of the road. The detachment is going to slip its cable. Keep well alongside of it. Try not to hand in your checks, and clear up this business for me. Sharp!" He pointed out the dangerous heights above the road. By way of thanks, all four raised the backs of their hands before their old cocked hats. The turned-up brims, weather-beaten now and limp with age, had fallen over the crowns. One of them, La Rose by name, a corporal that Hulot knew, said, as he made the muzzle of his gun ring on the ground, "They shall have a solo on the clarionet, commandant." They set out, two of them to the right and the others to the left. It was not without an inward tremor that the company saw them disappear on either side of the way. The commandant shared in this anxiety. He believed that he had sent them to a certain death. He shuddered in spite of himself when he saw their hats no longer, and both officers and men heard the sound of their footsteps on the dead leaves gradually dying away, with a feeling all the more acutely painful for being hidden so far beneath the surface. In war there are scenes like these, when 4 men sent into jeopardy cause more consternation than the thousands of corpses stretched upon the field at Jemappes. So many and so fleeting are the expressions of the military physiognomy that those who would fain depict them are obliged to call up memories of soldiers in the past, and to leave it to non-combatants to study their dramatic figures, for these stormy times were so rich in detail that any complete description of them could only be made at interminable length. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 1c. Just as the gleam of the bayonets of the 4 soldiers was no longer visible, Captain Merle came back after executing the commandant's orders with lightning speed. With 2 or 3 words of command, Hulot set the rest of his troop in order of battle in the middle of the road. Then he gave the word to regain the summit of the Pèlerine, where his little advance guard was posted, and he himself followed last of all, walking backwards, so that he might see the slightest change that should come over any of the principal points in that view which nature had made so enchanting, and man so full of terrors. Marche à terre had followed all the commandant's manoeuvres with indifferent eyes, but he had watched the 2 soldiers as they penetrated the woods that lay to the right with incredible keenness. And now, as Hulot reached the spot where Gérard stood on guard over him, Marche à terre began to whistle 2 or 3 times in a way that imitated the shrill, far-reaching cry of the screech owl. The 3 notorious smugglers, whose names have been already mentioned, used to employ some of the notes of that cry at night to give warning of an ambush or danger or of anything else that concerned them. In this way the nickname Chouan arose, which in the dialect of the country means an owl or screech owl. A corruption of the word served to designate those who in the previous war had adopted the tactics and signals of the three brothers, so that when he heard the suspicious whistle, the commandant stopped and fixed his gaze on marche à terre. He affected to be deceived by the Chouans' appearance of imbecility, that he might keep him at his side as a kind of barometer to indicate the enemy's movements. So he caught Gérard's hand as it was raised to dispatch the Chouan, and posted 2 soldiers a few paces away from the spy, ordering them in loud and distinct tones to be ready to shoot him down if he attempted to make the slightest signal of any kind. In spite of his imminent peril, marche à terre showed no sort of perturbation, and the commandant, who was studying him, noticed this indifference. "The chap isn't up to everything," he said to Gérard. It is not so easy to read a Chouan's face, but this fellow's wish to exhibit his intrepidity has betrayed him. If he had shammed fright, Gérard, I should have taken him for a nincompoop, you see, and there would have been a pair of us, he and I. I had come to the end of my tether. We shall be attacked, but let them come. I am ready now." The old soldier rubbed his hands triumphantly when he had muttered these words, and looked maliciously at marche à terre. Then he locked his arms over his chest, took his stand in the middle of the road between his 2 favorite officers, and awaited the result of the measures he had taken. Sure of the issue, he looked his men over calmly. "Oh, we are going to have a row," said Beaupier in a low voice. "The commandant is rubbing his hands." Commandant Hulot and his detachment found themselves in one of those critical positions where life is really at stake, and when men of energetic character feel themselves in honor bound to show coolness and self-possession. Such times bring a man to the final test. The commandant, therefore, who knew the danger better than any of his officers, prided himself on appearing the coolest person present. With his eyes fixed alternately on the woods, the roadway, and marche à terre, he was expecting the general onslaught of the Chouans, who, as he believed, lay concealed all about them like goblins, with an unmoved face, but not without inward anguish. Just as the men's eyes were all turned upon his, slight creases appeared in the brown cheeks with the scars of smallpox upon them. The commandant screwed his lip sharply up to one side, blinked his eyes, a grimace which was understood to be a smile by his men. Then he clapped Gérard on the shoulder, saying, "Now we have time to talk. What were you going to say to me just now?" "What new crisis have we here, commandant?" "It is nothing new," he answered in a low voice. "All Europe has a chance against us this time. Whilst the directors are squabbling among themselves like horses left in the stable without any oats, and are letting the government go all to pieces, they leave their armies unsupported. We are utterly ruined in Italy. Yes, my friends, we have evacuated Mantua on the top of the disasters at La Trebia, and Joubert has just lost the Battle of Novi. I only hope Massena will guard the Swiss passes, for Suvarov is overrunning the country. We are beaten along the Rhine. Moreau has been sent out there by the Directory. He is a fine fellow, but is he going to keep the frontier? I wish he may, I am sure, but the coalition will crush us all together at last, and unluckily the one general who could save us has gone to the devil down there in Egypt. And how is he to get back, moreover? England is mistress of the seas." "Bonaparte's absence does not trouble me, commandant," said Gérard, his young adjutant, whose superior faculties had been developed by careful education. "Is our revolution to end like that? We are bound to do more than merely defend the soil of France. Ours is a double mission. Ought we not to keep alive the very soul of our country, the generous principles of liberty and independence, that human reason evoked by our assemblies, which is winning its way, I hope, little by little? France is like a traveller with a light in her keeping. She must carry it in one hand and defend herself with the other. If your news is well-founded, for these 10 years past we have never been surrounded by so many who would seek to blow it out. Our doctrines and our country all alike are about to perish." "Alas, yes," sighed the Commandant Hulot. "Those mountebanks of directors have managed to quarrel with all the men who could have steered the vessel. Bernadotte, Carnot, and everyone else, down to Citizen Talleyrand, has abandoned us. There is only one good patriot left, in fact, our friend Fouché, who has everything in his hands by police supervision. There is a man for you. He it was, too, who gave me warning in time of this insurrection. For all that, here we are in some pitfall or other, I am positive." "Oh, if the army did not interfere a little in the government," said Gérard, "the lawyers would put us back in a worse position than we were in before the Revolution. Do those wretches understand how to make themselves obeyed?" "I am always in fear that I shall hear of their treating with the Bourbon princes. Tonnerre de Dieu! If they came to an understanding, what a fix some of the rest of us would be in out here." "No, no, Commandant, we shall not come to that," said Gérard. "As you say, the army would make its voice heard, and so that the army does not pick its words out of Pichegru's dictionary, we shall not have been cutting ourselves to pieces for 10 years, I hope, over carding the flax for others to spin." "Well," said Captain Merle, "let us always conduct ourselves here like good patriots, and try to cut off the Chouan communications with La Vendée, for if once they hear that England has a finger in the matter, I would not answer for the cap of our republic, one and indivisible." Just then the cry of a screech owl, heard from some considerable distance, interrupted the conversation. Still more uneasily the Commandant again furtively scrutinized Marche à Terre. There was no sign of animation, so to speak, in his stolid face. The recruits, drawn up together by one of the officers, were mustered like a herd of cattle in the crown of the road, some 30 paces from the troops in order of battle. Behind them, again, at the distance of some 10 paces, came the soldiers and patriots commanded by Lieutenant Lebrun. The Commandant ran his eyes over this array, and gave a last glance at the picket posted in advance up the road. Satisfied with this disposition of his forces, he turned to give the order to march, when he saw the tricolour cockades of 2 of his scouts returning from the search of the woods that lay on the left. As he saw no sign whatever of the 2 sent to reconnoitre the right-hand woods, the Commandant determined to wait for them. "Perhaps the trouble is coming from that quarter," he remarked to his 2 officers, as he pointed out the woods which seemed to have swallowed up his 2 enfants perdus. While the 2 scouts were making some sort of report, Hulot ceased to watch Marche à Terre. The Chouan began again to give a sharp whistle, a cry so shrill that it could be heard a long way off, and then, before either of his guards so much as saw what he was after, he dealt them each a blow from his whip-handle that stretched them on the roadside. All at once Answering cries, or rather savage yells, startled the Republicans. A terrible fire was opened upon them from the wood that crowned the slope where the Chouans had been sitting, and 7 or 8 of their men fell. 5 or 6 soldiers had taken aim at Marcheterre, but none of them hit him. He had climbed the slope with the agility of a wildcat and disappeared in the woods above. His sabots rolled down into the ditch, and it was easy then to see upon his feet the great iron-bound shoes which were always worn by the chasseurs du roi. At the first alarm given by the Chouans, all the recruits had made a dash for it, into the woods on the right, like a flock of birds scared by the approach of a passer-by. "Fire on those rascals!" roared the commandant. The company fired, but the recruits were well able to screen themselves from the musket shots. Every man set his back against a tree, and before the muskets had been reloaded, they were all out of sight. "Issue warrants for a departmental legion, eh?" Hulot said to Gérard. "One would have to be as big a fool as a director to put any dependence on a requisition from this district. The assemblies would show more sense if they would send us clothing and money and ammunition, and give up voting reinforcements." "These swine like their bannocks better than ammunition bread," said Beaupied, the wag of the company. At his words, hooting and yells of derisive laughter went up from the Republican troops, crying shame on the deserters. But a sudden silence followed all at once. The soldiers saw the 2 scouts, who had been sent by the commandant to search the woods on the right, painfully toiling down the slope, the less injured man supporting his comrade, whose blood drenched the earth. The 2 poor fellows had scarcely reached the middle of the bank when Marcheterre showed his hideous face. His aim was so certain that with one shot he hit them both, and they rolled heavily down into the ditch. His huge head had barely shown itself before the muzzles of some 30 muskets were levelled at him, but he had disappeared like a phantom behind the ominous gorse bushes. All these things, which it takes so many words to describe, came to pass almost in a moment, and in a moment more the patriots and soldiers of the rear guard came up with the rest of the escort. "Forward!" shouted Hulot. The company rapidly gained the high and exposed position where the picket had been placed. The commandant then drew up his forces in order of battle, but he saw no further hostile demonstration on the part of the Chouans, and thought that the sole object of the ambuscade was the deliverance of his conscripts. "Their cries tell me that they are not in great force. Let us march double quick. We may possibly get to Ernay before we have them down upon us." A patriot conscript overheard the words, left the ranks, and stood before Hulot. "General," said he, "I've seen some of this sort of fighting before as a counter-Chouan. May I put in a word or two?" "Here's one of these barrack lawyers," the commandant muttered in Merle's ear. "They always think they're on for hearing. Go on, argue away," he added to the young man from Fougères. "Commandant, the Chouans have brought arms, of course, for those men that they have just recruited. If we have to run for it now, they will be waiting for us at every turn in the woods, and will pick us off to a man before we can get to Ernay. We must argue, as you say, but it must be with cartridges. Then, during the skirmish, which will last longer than you look for, one of us could go for the National Guard and the free companies stationed at Fougères. We may be conscripts, but you shall see by that time that we are not carrion kites." "Then you think the Chouans are here in some force?" "Judge for yourself, citizen commandant." He led Hulot to a spot on the plateau where the sand had been disturbed, as if a rake had been over it, and after calling Hulot's attention to this, led him some little way along a footpath where traces of the passage of a large body of men were distinctly visible. Leaves had been trodden right into the trampled earth. "That will be the Gare from Vitré," said the Fougeray. "They have gone to join the Ban Normand." "What is your name, citizen?" asked Hulot. "Goudin, commandant." "Well then, Goudin, I shall make you corporal of your townsmen here. You are a long-headed fellow, it seems to me. I leave it to you to pick out one of your comrades who must be sent to Fougères, and you yourself will keep close beside me. But first, there are these two poor comrades of ours that those brigands have laid out on the road there. You and some of your conscripts can go and take their guns and clothes and cartridge boxes. You shall not stop here to take shots without returning them." The brave Fougeray went to strip the dead, protected by an energetic fire kept up upon the woods by the whole company. It had its effect, for the party returned without losing a man. "These Bretons will make good soldiers," said Hulot to Gérard, "if their mess happens to take their fancy." Goudin's messenger set out at a trot along a pathway that turned off to the left through the woods. The soldiers, absorbed in examining their weapons, prepared for the coming struggle. The commandant passed them in review, smiled encouragingly, and placing himself with his two favorite officers a step or two in advance, awaited the onset of the Chouans with composure. Silence prevailed again, but it was only for a moment. Then 300 Chouans, dressed exactly like the requisitionaries, issued from the woods to the right. They came on in no order, uttering fearful cries, and occupied the width of the road before the little battalion of Blues. The commandant divided his troops into 2 equal parts, each part representing a front of 10 men to the enemy. Between these divisions and in the center, he placed himself at the head of his band of 12 hastily equipped conscripts. The little army was protected by 2 wings of 25 men each, under the command of Gérard and Merle. These officers were to take the Chouans adroitly in flank, and to prevent them from scattering about the country. Ségailler, they call the movement in the patois of this district, when every peasant would take up his position where he could shoot at the Blues without exposing himself, and the Republican troops were utterly at a loss to know where to have their enemies. These arrangements, made with the rapidity demanded by the circumstances, seemed to infuse the commandant's self-reliance into the men, and all advanced upon the Chouans in silence. At the end of the few seconds needed for the 2 bodies of men to approach each other, there was a sudden discharge at close quarters which scattered death through either rank. But in a moment the Republican wings had wheeled and taken the Chouans in flank. These latter had no means of opposing them, and the hot, pertinacious fire of their enemies spread death and disorder in their midst. This maneuver nearly redressed the balance of the numbers on either side, but the courage and firmness of the Chouan character was equal to all tests. They did not give way, their losses did not shake them. They closed their ranks and tried to surround the little dark compact lines of Blues, who appeared in the narrow space they occupied like a queen bee in the midst of a swarm. Then they engaged in one of those horrible struggles at close quarters when the rattle of musketry almost ceases, and the click of the bayonets is heard instead, and the ranks meet man to man, and, courage being equal on either side, the victory is won by sheer force of numbers. At first the Chouans would have carried all before them, if the two wings, under Merle and Gerard, had not brought 2 or 3 volleys to bear slantwise on the enemy's rear. By rights, the 2 wings should have stayed where they were and continued to pick off their formidable foes in this adroit manner, but the sight of the heroic battalion, now hemmed in on all sides by the chasseurs du roi, excited them. They flung themselves like madmen into the struggle on the roadway, bayonet in hand, and redressed the balance again for a few moments. Both sides gave themselves up to a furious zeal, aggravated by the ferocious cruelty of party spirit that made this war an exception. Each became absorbed by his own peril, and was silent. The place seemed chill and dark with death. The only sounds that broke the silence and rose above the clash of weapons and the grating noise of the gravel underfoot were the deep, hollow groans of those who fell, badly wounded, or of the dying as they lay. In the Republican center, the dozen conscripts defended the person of the commandant, who issued continual warnings and orders manifold, with such courage that more than once a soldier here and there had cried, "Bravo, conscripts!" Hulot, the imperturbable and wide awake, soon noticed among the Chouans a man, also surrounded by picked troops, who appeared to be their leader. It seemed to him very needful to make quite sure of this officer. Now and again he made efforts to distinguish his features, hidden by a crowd of broad hats and red caps, and in this way he recognized Marche-à-terre beside the officer, repeating his orders in a hoarse voice, while he kept his carbine in constant use. Hulot grew tired of the repeated annoyance. He drew his sword, encouraged his requisitionaries, and dashed so furiously upon the Chouan center that he penetrated their ranks and caught a glimpse of the officer, whose face, unluckily, was hidden by a large felt hat with a white cockade. But the stranger, taken somewhat aback by this bold onset, suddenly raised his hat. Hulot seized the opportunity to make a rapid survey of his opponent. The young chief, who seemed to Hulot to be about 25 years of age, wore a short green cloth shooting coat. The white sash at his waist held pistols. The heavy shoes he wore were bound with iron, like those of the Chouans. Gaiters reaching to the knee and breeches of some coarse material completed the costume. He was of middle height, but well and gracefully made. In his anger at seeing the Blues so near to him, he thrust on his hat again and turned towards them, but Marche-à-terre and others of his party surrounded him at once in alarm. Still, through gaps in the crowd of faces that pressed about the young man and came between them, Hulot felt sure he saw a broad red ribbon on the officer's unfastened coat that showed the wearer to be a knight commander of the Order of St. Louis. The commandant's eyes, at first attracted by the long-forgotten royal decoration, were turned next upon a face which he lost sight of again in a moment, for the risks of battle compelled him to watch closely over the safety and the movements of his own little band. He had scarcely time to see the color of the sparkling eyes, but the fair hair and delicately cut features, tanned by the sun, did not escape him, nor the gleam of a bare neck that seemed all the whiter by contrast with a loosely knotted black scarf. There was the enthusiasm and excitement of a soldier in the bearing of the young leader, and of a type of soldier for whom a certain dramatic element seems desirable in a fight. The hand that swung the sword blade aloft in the sunlight was well gloved. Vigor was expressed in the face, and a certain refinement also in a like degree. In his high-wrought exaltation, set off by all the charms of youth and graciousness of manner, he seemed to be a fair ideal type of the French noblesse, while Hulot, not 4 paces from him, might have been the embodiment of the energetic republic for whom the veteran was fighting. His stern face, his blue uniform faced with the worn red facings, the grimy epaulettes that hung back over his shoulders, expressed the character and the deficiencies of their owner. The graceful attitude and expression of the younger man were not lost upon Hulot, who shouted as he tried to reach him, "Here, you ballet dancer, come a little nearer so that I may get a chance at you." The royalist leader, irritated by the momentary check, made a desperate forward movement. But the moment his own men saw the danger he was thus incurring, they all flung themselves upon the Blues. A clear, sweet voice suddenly rang out above the din of conflict. "Here it was that the sainted Lescure fell. Will you not avenge him?" At these magical words, the Chouan onset became terrible. The little troop of Republican soldiers kept their line unbroken with the greatest difficulty. "If he had not been a youngster," said Hulot to himself as he gave way step by step, "we should not have been attacked at all. When did Chouans offer battle before? But so much the better. They won't shoot us down like dogs along the road." He raised his voice till the woods echoed with the words, "Come, look alive, men. Are we going to let ourselves be fooled by these bandits?" The verb is but a feeble substitute for that of the gallant commander's choice, but old hands will be able to insert the genuine word, which certainly possesses a more soldierly flavor. "Gérard, Merle," the commandant continued, "call in your men, form them in columns, and fall on their rear, fire on these curs, and make an end of them." Hulot's orders were carried out with great difficulty, for the young chief heard the voice of his antagonist, and shouted, "Saint Anne of Auray, don't let them get away. Scatter yourselves, my gars." As either wing, commanded by Merle and Gérard, withdrew from the thick of the fray, each little column was pertinaciously followed by Chouans in greatly superior numbers. The old goatskins surrounded the men under Merle and Gérard on all sides, once more uttering those threatening cries of theirs, like the howls of wild beasts. "Silence, gentlemen!" shouted Beaupied. "We can't hear ourselves being killed." The joke put fresh heart into the Blues. The fighting was no longer concentrated upon a single point. The Republicans defended themselves in 3 different places on the plateau of the Pèlerine, and the valleys, so quiet hitherto, re-echoed with the sound of the firing. Hours might have passed and left the issue still undecided, or the struggle might have come to an end for lack of combatants. The courage of Blues and Chouans was evenly matched, and the fierce desire of battle was surging, as it were, from the one side to the other, when, far away and faintly, there sounded the tap of a drum, and from the direction of the sound, the corps that it heralded must be crossing the valley of the Couesnon. "That is the National Guard from Fougères," cried Gaudin. "Vanier must have fallen in with them." His voice reached the young leader and his ferocious aide-de-camp. The Royalists began to give way, but a cry like a wild beast's from Marche à Terre promptly checked them. 2 or 3 orders were given in a low voice by the chief and translated by marche à terre into bas Breton for the Chouans, and the retreat began, conducted with a skill which baffled the Republicans and even their commandant. In the first place, such of the Chouans as were not disabled drew up in line at the word and presented a formidable front to the enemy, while the wounded and the remainder of them fell behind to load their guns. Then, all at once, with a swiftness of which marche à terre had given an example, the wounded from the rear gained the summits of the bank on the right side of the road, and were followed thither by half of the remaining Chouans, who clambered nimbly up and manned the top of the bank, only their energetic heads being visible to the pelouse below. Once there, they made a sort of rampart of the trees, and thence they brought the barrels of their guns to bear upon the remnant of the escort, who had rapidly drawn up in obedience to repeated orders from Hulot, in such a way as to present a front equal to that of the Chouans who were still occupying the road. These last fell back, still disputing the ground, and wheeled so as to bring themselves under cover of the fire of their own party. When they reached the ditch which lay by the roadside, they scrambled in their turn up the steep slope, whose top was held by their own comrades, and so rejoined them, steadily supporting the murderous fire of the Republicans, which filled the ditch with dead bodies, the men from the height of the scarp replying the while with a fire no less deadly. Just then the National Guard from Fouché arrived at a run on the scene of the conflict, and with their presence the affair was at an end. A few excited soldiers and the National Guards were leaving the footpath to follow them up in the woods, but the commandant called to them in his soldier's voice, "Do you want to be cut to bits over there?" They came up with the Republican troops, who were left in possession of the field indeed, but only after heavy losses. Then all the old hats went aloft on the points of their bayonets, while every soldier's voice cried twice over, "Long live the Republic!" Even the wounded men lying by the roadside shared alike in the enthusiasm, and Hulot squeezed his lieutenant's hand as he said, "One might call that pluck, eh?" Merle was ordered to bury the dead in a ravine by the wayside. Carts and horses were requisitioned from neighboring farms for the wounded, whom their comrades hastened to lay on the clothing taken from the dead. Before they set out, the National Guard from Fouché brought a Chouan to Hulot. The man was dangerously wounded and had been found lying exhausted at the foot of the slope up which his party had made their escape. "Thanks for this prompt stroke of yours, citizens," said the commandant. "Tonnerre de Dieu, we should have had a bad quarter of an hour but for you. You must look out for yourselves now. The war has broken out in earnest. Good day, gentlemen." Hulot turned to his prisoner. "What is your general's name?" "The Gare." "Who? Marche à terre?"
"No, the Gare."
"And where does the Gare come from?" To this question the chasseur du roi made no reply. His wild, weather-beaten face was drawn with pain. He took his beads and began to mutter a prayer. "The Gare is that young ci-devant with the black cravat, no doubt. He has been sent over here by the tyrant and his allies Pitt and Coburg." Here the Chouan, who had so far seemed unconscious of what was going on, raised his head at the words, to say proudly, "Sent by God and the king." The energy with which he spoke exhausted his strength. The commandant turned away with a frown. He saw the difficulty of interrogating a dying man, a man, moreover, who bore signs of a gloomy fanaticism in every line of his face. Two of his men stepped forward and took aim at the Chouan. They were friends of the two fellows whom Marcheterre had dispatched so brutally with a blow from his whip at the outset, for both were lying dead at the roadside. The Chouan's steady eyes did not flinch before the barrels of the muskets that they pointed at him, although they fired close to his face. He fell, but when the men came up to strip the corpse, he shouted again for the last time, "Long live the king!" "All right, curmudgeon," said Clé de Caire. "Be off to your holy virgin and get your supper. Didn't he come back and say to our faces, 'Long live the tyrant,' when we thought it was all over with him?" "Here, sir," said Beaupier, "here are the brigand's papers." "Look here, though," cried Clé de Caire. "Here's a fellow been enlisted by the saints above. He wears their badge here on his chest." Hulot and some others made a group round the Chouan's naked body, and saw upon the dead man's breast a flaming heart tattooed in a bluish colour, a token that the wearer had been initiated into the brotherhood of the Sacred Heart. Under the symbol, Hulot made out Marie Lambrequin, evidently the Chouan's own name. "You see that, Clé de Caire?" asked Beaupier. "Well, you would guess away for a century and never find out what that part of his accoutrements means." "How should I know about the Pope's uniforms?" replied Clé de Caire. "You good-for-nothing flint crusher, will you never be any wiser? Can't you see that they promised the chap there that he should come to life again? He painted his gizzard so as to be known by it." There was some ground for the witticism. Hulot himself could not help joining in the general laughter that followed. By this time Merla had buried the dead, and the wounded had been laid in the carts as carefully as might be. The other soldiers formed in a double file, one on either side of the improvised ambulance wagons, and in this manner they went down the other side of the mountain, the outlook over Maine before their eyes, and the lovely valley of the Pèlerine, which rivals that of the Couesnon. Hulot and his two friends Merla and Gerard followed slowly after the men, wishing that they might, without further mishap, reach Ernay, where the wounded could be attended to. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 1d. This engagement, though scarcely heard of in France, where great events were even then taking place, attracted some attention in the West, where this second rising filled everyone's thoughts. A change was remarked in the methods adopted by the Chouans in the opening of the war. Never before had they attacked so considerable a body of troops. Hulot's conjectures led him to suppose that the young royalist whom he had seen must be the Gars, a new general sent over to France by the princes, and that his own name and title were concealed after the custom of royalist leaders by that kind of nickname which is called a nom de guerre. This circumstance made him as uneasy after his dubious victory as he had been on his first suspicion of an ambuscade. More than once he turned to look at the plateau of La Pèlerine, which he was leaving behind, while even yet at intervals the faint sound of a drum reached him, for the National Guard was going down the valley of the Couesnon, while they themselves were descending the valley of La Pèlerine. "Can either of you suggest their motive for attacking us?" he began abruptly, addressing his two friends. "Fighting is a kind of trade in musket shots for them, and I can't see that they have made anything in our case. They must have lost at least 100 men, while we," he added, screwing up his right cheek and winking his eyes by way of a smile, "have not lost 60. By heaven, I can't understand the speculation. The rogues need never have attacked us at all. We should have gone past the place like letters by the post, and I can't see what good it did them to make holes in our fellows." He pointed dejectedly to the wounded as he spoke. "Maybe they wanted to wish us good day," he added. "But they have secured 150 of our lambs," said Merle, thinking of the recruits. "The requisitionaries could have hopped off into the woods like frogs. We should not have gone in to fish them out again, at any rate not after a volley or two. No, no," went on Hulot, "there is something more behind." He turned again to look at La Pèlerine. "Stay!" he cried. "Look there!" Far away as they were from the unlucky plateau by this time, the practised eyes of the three officers easily made out Marche à Terre and others in possession of the place. "Quick march!" cried Hulot to his troop. "Stir your shanks and make those horses move on faster than that. Are their legs frozen? Have the beasts also been sent over by Pitt and Coburg?" The pace of the little troop was quickened by the words. "I hope to heaven we shall not have to clear up this mystery at Ernay with powder and ball," he said to the two officers. "It is too dark a business for me to see through readily. I am afraid we shall be told that the king's subjects have cut off our communications with Mayenne." The very strategical problem which made Hulot's moustache bristle gave anxiety, no whit less keen, to the men whom he had discovered upon the summit of La Pèlerine. The drum of the National Guard from Fougères was hardly out of earshot, the Blues had only reached the bottom of the long steep road below, when Marche à Terre cheerfully gave the cry of the screech owl again, and the Chouans reappeared, but in smaller numbers. Some of them must have been occupied in bandaging the wounded at the village of La Pèlerine, on the side of the hills overlooking the valley of the Couesnon. 2 or 3 chasseurs du roi came up to Marche à Terre. 4 paces away, the young noble sat musing on a granite boulder, absorbed by the numerous thoughts to which his difficult enterprise gave rise in him. Marche à Terre shaded the sun from his eyes with his hand as he dejectedly followed the progress of the Republicans down the valley of La Pèlerine. His small, keen black eyes were trying to discover what was passing on the horizon where the road left the valley for the opposite hillside. "The Blues will intercept the mail," said one of the chiefs sullenly, who stood nearest to Marche à Terre. "By Saint Anne of Auray," asked another, "why did you make us fight? To save your own skin?" Marche à Terre's glance at the speaker was full of malignity. He rapped the butt of his heavy carbine on the ground. "Am I in command?" said he. Then, after a pause, he went on. "If all of you had fought as I did, not one of the Blues would have escaped." And he pointed to the remnant of Hulot's detachment below. "And perhaps then the coach would have come through as far as here." "Do you suppose," asked a third speaker, "that the idea of escorting it, or stopping it either, would have crossed their minds if we had let them pass peaceably? You wanted to save your own hide, you that would have it the Blues were not on the march. He must save his own bacon," he went on, turning to the others, "and the rest of us must bleed for it, and we are like to lose 20,000 francs in good gold coin besides." "Bacon yourself!" cried Marche à Terre, drawing back and bringing his carbine to bear on his adversary. "It's not that you hate the blues, but that you are fond of money. You shall die without confession, do you hear? A damned rascal that hasn't taken the sacrament this 12-month past." The Chouan turned white with rage at this insult. A deep growl came from his chest as he raised his musket and pointed it at Marche à Terre. The young leader rushed between them, knocked the firearms out of their hands by striking up their weapons with the stock of his carbine, and demanded an explanation of the quarrel. The dispute had been carried on in bas Breton, with which he was not very familiar. Marche à Terre explained, and ended his discourse with, "It's the more shame to them that bear a grudge against me, my lord Marquis, for I left Miche behind, and very likely he will keep the coach out of these robbers' clutches." He pointed to the blues, for these faithful defenders of altar and throne were all brigands and murderers of Louis XVI. "What?" cried the young man angrily. "Do you mean to say you are waiting here to stop a coach? You cowards, who could not gain the victory in the first encounter with me for your commander. How is victory possible with such intentions? So those who fight for God and the king are pillagers? By Saint Anne of Auray, we are making war on the Republic, and not on diligences. Anyone guilty of such disgraceful actions in future will not be pardoned, and shall not benefit by the favours destined for brave and faithful servants of the king." A murmur like a growl arose from the band. It was easy to see that the authority of the new leader, never very sure over these undisciplined troops, had been compromised. Nothing of this was lost upon the young man, who cast about him for a means of saving his orders from discredit, when the sound of approaching horse hoofs broke the silence. Every head was turned in the direction whence the sound seemed to come. A young woman appeared, mounted sideways upon a little horse. Her pace quickened to a gallop as soon as she saw the young man. "What is the matter?" she asked, looking by turns at the chief and the assembled Chouans. "Would you believe it, madame? They are waiting to plunder the coach that runs between Mayenne and Fougères, just as we have liberated our gare from Fougères in a skirmish which has cost us a good many lives, without our being able to demolish the blues." "Very well, but where is the harm?" asked the young lady, whose woman's tact had revealed the secret of this scene to her. "You have lost some men, you say. We shall never run short of them. The mail is carrying money, and we are always short of that. We will bury our men who will go to heaven, and we will take the money, which will go into the pockets of these good fellows. What is the objection?" Every face among the Chouans beamed with approval at her words. "Is there nothing in this to make you blush?" said the young man in a low voice. "Are you in such straits for money that you have to take the road for it?" "I am so in want of it, Marquis, that I would put my heart in pledge for it, I think, if it were still in my keeping," she said, smiling coquettishly at him. "Where can you come from to think of employing Chouans without allowing them to plunder the blues now and again? Don't you know the proverb, 'thievish as an owl'? And what else is a Chouan? Besides, she went on, raising her voice, is it not a righteous action? Have not the Blues robbed us and taken the property of the church? Again a murmur from the Chouans greeted her words, a very different sound from the growl with which they had answered the Marquis. The colour on the young man's brow grew darker. He stepped a little aside with the lady, and began with the lively petulance of a well-bred man. "Will these gentlemen come to the Vivetière on the appointed day?" "Yes," she answered, "all of them, Lantimet, Grand Jacques, and possibly Ferdinand." "Then permit me to return thither, for I cannot sanction such brigandage by my presence. Yes, madame, I say it is brigandage. A noble may allow himself to be robbed, but—" "Very well, then," she broke in, "I shall have your share, and I am obliged to you for giving it up to me. The prize money will put me in funds. My mother has delayed sending money to me for so long that I am fairly desperate." "Good-bye," said the Marquis, and he disappeared. The lady hurried quickly after him. "Why won't you stay with me?" she asked, with a glance half tyrannous, half tender, such a glance as a woman gives to a man over whom she exerts a claim when she desires to make her wishes known to him. "Are you not going to plunder the coach?" "Plunder?" she repeated. "What a strange expression. Let me explain." "Not a word," he said, taking both her hands and kissing them with a courtier's ready gallantry. "Listen to me," he went on after a pause. "If I were to stay here while they stop the coach, our people would kill me, for I should—" "They would not kill you," she answered quickly. "They would tie your hands together, always with due respect to your rank, and after levying upon the Republicans a contribution sufficient for their equipment and maintenance, and for some purchases of gunpowder, they would again obey you blindly." "And you would have me command here? If my life is necessary to the cause for which I am fighting, you must allow me to save my honor as a commander. I can pass over this piece of cowardice if it is done in my absence. I will come back again to be your escort." He walked rapidly away. The young lady heard the sound of his footsteps with evident vexation. When the sound of his tread on the dead rustling leaves had died away, she waited a while like one stupefied. Then she hurried back to the Chouans. An abrupt, scornful gesture escaped her. She said to Marche-à-Terre, who was aiding her to dismount, "The young man wants to open war on the Republic in regular form. Oh, well, he will alter his mind in a day or two. But how he has treated me," she said to herself after a pause. She sat down on the rock where the Marquis had been sitting, and waited the coming of the coach in silence. It was not one of the least significant signs of the times that a young and noble lady should be thus brought by violent party feeling into the struggle between the monarchies and the spirit of the age, impelled by the strength of those feelings to assist in deeds to which she yet was, so to speak, not an accessory, led like many another by an exaltation of soul that sometimes brings great things to pass. Many a woman, like her, played a part in those troubled times. Sometimes it was a sorry one, sometimes the part of a heroine. The Royalist cause found no more devoted and active emissaries than among such women as these. In expiation of the errors of devotion, or for the mischances of the false position in which these heroines of their cause were placed, perhaps none suffered so bitterly as the lady at that moment seated on the slab of granite by the wayside. Yet even in her despair she could not but admire the noble pride and the loyalty of the young chief. Insensibly she fell to musing deeply. Bitter memories awoke that made her look longingly back to early and innocent days, and regret that she had not fallen a victim to this revolution, whose progress such weak hands as hers could never stay. The coach, which had counted for something in the Chouans attack, had left the village of Aulnay some moments before the two parties began skirmishing. Nothing reveals the character of a country more clearly than its means of communication. Looked at in this light, the coach deserves special attention. The revolution itself was powerless to destroy it. It is going yet in our own day. When Turgot resumed the monopoly of conveyance of passengers throughout France, which Louis XIV had granted to a company, he started the fresh enterprise which gave his name to the coaches, or Turgotines. And then out into the provinces went the old chariots of Messrs. de Vouges, Chantecler, and the widow Lacombe, to do service upon the highways. One of these miserable vehicles came and went between Mayenne and Fougères. They were called Turgotines, out of pure perversity and by way of antiphrasis. Perhaps a dislike for the minister who started the innovation, or a desire to mimic Paris, suggested the appellation. This Turgotine was a crazy cabriolet with two enormous wheels. Its back seat, which scarcely afforded room for two fairly stout people, served also as a box for carrying the mails. Some care was required not to overload the feeble structure, but if travelers carried any luggage, it had to lie in the bottom of the coach, a narrow box-like hole shaped like a pair of bellows, where their feet and legs were already cramped for room. The original color of the body and the wheels offered an insoluble enigma to the attention of passengers. Two leather curtains, unmanageable in spite of their long service, protected the sufferers from wind and weather. The driver, seated in front on a rickety bench, as in the wretchedest chaises about Paris, was perforce included in the conversation by reason of his peculiar position among his victims, biped and quadruped. There were fantastic resemblances between the vehicle and some decrepit old man who has come through so many bronchial attacks and apoplectic seizures that death seems to respect him. It went complainingly and creaked at every other moment. Like a traveller overtaken by heavy slumber, it lurched backwards and forwards as if it would fain have resisted the strenuous efforts of the little Breton horses that dragged it over a tolerably uneven road. This relic of a bygone time held 3 passengers. Their conversation had been interrupted at Aulnay while the horses were changed, and was now resumed as they left the place. "What makes you think that the Chouans will show themselves out here?" asked the driver. "They have just told me at Aulnay that the Commandant Hulot had not yet left Fougères." "It's all very well for you, friend," said the youngest of the 3. "You risk nothing but your own skin. If you were known as a good patriot and carried 300 crowns about you, as I do, you wouldn't take things so easily." In any case, you are very imprudent, said the driver, shaking his head. You may count your sheep, and yet the wolf will get them, said the second person. He was dressed in black, looked about 40 years of age, and seemed to be a rector thereabouts. His double chin and florid complexion marked him out as belonging to the church. Short and stout though he was, he displayed a certain agility each time he got in or out of the conveyance. "Are you Chouans?" cried the owner of the 300 crowns. His voluminous goatskin cloak covered breeches of good cloth, and a very decent waistcoat, all signs of a well-to-do farmer. "By the soul of Saint Robespierre," he went on, "you shall be well received." He looked from the driver to the rector, and showed them both the pistols at his waist. "Bretons are not to be frightened that way," said the curé. "And besides that, do we look as if we wanted your money?" Each time the word money was mentioned, the driver became silent. The rector's wits were keen enough to make him suspect that the patriot had no money, and that there was some cash in the keeping of their charioteer. "Have you much of a load, Coupéau?" he inquired. "Next to nothing, as you may say, Monsieur Gaudin," replied the driver. Monsieur Gaudin looked inquiringly from Coupéau to the patriot at this, but both countenances were alike imperturbable. "So much the better for you," answered the patriot. "I shall take my own measures for protecting my money if anything goes wrong." This direct assumption of despotic authority provoked Coupéau into replying roughly, "I am the master here in the coach, and so long as I take you to—" "Are you a patriot or a Chouan?" interrupted his adversary sharply. "I am neither," answered Coupéau. "I am a postilion, and what is more, a Breton, and therefore I am not afraid of blues nor of gentlemen." "Gentlemen of the road, you mean," said the patriot sardonically. "They only take what others have taken from them," put in the rector quickly, while the eyes of either traveller stared at the other as if to penetrate into either's brain. In the interior of the coach sat a third passenger, who remained absolutely silent through the thick of the debate. Neither the driver, the patriot, nor Gaudin himself took the slightest heed of this nonentity. As a matter of fact, he was one of those tiresome and inconvenient people who travel by coach as passively as a calf that is carried with its legs tied up to a neighboring market. At the outset, they possess themselves of at least the space allotted to them by the regulations, and end by sleeping without consideration or humanity on their neighbors' shoulders. The patriot, Gaudin, and the driver had let him alone, thinking that he was asleep, as soon as they ascertained that it was useless to attempt to converse with a man whose stony countenance bore the records of a life spent in measuring ells of cloth, and a mind bent solely upon buying cheap and selling dear. Yet in the corner where he lay curled up, a pair of china-blue eyes opened from time to time. The stout little man had viewed each speaker in turn with alarm, doubt, and mistrust, but he seemed to stand in fear of his travelling companions, and to trouble himself very little about Chouans. The driver and he looked at one another like a pair of Freemasons. Just then the firing began at La Pèlerine. Coupillot stopped in dismay, not knowing what to do. "Aho," said the churchman, who seemed to grasp the situation. "This is something serious. There are a lot of people about." "The question is, who will get the best of it, Monsieur Gaudin?" cried Coupillot, and this time the same anxiety was seen on all faces. "Let us put up at the inn down there, and hide the coach till the affair is decided," suggested Coupillot. This advice seemed so sound that Coupillot acted upon it, and with the patriot's help concealed the coach behind a pile of faggots. The supposed rector found an opportunity of whispering to Coupillot, "Has he really any money?" "Ah, Monsieur Gaudin, if all he has found its way into your reverence's pockets, they would not be very heavy." End of section 4. Section 5 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 1E. The Republicans, hurrying to reach Ernay, came past the inn without stopping there. The sound of their rapid march brought Gaudin and the innkeeper to the door to watch them curiously. All at once the stout ecclesiastic made a dash at a soldier who was lagging behind. "Ah!" he cried. "Gaudin, are you really going with the Blues? Infatuated boy! Do you know what you are about?" "Yes, uncle," answered the corporal. "I have sworn to fight for France." "But your soul is in danger, scapegrace," cried his uncle, appealing to the religious scruples that are so strong in Breton hearts. "Well, uncle, I won't say but that if the king had put himself at the head of his—" "Idiot! Who is talking about the king? Will your republic give preferment? It has upset everything. What kind of career do you expect? Stay with us. We shall triumph some day or other, and then you shall be made counsellor to some parliament." "A parliament?" asked Gaudin mockingly. "Good-bye, uncle." "You shall not have the worth of 3 louis from me. I shall disinherit you," his uncle called angrily after him. "Thanks," said the Republican, and they parted. The fumes of cider to which the patriot had treated Coupillot while the little troop was passing had succeeded in obscuring the driver's intelligence somewhat, but he brightened up again when the landlord, having learned the upshot of the struggle, brought the news of a victory for the Blues. Coupillot brought out his coach upon the road again, and they were not long in showing themselves in the bottom of the valley of La Pellerine. From the plateaus of Maine and of Brittany both, it was easy to see the coach lying in the trough between 2 great waves, like a bit of wreckage after a storm at sea. Hulot, meanwhile, had reached the summit of a slope that the Blues were climbing. La Pellerine was still in sight, a long way off, so he turned to see if the Chouans still remained on the spot. The sunlight shining on the barrels of their muskets marked them out for him as a little group of bright dots. As he scanned the valley for the last time before quitting it for the valley of Ernay, he thought he could discern Coupillot's chariot on the high road. "Isn't that the Mayenne coach?" he asked of his 2 comrades, who turned their attention to the old Turgotine and recognized it perfectly well. "Well, then, how was it that we did not meet it?" asked Hulot, as all 3 looked at each other in silence. "Here is one more enigma," he went on, "but I begin to have an inkling of the truth." Just at that very instant, Marche à Terre also discovered the Turgotine, and pointed it out to his comrades. A general outburst of rejoicing aroused the young lady from her musings. She came forward and saw the coach as it sped up the hillside with luckless haste. The miserable Turgotine reached the plateau almost immediately, and the Chouans, who had hidden themselves, once more rushed out upon their prey in greedy haste. The dumb traveller slipped down into the bottom of the coach and cowered there, trying to look like a package. "Well," cried Coupillot from the box, "so you have smelt out the patriot there. He has money about him, a bag full of gold." And as he spoke, he pointed out the small farmer, only to find that the Chouans hailed his remarks with a general roar of laughter, and shouts of "Pille miche, pille miche, pille miche." In the midst of the hilarity which Pille Miche himself echoed, Coupillot came down from the box in confusion. The famous Cibot, alias Pille Miche, aided his companion to alight, and a respectful murmur arose. "It is the Abbé Gaudin," cried several voices. All hats went off at the name, and the Chouans knelt to ask for his blessing, which was gravely given. Then the Abbé clapped Pille Miche on the shoulder. "He would deceive St. Peter himself and steal away the keys of paradise," he cried. "But for him the blues would have stopped us." And, seeing the young lady, he spoke with her a few paces aside. Marche à terre adroitly raised the seat of the coach, and with ferocious glee extracted a bag which, from its shape, evidently contained rouleaus of gold. He was not long about dividing the spoil. There were no disputes, for each Chouan received his exact share. Lastly, he went up to the lady and the priest, and presented them with about 6,000 francs. "Can I take this with a clear conscience, Monsieur Gaudin?" the lady asked, feeling within her the need of a sanction. "Why not, madame? In former times did not the Church approve the confiscation of Protestant goods? And we have stronger reasons for despoiling these revolutionaries who deny God, plunder churches, and persecute religion." Thereupon the Abbé added example to precept, and took, without scruple, the 10th in new coin which Marche à terre offered him. "However," he added, "I can now dedicate all I have to the service of God and the king. My nephew has cast in his lot with the blues." Coupillot was lamenting and bewailed himself for a ruined man. "Come along with us," said Marche à terre. "You shall have your share." "Every one will say that I set out to be robbed if I go back again and there are no traces of violence." "Oh, if that is all you want," said Marche à terre. He made a sign, and a volley of musketry riddled the Turgotine. The old coach gave a cry so piteous at this salute that the Chouans, naturally superstitious, fell back in alarm, save Marche à terre, who had seen the pale face of the mute traveller as it rose and fell inside. "There is one more fowl yet in your coop," Marche à terre said in a low voice to Coupillot. Pille Miche, who saw what this meant, winked significantly. "Yes," replied the driver, "but I made it a condition when I enlisted with you that I was to take this worthy man safe and sound to Fougères. I promised that in the name of the Saint of Auray." "Who is he?" asked Pille Miche. "I can't tell you that," said Coupillot. "Let him alone," said Marche à terre, nudging Pille Miche with his elbow. "He swore by the Holy Virgin of Auray, and a promise is a promise. But don't be in too great a hurry down the hill," the Chouan went on, addressing Coupillot. "We will catch you up for reasons of our own. I want to see the muzzle of that passenger of yours, and then we will give him a passport." A horse was heard approaching La Pèlerine at full gallop. In a moment the young leader returned, and the lady promptly tried to conceal her hand with the bag in it. "You need not scruple to keep that money," he said, drawing the lady's arm forward. "Here is a letter for you among those that awaited me at the Villetière. It is from your mother." He looked from the coach, which now descended the hill, to the Chouans, and added, "In spite of my haste, I am too late. Heaven send that my fears are ill-grounded." "That is my poor mother's money," cried the lady, when she had broken the seal of the letter and read the first few lines. Sounds of smothered laughter came from the woods. The young man himself could not help smiling at sight of the lady with a share of the plunder of her own property in her hands. She began to laugh herself. "Well, I escape without blame for once, Marquis," she said. "Heaven be praised." "So you take all things with a light heart, even remorse?" the young man asked, but she flushed up with such evident contrition that he relented. The Abbé politely handed to her the 10th he had just received, with as good a face as he could put upon it, and followed the young leader, who was returning by the way he had come. The young lady waited behind for a moment, and beckoned to Marche à Terre. "You must go over towards Mortagne," she said in a low voice. "I know that the Blues must be continually transmitting large sums of money to Alençon for the prosecution of the war. I give up to your comrades the money I have lost today, but I shall expect them to make it up to me. And before all things, the Gare is not to know the reason for this expedition. But if anything should go wrong, I will pacify him." "Madame," the Marquis began, as she sat behind him en croupe, having made over her horse to the Abbé, "our friends in Paris are writing to tell us to keep a sharp lookout, for the Republic means to take us with craft and guile." "Well, they might do worse," she replied. "It is not at all a bad idea of theirs. I shall take part now in the war, and meet the enemy on my own ground." "Faith, yes," said the Marquis. "Pichegru warns me to be on my guard as to friendships of every kind. The Republic does me the honor to consider me more formidable than all the Vendéans put together, and thinks to get me into its grasp by working on my weaknesses." "Are you going to suspect me?" she asked, tapping his breast with the hand by which she held him close to her. "Would you be there in my heart if I could?" he said, and turned to receive a kiss on his forehead. "Then we are like to run more risks from Fouché's police than from regular troops or from counter-Chouans," was the Abbé's comment. "Your reverence is quite right." "Aha!" the lady exclaimed. "So Fouché is going to send women against you. I am ready for them," she added after a brief pause, with a deeper note in her voice. Meanwhile, some 4 gunshots from the lonely plateau which the leaders had just quitted, a drama was being enacted of a kind to be common enough on the highways for some time. Beyond the little village of La Pèlerine, Pille-Miche and Marche à Terre had again stopped the coach in a place where the road widened out. Coupillot, after a feeble resistance, came down from the box. The taciturn traveller, dragged from his hiding-place by the 2 Chouans, found himself on his knees in a bush of broom. "Who are you?" asked Marcheterre in threatening tones. The traveller did not answer at all till Pille-Miche recommenced his examination with a blow from the butt-end of his musket. Then, with a glance at Coupillot, the man spoke. "I am Jacques Pinot, a poor linen-draper." Coupillot seemed to think that he did not break his word by shaking his head. Pille-Miche acted on the hint and pointed his musket at the traveller, while Marcheterre deliberately uttered this terrible ultimatum. "You are a great deal too fat to know the pinch of poverty. If we have to ask you for your name again, here is my friend Pille-Miche with his musket, ready to earn the esteem and gratitude of your heirs. Now, who are you?" he asked after a pause. "I am Dorgemont of Fougère." "Ha!" cried the two Chouans. "I did not betray you, Monsieur Dorgemont," said Coupillot. "The Holy Virgin is my witness that I did my best to protect you." "Since you are Monsieur Dorgemont of Fougère," replied Marcheterre with a fine affectation of respect, "of course we must let you go in peace. But still, as you are neither good Chouan nor genuine blue, for you it was who bought the property of the Abbey of Juvigny, you are going to pay us 300 crowns. Here he seemed to count the number of the party, and went on, "of 6 francs each. Neutrality is cheap at the price." 300 crowns of 6 francs each, echoed the unlucky banker in chorus with Coupillot and Pille-Miche, each one with a different intonation. "My dear sir, I am a ruined man," he cried. "This devil of a republic taxes us up to the hilt, and this forced loan of 100 millions has drained me dry." "How much did your republic want of you?" 1,000 crowns, my dear sir," groaned the banker, thinking to be let off more easily. "If your republic wrings forced loans out of you to that tune, you ought to throw in your lot with us. Our government will cost you less. 300 crowns, isn't your skin worth that?" "Where am I to find them?" "In your strong box," said Pille-Miche, "and no clipped coins, mind you, or the fire shall nibble your finger ends." "Where am I to pay them over?" "Your country house at Fougère is not very far from the farm of Gibari, where lives my cousin Galop Chopin, otherwise Big Cibot. You will make them over to him," said Pille-Miche. "It is not business," urged Dorgemont. "What is that to us?" said Marcheterre. "Mind this, if the money isn't paid to Galop Chopin within a fortnight, we will pay you a call, and that will cure the gout in your feet if it happens to trouble you. As for you, Coupillot," he turned to the driver, "your name in future will be Men à Bien." With that the two Chouans departed. The traveller returned to the coach, and, with the help of Coupillot's whip, they bowled rapidly along to Fougère. "If you had carried arms," Coupillot began, "we might have defended ourselves better." "Simpleton," replied the banker, "I have 10,000 francs there," and he held out his great shoes. "How is one to show fight with a large sum like that about one?" Men à Bien scratched his ear and sent a glance behind him, but his new friends were quite out of sight. At Ernay, Hulot and his men halted a while to leave the wounded in the hospital in the little town, and finally arrived at Mayenne without any further annoyance. The next day put an end to the commandant's doubts as to the fate of the stagecoach, for everybody knew how it had been stopped and plundered. A few days after, the authorities directed upon Mayenne enough patriot conscripts to fill the gaps in Hulot's demi-brigade. Very soon, one disquieting rumor followed another concerning the insurrection. There was complete revolt at all the points which had been centers of rebellion for Chouans and Vendéans in the late war. In Brittany, the royalists had made themselves masters of Pontorson, thus securing their communications with the sea. The little town of St. James between Pontorson and Fougères had been taken by them, and it appeared that they meant to make it their temporary headquarters, their central magazine and basis of operations. Thence they kept up a correspondence with Normandy and Morbihan in security. The royalists of the three provinces were brought into concerted action by subaltern officers dispersed throughout the country, who recruited partisans for the monarchy and gave unity to their methods. Exactly similar reports came from La Vendée, where conspiracy was rife in the country under the guidance of four well-known leaders, the Counts of Fontaine, Châtillon, and Suzanay, and the Abbé Vernal. In Orne, their correspondents were said to be the Chevalier de Valois, the Marquis of Esgrignon, and the Troisvilles. The real head and centre of the vast and formidable plan of operations that gradually became manifest was the Gare, for so the Chouans had dubbed the Marquis of Montauran since his arrival among them. Hulot's dispatches to his government were found to be accurate on all heads. The authority of the newly arrived commander had been recognized at once. The Marquis had even sufficient ascendancy over the Chouans to make them understand the real aim of the war, and to persuade them that the excesses of which they had formerly been guilty sullied the general cause which they had embraced. The cool courage, splendid audacity, resource, and ability of the young noble were reviving the hopes of the foes of the Republic, and had excited the sombre enthusiasm of the West to such a pitch that even the most lukewarm were ready to take part in a bold stroke for the fallen monarchy. Hulot's repeated reports and appeals received no reply from Paris. Some fresh revolutionary crisis, no doubt, caused the astonishing silence. "Are appeals to the government going to be treated like a creditor's duns?" said the old chief to his friends. "Are all our petitions shoved out of sight?" But before long, news began to spread of the magical return of General Bonaparte and the events of the 18th of Brumaire. Then the commanders in the West began to understand the silence of the ministers, while they grew impatient of the heavy responsibilities that weighed upon them, and eager to hear what steps the new government meant to take. Great was the joy in the army when it became known that General Bonaparte had been nominated First Consul of the Republic, and for the first time they saw a man of their own at the head of affairs. France had made an idol of the young general, and trembled with hope. The capital, grown weary of gloom, gave itself up to festivities long discontinued. The first acts of the consulate abated these hopes no whit, and gave liberty no qualms. The first consul issued a proclamation to the dwellers in the West. Bonaparte had, one might almost say, invented the appeals to the masses which produced such enormous effect in those days of miracles and patriotism. A prophetic voice it was which filled the world, for victory had never yet failed to follow any proclamation of his. Inhabitants, For the second time an unnatural war has been kindled in the departments of the West. The authors of these troubles are traitors in the pay of England, or marauders who hope to secure their own ends and to enjoy immunity amid civil discords. To such men as these the government owes neither consideration nor an explanation of its principles. But there are other citizens, dear to their country, who have been seduced by their artifices. To these citizens enlightenment and a knowledge of the truth is due. Unjust laws have been promulgated and carried into effect. The security of citizens and their right to liberty of conscience have been infringed by arbitrary measures. Citizens have suffered everywhere from mistaken entries on the list of emigrants. Great principles of social order have been violated. The consuls declare that liberty of worship being guaranteed by the Constitution, the law of the 11th of Prairial, year 3, by which citizens are allowed the use of buildings erected for religious worship, shall now be carried into effect. The government will pardon previous offences, it will extend mercy and absolute and complete indemnity to the repentant, but it will strike down any who shall dare, after this declaration, to resist the national sovereignty. "Well," said Hulot, after a public reading of the consular manifesto, "could anything be more paternal? But for all that, you will see that not a single royalist brigand will change his opinion." The commandant was right. The proclamation only confirmed each one in his adherence to his own side. Reinforcements for Hulot and his colleagues arrived a few days later. They were notified by the new Minister of War that General Brune was about to assume command in the West, but in the meanwhile Hulot, as an officer known to be experienced, was entrusted with the departments of the Orne and Mayenne. Every government department showed unheard-of energy. A circular from the Ministry of War and the Minister General of Police gave out that active efforts were to be made through the officers in command to stifle the insurrection at its place of origin. But by this time the Chouans and Vendéans, profiting by the inaction of the Republic, had aroused the whole country and made themselves masters of it. So a new consular proclamation had to be issued. This time the general spoke to his troops. "Soldiers, all who now remain in the West are marauders or emigrants in the pay of England. The army numbers more than 60,000 heroes. Let me learn soon that the rebel leaders exist no longer. Glory is only to be had at the price of fatigue. Who would not acquire it if it were to be gained by stopping in town quarters? Soldiers, no matter what your rank in the army, the gratitude of the nation awaits you. To be worthy of that gratitude, you must brave the inclemency of the seasons, frost and snow and the bitter cold of winter nights. You must surprise your enemies at daybreak and destroy those wretches who disgrace the name of Frenchmen. Let the campaign be short and sharp. Show no mercy to the marauders, and preserve strict discipline among yourselves. National Guards, add your efforts to those of the troops of the line. If you know of any partisans of the bandits among yourselves, arrest them. Let them nowhere find a refuge from the soldier who pursues them, and should traitors dare to receive and protect them, let both alike perish." "What a fellow!" cried Hulot. "It is just as it used to be in Italy. First he rings the bells for mass, and then he goes and says it. Isn't that plain speaking?" Yes, but he speaks for himself and in his own name, said Gérard, who began to feel some concern for the results of the 18th of Brumaire. Sainte Guérite, what does it matter? Isn't he a soldier? Cried Merle. A few paces away, some soldiers had made a group about the placard on the wall. As no one among them could read, they eyed it, some with curiosity, others with indifference, while one or two looked out for some passing citizen who should appear scholar enough to decipher it. "What does that scrap of paper mean now, Clé de Caire?" asked Beaupier banteringly. "It is quite easy to guess," said Clé de Caire. Everybody looked up at these words for the usual comedy to begin between the two comrades. "Now look here," went on Clé de Caire, pointing to a rough vignette at the head of the proclamation, where a pair of compasses had in the past few days replaced the plumb line level of 1793. "That means that we soldiers will have to step out. That's why the compasses are open. It's an emblem." "No, my boy, you can't come the scholar over us. That thing is called a problem. I served once in the artillery," he added, "and that was what my officers fairly lived on." "It's an emblem." "A problem." "Let us lay a bet on it." "What? Will you stake your German pipe?" "Done." "No offence to you, sir," said Clé de Caire to Gérard, "but isn't that an emblem and not a problem?" "It is both the one and the other," said Gérard gravely. He was musing as he prepared to follow Hulot and Merle. "The adjutant is laughing at us," said Beaupier. "That paper says that our general in Italy has been made consul, which is a fine promotion, and we are all to have new caps and shoes." End of section 5. Section 6 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2a. A notion of Fouché's. One morning towards the end of the month of Brumaire, after an order from the government had concentrated Hulot's troops upon Mayenne, that officer was engaged in drilling his demi-brigade. An express from Alençon arrived with dispatches, which he read, while intense annoyance expressed itself in his face. "Come forward," he cried peevishly, stuffing the papers into his hat. "2 companies are to set out with me to march upon Mortagne. The Chouans are there. You shall accompany me," he said, turning to Merle and Gérard. "May I be ennobled if I understand a word of this. I may be a fool, but no matter. Forward! There is no time to lose." "What sort of fearful fowl could come out of that game-bag?" asked Merle, kicking the fallen envelope. "Tonnerre de Dieu! They are making fools of us, that is all." Whenever this expression, explained above, escaped the commandant, it always meant a storm of some sort. The modulations of his voice when he uttered this phrase indicated to the demi-brigade, like the degrees of a thermometer, the amount of patience left in their chief. And the outspoken old soldier made this knowledge so easy that the most mischievous drummer could take his measure by remarking his shades of manner in puckering up his cheek and winking. This time the suppressed anger with which he brought out the word silenced his friends and made them circumspect. The pock-marks on his martial countenance seemed deeper and darker than usual. As he put on his 3-cornered hat, his large plaited queue had slipped round upon one shoulder. Hulot pushed it back so violently that the little curls were unsettled. However, as he remained motionless, with his arms locked across his chest and his moustache a-bristle with rage, Gérard ventured to ask, "Must we set out at once?" "Yes, if the cartridge boxes are filled," he growled out. "They are all full." "Shoulder arms, left file, forward march," ordered Gérard at a sign from Hulot. The drums headed the two companies chosen by Gérard. The commandant, plunged in his own thoughts, seemed to rouse himself at the sound, and went out of the town between his two friends without a word to either. Now and again Merle and Gérard looked at each other as if to say, "How long is he going to be sulky with us?" And as they went, they furtively glanced at Hulot, who muttered chance words between his teeth. Something very like an oath at times reached the soldier's ears, but neither dared to say a word, for on occasion all could preserve the severe discipline to which Bonaparte had accustomed his troops in Italy. Hulot and most of his men represented all that was left of the famous battalions who surrendered at Mayence on condition that they should not be employed upon the frontiers, and the army had nicknamed them the Mayenzais. It would have been difficult to find officers and men who understood each other better. The earliest hours of the next morning found Hulot and his friends a league beyond Alençon, on the Mortagne side, on a road through the meadows beside the Sarthe. On the left lie stretches of picturesque lowland, while on the right the dark woods, part of the great forest of Menil-Bru, form a set-off, to borrow a word from the studio, to the lovely views of the river. The clearings of the ditches on either hand, which are constantly thrown up in a mound on their further sides, form high banks, on the top of which furze bushes grow, ajoncs, as they call them in the West. These dense bushes furnished excellent winter fodder for horses and cattle, but so long as they remained uncut, the dark green clumps served as hiding places for Chouans. These banks and furze bushes, signs which tell the traveller that he is nearing Brittany, made this part of the journey in those days as dangerous as it was beautiful. The dangers involved by a journey from Mortagne to Alençon and from Alençon to Mayenne had caused Hulot's departure, and now the secret of his anger finally escaped him. He was escorting an old mail coach drawn by post horses, which the weariness of the soldiers compelled to move at a foot pace. The companies of blues belonging to the garrison of Mortagne were visible as black dots in the distance on their way back thither. They had accompanied this shocking conveyance within their prescribed limits, and here Hulot must succeed them in the service, a patriotic bore, as the soldiers not unjustly called it. One of the old Republicans' companies took up its position a little in front, and the other a little behind the calèche, and Hulot, who found himself between Merle and Gérard, at an equal distance from the vehicle and the vanguard, suddenly said, "Mille tonnerres! Would you believe that the general has drafted us out of Mayenne to escort a couple of petticoats in this old fourgon?" "But not so long since, commandant," said Gérard, "when we took up our position, you made your bow to the citoyennes with a good enough grace." "Ah, that is the worst of it. Don't these dandies in Paris require us to pay the greatest attention to their damned females? How can they bring dishonor on good and brave patriots like us by setting us to dangle after a petticoat? I run straight myself, and I don't like crooked ways in others. When I saw that Danton and Barras had mistresses, I used to say, citizens, when the Republic called on you to govern, it was not that you might play the same games as the old regime. You will say now that women... Oh, one must have women, that is right enough. Brave men must have women, look you, and good women, too. But when things grow serious, prattling ought to stop. Why did we sweep the old abuses away if patriots are to begin them again? Look at the First Consul now. That is a man for you. No women, always at work. I would wager my left mustache he knows nothing of this foolish business.
Really, Commandant, laughed Merle, I have seen the tip of the nose of the young lady there hidden on the back seat, and I am sure that no one need be blamed for feeling, as I do, a sort of hankering to take a turn round the coach and have a scrap of conversation with the ladies.
Look out, Merle, said Gérard. There's a citizen along with the pretty birds, quite sharp enough to catch you. Who? The incroyable, whose little eyes keep dodging about from one side of the road to the other as if he saw Chouans everywhere? That dandy, whose legs you can scarcely see, and whose head, as soon as his horse's legs are hidden behind the carriage, sticks up like a duck's from a pie. If that nincompoop hinders me from stroking the pretty white throat. Duck and white throat! My poor Merle, my fancy has taken wings with a vengeance. Don't be too sure of the duck. His green eyes are as treacherous as a viper's, and as shrewd as a woman's when she pardons her husband. I would sooner trust a Chouan than one of these lawyers with a face like a decanter of lemonade. Bah! Cried Merle gaily. With the Commandant's leave, I shall risk it. That girl has eyes that shine like stars. One might run all hazards for a sight of them. He is smitten, said Gérard to the Commandant. He is raving already. Hulot made his grimace, shrugged his shoulder, and said, I advise him to smell his soup before he takes it. Honest Merle, what spirits he has, said Gérard, judging by the slackening of the other's pace that he meant to allow the coach to overtake him. He is the only man that can laugh when a comrade dies without being thought heartless. He is a French soldier, every inch of him, said Hulot gravely. Only look at him, pulling his epaulettes over his shoulders to show that he is a captain, cried Gérard, laughing, as if his rank would do anything for him there. There were, in fact, 2 women in the vehicle towards which the officer turned. One seemed to be the mistress, the other her maid. That sort of woman always goes about in pairs, said Hulot. A thin, dried-up little man hovered, sometimes before, sometimes behind the carriage. But though he seemed to accompany the 2 privileged travellers, no one had yet seen either of them speak a word to him. This silence, whether respectful or contemptuous, the numerous trunks and boxes belonging to the princess, as he called her, everything, down to the costume of her attendant cavalier, helped to stir Hulot's bile. The stranger's dress was an exact picture of the fashions of the time, of the incroyable at an almost burlesque pitch. Imagine a man muffled up in a coat with front so short that 5 or 6 inches of waistcoat were left on view, and coat-tails so long behind that they resembled the tail of the codfish after which they were named. A vast cravat wound round his throat in such numerous folds that his little head, issuing from the labyrinth of muslin, almost justified Captain Merle's gastronomical simile. The stranger wore tight-fitting breeches and boots à la Suvaroff. A huge blue and white cameo served as a shirt-pin. A gold watch chain hung in 2 parallel lines from his waist. His hair hung on either side of his face in corkscrew ringlets which almost covered his forehead, while, by way of final adornment, his shirt collar, like the collar of his coat, rose to such a height that his head seemed surrounded by it, like a bouquet in its cornet of paper. Over and above the contrast of these insignificant details, all at odds among themselves and out of harmony, imagine a ludicrous strife of colours, yellow breeches, red waistcoat, and cinnamon-brown coat, and you will form a correct notion of the last decrees of elegance as obeyed by dandies in the early years of the consulate. This extravagantly absurd toilette might have been devised as an ordeal for comeliness, or to demonstrate that there is nothing so ridiculous but that fashion can hallow it. The cavalier seemed to be about 30 years of age, though in reality he was barely 22. Hard living, or the perils of the times, had perhaps brought this about. In spite of his fantastic costume, there was a certain grace of manner revealed in his movements, which singled him out as a well-bred man. As the captain reached the coach, the young exquisite seemed to guess his intentions, and assisted them by checking his own horse. Merle's satirical eyes fell upon an impenetrable face, trained, like many another, by the vicissitudes of the Revolution, to hide all feeling, even of the slightest. The moment that the curved edge of a shabby cocked hat and a captain's epaulettes came within the lady's ken, a voice of angelic sweetness asked him, "Would you kindly tell us where we are now, Monsieur l'Officier?" There is an indescribable charm in such a question, by the way. A whole adventure seems to lurk behind a single word. And furthermore, if the lady, by reason of weakness or lack of experience, asks for some protecting aid, does not every man feel an inward prompting to weave fancies of an impossible happiness for himself? So the polite formality of her question and her "Monsieur l'Officier" vaguely perturbed the captain's heart. He tried to distinguish the lady's face, and was singularly disappointed. A jealous veil hid her features. He could scarcely see her eyes gleaming behind the gauze, like 2 agates lit up by the sun. "You are now within a league of Alençon, madame." "Alençon already." And the stranger lady fell back in the carriage without making any further reply. "Alençon?" repeated the other woman, who seemed to rouse herself. "You are going to revisit?" She looked at the captain and checked herself. Merle, disappointed in his hope of a sight of the fair stranger, took a look at her companion. She was a young woman of some 26 years of age, fair-haired, well-shaped, with the freshness of complexion and unfading brightness of colour which distinguishes the women of Valognes, Bayeux, and the Alençon district. Sprightliness there was not in the expression of her blue eyes, but a certain steadfastness and tenderness. She wore a dress of some common material. Her way of wearing her hair, modestly gathered up and fastened under a little cap, such as peasant women wear in the Pays de Caux, made her face charming in its simplicity. There was none of the conventional grace of the salons in her manner, but she was not without the dignity natural to a young girl who could contemplate the scenes of her past life without finding any matter for repentance in them. At a glance, Merle recognized in her one of those country blossoms which have lost none of their pure coloring and rustic freshness, although they have been transplanted into the hothouses of Paris, where the withering glare of many rays of light has been brought to bear upon them. Her quiet looks and unaffected manner made it plain to Merle that she did not wish for an audience. Indeed, when he fell away, the two women began a conversation in tones so low that the murmur scarcely reached his ears. "You set out in such haste," said the young countrywoman, "that you had barely time to dress. A pretty sight you are. If we are going any farther than Alençon, you will really have to change your dress there." "Oh, Francine," said the other. "What do you say?" "This is the third time that you have tried to learn where we are going, and why." "Have I said anything whatever to deserve this reproof?" "Oh, I have noticed your little ways. Simple and straightforward as you used to be, you have learned a little strategy of my teaching. You begin to hold direct questions in abhorrence. Quite right, my child. Of all known methods of getting at a secret, that one is, in my opinion, the most futile." "Very well," said Francine. "As one cannot hide anything from you, admit at least, Marie, that your doings would make a saint inquisitive. Yesterday morning you had nothing whatever. Today you have gold in plenty. At Mortagne they assign the mail coach to you, which has just been robbed and lost its driver. You are given an escort by the government, and a man whom I regard as your evil genius is following you." "Who? Corentin?" asked her companion, throwing emphasis into the two words by separate intonations of her voice. There was a contempt in it that overflowed even into the gesture by which she indicated the horseman. "Listen, Francine," she went on. "Do you remember Patriot, the monkey that I taught to mimic Danton, and which amused us so much?" "Yes, mademoiselle." "Were you afraid of him?" "But he was chained up." "And Corentin is muzzled, my child." "We used to play with Patriot for hours together, I know," said Francine, "but he always played us some ugly trick at last." And Francine flung herself suddenly back in the carriage, and taking her mistress's hands, stroked them caressingly, as she went on tenderly. "But you know what is in my thoughts, Marie, and yet you say nothing to me. After the sorrows which have given me so much pain, ah, how much pain! How should 24 hours put you in such spirits, wild as the moods when you used to talk of taking your life? What has brought the change about? You owe me some account of yourself. You belong to me rather than to any other whatever, for you will never be better loved than by me. Tell me, mademoiselle." "Very well, Francine. Do you not see all about us the cause of my high spirits? Look at those clumps of trees over there, yellow and sere, no one like another. Seen from a distance, might they not be a bit of old tapestry in some chateau? See these hedges, behind which Chouans might be met with at any moment. As I look at those tufts of gorse, I seem to see the barrels of muskets. I enjoy this succession of perils about us. Every time that there is a deeper shadow across the road, I think to hear the report of firearms, and my heart beats with an excitement I've never felt before. It is neither fear nor pleasure that moves me so. It is a better thing.
It is the free play of all that stirs within me. It is life. How should I not be glad to have revived my own existence a little? Ah, you are telling me nothing, hard heart. Holy Virgin, to whom will she confess if not to me? Said Francine, sadly raising her eyes to heaven. Francine, her companion answered gravely, I cannot tell you about my enterprise. It is too horrible this time. But why do evil with your eyes open? What would you have? I detect myself thinking like a woman of 50 and acting like a girl of 15. You have always been my better self, my poor girl, but this time I must stifle my conscience. She paused as a sigh escaped her. And I shall not succeed. But how can I keep such a strict confessor beside me? And she softly tapped the other's hand. Ah, when have I reproached you with anything? Cried Francine. Evil in you has so much grace with it. Yes, Saint Anne of Auray, to whom I pray so often for you, will absolve you, and for the rest, am I not come beside you now, though I do not know where your way is taking you? She kissed her mistress's hands with this outburst. But you can leave me, said Marie, if your conscience— Not another word, madame, said Francine, with a little sorrowful twitch of the lips. Oh, will you not tell me? Nothing, said the young lady firmly. Only be sure of this, that the enterprise is even more odious to me than the smooth-tongued creature who explained its nature. I wish to be candid, so to you I confess that I would not have lent myself to their wishes if I had not seen in this ignoble farce some gleams of mingled love and terror which attracted me. Then I would not leave this vile world without an effort to gather the flowers I look for from it, even if I must die for them. But remember, for it is due to my memory, that had my life been happy, that great knife of theirs held above my head would never have forced me to take a part in this tragedy, for tragedy it is. A gesture of disgust escaped her. Then she went on. But now, if the peace were to be withdrawn, I should throw myself into the Sarthe, and that would be in no sense a suicide, for as yet I have not lived. Oh, Holy Virgin of Auray, forgive her. What are you afraid of? The dreary ups and downs of domestic life arouse no emotions in me, as you know. This is ill in a woman, but my soul has loftier capacities in order to abide mightier trials. I should have been perhaps a gentle creature like you. Why am I so much above or below other women? How happy is the wife of General Bonaparte! But I shall die young. For even now I have come not to shrink from that kind of pleasure which means drinking blood, as poor Danton used to say. Now, forget all this that the woman of 50 within me says. The girl of 15 will soon reappear, thank heaven. The younger woman shuddered. She alone understood the fiery and impetuous nature of her mistress. She only had been initiated into the mysteries of an inner life full of lofty imaginings, the ideas of a soul for whom life had hitherto seemed intangible, as a shadow which she longed to grasp. There had been no harvest after all her sowings. Her nature had never been touched. She was harassed by futile longings, wearied by a struggle without an opponent, so that in despair she had come to prefer good to evil,
if it came as an enjoyment, and evil to good, if only an element of poetry lurked behind, to prefer wretchedness as something grander than a life of narrow comfort, and death, with its dark uncertainties, to an existence of starved hopes or insignificant sufferings. Never has so much powder awaited the spark, such wealth lain in store for love to consume, so much gold been mingled with the clay in a daughter of Eve. Over this nature Francine watched like an angel on earth, worshipping its perfection, feeling that she should fulfill her mission if she preserved for the choir above this seraph, kept afar as an expiation of the sin of pride. "That is the steeple of Alençon," said their cavalier as he drew near to the coach. "So I see," said the lady dryly. "Very well," he said, and fell back again, with all the tokens of abject submission, in spite of his disappointment. "Quicker!" cried the lady to the postilion. "There is nothing to fear now. Go on at a trot, or a gallop, if you can. We are on the causeway of Alençon, are we not?" As she passed him, she called graciously to Hulot, "We shall meet each other at the inn, Commandant. Come and see me." "Just so," he replied. "I am going to the inn. Come and see me. That is the way to speak to the commandant of a demi-brigade." He jerked his fist in the direction of the vanishing coach. "Don't grumble, Commandant," said Corentin, laughing. "She has your general's commission in her sleeve." And he tried to put his horse to a gallop to overtake the coach. "Those good folk shall not make a fool of me," growled Hulot to his two friends. "I would sooner fling my general's uniform into a ditch than get it through a woman's favor. What do the geese mean? Do you understand their drift, either of you?" "Quite well," said Merle. "I know that she is the handsomest woman I ever set eyes on. You don't understand figures of speech, I think. Perhaps it is the First Consul's wife." "Stuff! His wife is not young, and this one is," answered Hulot. "Besides, the orders I have received from the minister inform me that she is Mademoiselle de Verneuil. She is a ci-devant, don't I know that? They used to carry on like this before the Revolution. You could be chief of a demi-brigade in a brace of shakes. You had only to say to them, 'Mon cœur,' once or twice, with the proper emphasis." End of section 6. Section 7 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2b. As each soldier stepped out, to use their commandant's phrase, the wretched vehicle which then served for a mail coach had quickly reached the sign of the Three Moors in the middle of the principal street of Alençon. The rattle of the crazy conveyance brought the landlord to the threshold. Nobody in Alençon had expected that chance would bring the coach to the sign of the Three Moors, but the horrible event at Mortagne brought out so many people to look at it, that its occupants, to escape the general curiosity, fled into the kitchen, the antechamber of every inn throughout the West. The host was preparing to follow them after a look at the coach, when the postilion caught his arm. "Look here, Citizen Brutus," he said, "there is an escort of blues on the way. As there was neither driver nor dispatches, it was my doing that the citoyennes came to you. Of course, they will pay like ci-devant princesses, and so we will have a glass of wine together directly, my boy," said the landlord. Mademoiselle de Verneuil gave one glance round the smoke-blackened kitchen, and at the stains of raw meat on the table, and then fled like a bird into the next room. For the appearance and odour of the place dismayed her quite as much as the inquisitive looks which a slovenly cook and a short stout woman fastened upon her. "How are we going to manage, wife?" said the landlord. "Who the devil would think so many people would come here as times go now? She will never have the patience to wait till I can serve her up a suitable meal. My word, I have hit upon it. They belong to the quality. Why shouldn't they breakfast with the lady upstairs, eh?" When the host looked about for the newcomers, he found only Francine, whom he drew to the side of the kitchen nearest the yard, so that no one could overhear him, and said, "If the ladies wish to breakfast by themselves, as I expect they do, I have a very nice meal now ready for a lady and her son. They would not object, of course, to breakfasting with you." He went on mysteriously, "They are people of quality." The words were hardly out before the landlord felt a light blow on the back from a whip handle. He turned quickly and saw behind him a short, thick-set man who had come in noiselessly from a closet adjoining. The stout woman, the cook, and his assistant seemed frozen with terror by this apparition. The landlord turned his head away aghast. The short man shook aside the hair which covered his eyes and forehead, and stood on tiptoe to whisper in the landlord's ear. "You know what any blabbing or imprudence lays you open to, and the colour of the money we pay in. We never grudge it." A gesture rendered his meaning horribly clear. The stout person of the landlord hid the speaker, but Francine caught a word here and there of his muttered talk, and stood as if thunderstruck as she listened to the hoarse sounds of a Breton voice. Amid the general dismay, she sprang towards the speaker, but he had darted through a side door into the yard with the quickness of a wild animal. Francine thought that she must be mistaken, for she could only see what appeared to be the brindled fell of a fair-sized bear. She ran to the window in surprise, and gazed after the figure through the grimy panes. He was slouching off to the stable, but before he entered, he bent two piercing black eyes upon the first story of the inn, and then turned them on the coach, as if he wished to call the attention of someone within to some point of special interest about it. Thanks to this maneuver, which displayed his face, Francine recognized the Chouan as marche-à-terre, despite his goatskin cloak, by his heavy whip and the lagging gait which he could quicken upon occasion. She watched him still, even through the dimness of the stable, where he lay down in a heap among the straw, in a spot where he could see all that went on in the inn. Even at close quarters, an experienced spy might have taken him for a big carter's dog curled round, asleep, with his muzzle between his paws. His conduct convinced Francine that he had not recognized her. In her mistress's difficult position, she hardly knew whether this was a relief or an annoyance. But her curiosity was whetted by the mysterious connection between the Chouan's threat and the landlord's proposal, for an innkeeper is always ready to stop two mouths with one morsel. She left the dingy window, whence she had seen marche-à-terre as a shapeless heap in the darkness, and turned to the landlord, who stood like a man who has made a false step and cannot see how to retrieve it. The Chouan's gesture had petrified the poor fellow. Everyone in the West knew how the chasseurs du roi visited even a suspicion of indiscretion with cruel refinements of torture. The landlord seemed to feel their knives at his throat. The chef stared in terror at the hearth, where too often they warmed the feet of their victims. The stout woman ceased to pare a potato and gazed stupidly at her husband, while the scullion tried to guess the meaning of this mute terror. Francine's curiosity was naturally roused by all this dumb show, with the principal performer absent, though still visible. The Chouans' terrible power pleased her, and although it hardly lay in her meek nature to play the Abigail, for once she was too deeply interested not to use her opportunities for penetrating this mystery. "Very good. Mademoiselle accepts your offer," she said gravely. At her words the landlord started as if from sleep. "What offer?" he asked in real surprise. "What offer?" asked Corentin as he came in. "What offer?" asked Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "What offer?" asked a fourth person from the foot of the staircase as he sprang into the kitchen. "Why, to breakfast with your people of distinction," answered Francine impatiently. "People of distinction," said the arrival from the staircase, in caustic and mocking tones. "This is one of your landlord's jokes, and a very poor one. But if it is this young citoyenne whom you wish to add to our party," he added, looking at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, "it would be folly to decline, my good fellow. In my mother's absence, I accept." And he clapped the bewildered landlord on the shoulder. The careless grace of youth concealed the insolent pride of his words, which naturally drew the attention of those present to the new actor in the scene. The host put on the face of Pilate at this, washing his hands of the death of Christ. He stepped back and whispered to his plump wife, "You are my witness that if anything goes wrong, I am not to blame. But at all events," he added in still lower tones, "let Monsieur Marche-à-Terre know everything." The newcomer was of middle height, and wore the uniform of the École Polytechnique, a blue coat without epaulettes, breeches of the same material, and black gaiters that reached above the knee. In spite of this sombre costume, Mademoiselle de Verneuil recognized at a glance the grace of his figure and an indescribable something which indicated noble birth. At first sight there was nothing remarkable in his face, but something in his features soon made it felt that he was capable of great things. A sunburned face, fair and curling hair, brilliant blue eyes, and a delicately cut nose, all these traits, like the ease of his movements, revealed a life subordinated to lofty sentiments and a mind accustomed to command. The feature that most clearly revealed his character was a chin like Bonaparte's, or a mouth where the lower lip met the upper in a curve like that of some acanthus leaf on a Corinthian capital. There nature had exerted all her powers of magic. "This young man is no ordinary republican," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil to herself. She understood everything in a moment, and the wish to please awoke in her. She bent her head a little to one side with a coquettish smile, and the dark eyes shot forth one of those velvet glances that would awaken life in a heart dead to love. Then the heavy eyelids fell over her black eyes, and their thick lashes made a curved line of shadow on her cheeks
As she said, "We are very much obliged to you, sir," imparting a thrill to the conventional phrase by the most musical tones her voice could give. All this byplay took place in less time than it takes to describe it, and at once Mademoiselle de Verneuil turned to the landlord, asked for her room, found the staircase, and disappeared with Francine, leaving the stranger to decide whether or no she had accepted his invitation. "Who is the woman?" asked the pupil of the École Polytechnique of the still further embarrassed and motionless landlord. "She is the citoyenne Verneuil," answered Corentin tartly, as he ran his eyes over the other jealously. "What makes you ask?" The stranger hummed a republican air, and raised his head haughtily at Corentin. The two young men looked at one another for a moment like gamecocks about to fight, and at a glance an undying hatred of each other dawned in them both. For the frank gaze of the soldier's blue eyes, there shone malice and deceit in Corentin's green orbs. The one naturally possessed a gracious manner. The other could only substitute insinuating dexterity of address. The first would have rushed forward, where the other slunk back. The one commanded the respect that the other sought to obtain. The first seemed to say, "Let us conquer." The second, "Let us divide the spoil." "Is the citizen du Roi Saint-Cyr here?" asked a peasant at the door. "What do you want with him?" asked the young man, coming forward. The peasant made a deep reverence and handed him a letter, which the young man read and threw into the fire. He nodded by way of answer, and the peasant went away. "You have come from Paris, no doubt, citizen," said Corentin, coming up to him with a familiar and cringing complacence that the citizen du Roi could hardly endure. "Yes," he replied dryly. "Some appointment in the artillery, I expect." "No, citizen, in the navy." "Ah, then you are going to Brest," said Corentin carelessly, but the young sailor turned away quickly on his heel without replying. He soon disappointed the fair expectations that Mademoiselle de Verneuil had formed of him. A puerile interest in his breakfast absorbed him. He discussed recipes with the chef and the landlady, opened his eyes at provincial ways like a fledgling Parisian picked out of his enchanted shell, affected repugnances, and altogether showed a weakness of mind that one would not have expected from his appearance. Corentin smiled pityingly as he turned up his nose at the best cider in Normandy. "Faugh!" he cried. "How do you manage to swallow that stuff? One could eat and drink it too. No wonder the Republic suspects a district where they bang the trees with long poles for their vintage, and lie in wait to shoot travellers on the road. Don't put that physic on the table for us, but give us some good Bordeaux wine, both white and red, and see above all things that there is a good fire upstairs. Civilization is a long way behind hereabouts, it seems to me. Ah," he sighed, "there is but one Paris in the world, and it is a pity indeed that one cannot take it afloat with one. Hullo, spoil sauce," he cried to the cook. "Do you mean to say you are putting vinegar into the fricassee when there are lemons at hand? And your sheets, Madam Landlady, were so coarse that I scarcely slept a wink all night."
He then betook himself to playing with a large cane, performing with childish gravity a number of evolutions, which decided the place of a youth among incroyables by the degree of skill and neatness with which they were executed. And out of whippersnappers like that, the Republic hopes to construct a navy, said Corentin confidentially as he scanned the landlord's face. That man is one of Fouché's spies, whispered the sailor to the landlady. I see it in every line of his face. I would swear that he brought that splash of mud on his chin from Paris. But set a thief to catch. A lady entered the kitchen as he spoke, whom he greeted with every outward sign of respect. Come here, chère maman, he cried. I think I have found someone to share our meal. To share our meal? What nonsense, she replied. It is Mademoiselle de Verneuil, he said, lowering his voice. She perished on the scaffold after the Savigny affair. She had come to Mons to save her brother, the Prince de Loudun, said his mother shortly. You are mistaken, madame, said Corentin amiably, and with a little pause on the word madame. There is a second Mademoiselle de Verneuil. Great families have always several branches. Surprised at his freedom, the lady drew back a pace or two, as if to scrutinize this unlooked-for speaker. She bent her dark eyes upon him as if she would divine, with a woman's keen power of apprehension, why he affirmed Mademoiselle de Verneuil to be yet in existence. Corentin, who at the same time furtively studied the lady, refused her the pleasures of maternity to endow her with those of love. He gallantly declined to believe her to be the happy mother of a son 20 years of age, seeing her dazzling complexion, her thick arching eyebrows, her still abundant eyelashes, which excited his admiration, and her wealth of black tresses divided on the forehead into 2 bandeaux, a style which enhanced the youthfulness of a sprightly face. It was the force of passion, he thought, and by no means time, that had set faint lines on her forehead, and if the piercing eyes drooped somewhat, this might be due rather to the constant expression of lively feelings than to the weariness of her pilgrimage. Corentin then discovered that the cloak she wore was of English materials, and that her bonnet followed some foreign fashion, and was not in the mode called à la grecque, which ruled Parisian toilettes. Corentin's nature always led him to suspect evil rather than good, and he began at once to have his doubts as to the patriotism of the pair. While the lady, who had as rapidly come to her own conclusions about Corentin, looked at her son as if to say, Who is this quiz? Is he on our side? To this implied question, the young man's manner replied, like his look and gesture, I know nothing about him, upon my word, and you cannot suspect him as much as I do. Then, leaving it to his mother to discover the mystery, he went up and whispered to the hostess, Try to find out who the rogue is, and whether he really does accompany that young lady, and why. So you are sure, citizen, said Madame du Gouas, looking at Corentin, that Mademoiselle de Verneuil is still living? She exists as surely in flesh and blood, madame, as the citizen du Gouas Saint-Cyr. There was a profound irony beneath his words, known only to the lady herself. Any other woman would have been disconcerted. Her son suddenly fixed his eyes on Corentin, who coolly drew out his watch and did not seem to suspect the apprehensions his reply had aroused. But the lady, uneasy and anxious to know at once whether treachery lurked in the words or chance had directed them, said to Corentin quite simply, "Mon Dieu, how unsafe the roads are! The Chouans set upon us on the other side of Mortagne. My son narrowly escaped being left there for good. He had 2 balls through his hat while defending me." "Then, madame, you were in the coach that was plundered by the brigands, in spite of its escort, and which has just brought us hither. You will recognize it, I expect. They said, as I came through Mortagne, that Chouans to the number of 2,000 had attacked the mail, and that every one, even the travellers, had perished. That is how history is written." The fatuous air with which Corentin spoke, and his drawling tones, recalled some habitué of la petite Provence, who has discovered in his sorrow that a piece of political news is false. "Alas, madame," he went on, "if travellers are murdered at such a short distance from Paris, what will be the state of affairs in Brittany? Faith, I shall go back to Paris and not venture any further." "Is Mademoiselle de Verneuil young and beautiful?" asked the lady of their hostess, as a sudden thought crossed her mind. Just then the landlord ended the conversation, which had so painful an interest for the 3 speakers, by the announcement that breakfast was ready. The young sailor offered his arm to his mother, with an assumed familiarity which confirmed Corentin's doubts. He called out, as he reached the staircase, "Citizen, if you are travelling with the citoyenne Verneuil, and she accepts our landlord's offer, do not hesitate." And though these words were careless, and his manner by no means pressing, Corentin went upstairs. As soon as they were some 7 or 8 steps ahead of the Parisian, the young man pressed the lady's hand affectionately, and said in a low voice, "See now the inglorious hazards to which your plans have exposed us. If we are detected, how are we to escape? And what a part you have made me play." The 3 entered a large-sized room. Even those unaccustomed to travel in the West would have seen that the landlord had expended all his resources in a lavish preparation for his guests. The table was carefully appointed, the dampness of the room had been driven off by a large fire, the earthenware, linen, and furniture were not intolerably dirty. Corentin saw that the landlord had put himself about a good deal, as the popular saying is, to please the strangers. "So," he thought, "these people are not what they wish to appear then. The little youngster is adroit. I took him for a simpleton, but I fancy he is quite as sharp as I am myself." The landlord went to inform Mademoiselle de Verneuil that the young sailor, his mother, and Corentin awaited her coming. As she did not appear, the student of the École Polytechnique felt sure that she had raised difficulties, and, humming Veillons au salut de l'Empire, he went off in the direction of her room. A curiously keen desire possessed him to overcome her scruples and bring her back with him. Perhaps he meant to solve the doubts which disturbed him, or to try to exert over this stranger the authority men like to exercise in the case of a pretty woman. "May I be hanged if that is a republican," thought Corentin as he went out. "The movements of those shoulders show the courtier, and if that is his mother," he continued as he looked again at Madame Dugois, "I am the Pope. I believe they are Chouans. Let us make certain of their condition." The door soon opened, and the young sailor appeared, leading by the hand Mademoiselle de Verneuil, whom he led to her place with presumptuous civility. The devil had lost nothing during the hour which had just passed. With Francine's aid, Mademoiselle de Verneuil had equipped herself in a travelling dress more formidable, perhaps, than a ball toilette, for a woman beautiful enough to discard ornaments knows how to relegate the charms of her toilette to a second place, and to avail herself of the attractions of a simplicity that proceeds from art. She wore a green dress charmingly made, and a short jacket or spencer fastened with loops of twisted braid, a costume which fitted the outlines of her form with a subtlety scarcely girlish, and displayed her slender figure and graceful movements. She came in smiling, with the amiability natural to a woman who can disclose a set of even teeth, white as porcelain, between two red lips, and a couple of fresh childish dimples in her cheeks. She had discarded the bonnet, which at first had almost hidden her face from the young sailor, and could employ the numerous, apparently unconscious little devices by which a woman displays or enhances the charms of her face and the graces of her head. A certain harmony between her manners and her toilette made her seem so youthful that Madame Dugois thought herself liberal in allowing her some 20 years of age. The coquetry of this change of costume, which showed a deliberate effort to please, might have aroused hope in the young man, but Mademoiselle de Verneuil bowed slightly without looking at him, and left him to himself with a careless cheerfulness that disconcerted him. Her reserve seemed, to unaccustomed eyes, to indicate neither coquetry nor prudence, but simple indifference, real or affected. The ingenuous expression which she knew how to assume was inscrutable. There was not a trace in her manner of the anticipation of a conquest. The pretty ways which had already flattered and deceived the young man's self-love seemed native to her. So the stranger took his place somewhat put out. Mademoiselle de Verneuil took Francine's hand and addressed Madame de Gouin in conciliatory tones. "Madame, will you be so good as to allow this girl to breakfast with us? She is rather a friend than a servant, and in these stormy times devotion can only be repaid by friendship. Indeed, what else is there left to us?" To this last observation, made in a lowered voice, Madame de Gouin replied by a somewhat stiff and mutilated curtsy that revealed her annoyance at coming in contact with so pretty a woman. She stooped to whisper in her son's ear. "Oh, stormy times, devotion, madame, and the waiting woman, this is not Mademoiselle de Verneuil, but some creature sent by Fouché." Mademoiselle de Verneuil became aware of Corentin's presence as they seated themselves. He still submitted the strangers to a narrow inspection, under which they seemed rather uneasy. "Citizen," she said, I am sure you are too well bred to wish to follow me about in this way. The Republic sent my relations to the scaffold, but had not the magnanimity to find a guardian for me. So, though against my wish, you have accompanied me so far with a quixotic courtesy quite unheard of, and she sighed, I am determined not to permit the protecting care you have expended upon me to become a source of annoyance to you. I am in safety here, and you can leave me. She looked at him resolutely and scornfully. Corentin understood her, suppressed a lurking smile about the corners of his crafty mouth, and bowed respectfully. Citoyenne, said he, it is always an honor to obey your commands. Beauty is the only queen whom a true republican can willingly serve. Mademoiselle de Verneuil smiled so significantly and joyously at Francine as he went, that Madame de Goua's suspicions were somewhat allayed, albeit prudence had come along with jealousy of Mademoiselle de Verneuil's perfect loveliness. Perhaps she is Mademoiselle de Verneuil, after all, she said to her son. How about the escort? He answered, for vexation had made him discreet in his turn. Is he her jailer or her protector? Is she a friend or an enemy of the government? Madame de Goua's eyes seemed to say that she meant to go to the bottom of this mystery. Corentin's departure appeared to reassure the young sailor. His face relaxed, but the way in which he looked at Mademoiselle de Verneuil revealed rather an immoderate love of women in general than the dawning warmth of a respectful passion. On the other hand, the young lady grew more and more reserved, keeping all her friendly words for Madame de Gouas, until the young man grew sulky at being left to himself, and in his vexation assumed airs of indifference. It was all lost, it seemed, upon Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who appeared to be unaffected, but not shy, and reserved without prudishness. After all, this casual meeting of people who were unlikely to know more of each other called for no special emotion, but a certain constraint and even a vulgar embarrassment began to spoil any pleasure which Mademoiselle de Verneuil and the young sailor had expected from it but a moment before. But women have among themselves such strong interests in common, or such a keen desire for emotions, combined with so wonderful an instinct for finding the right thing to say and do, that they can always break the ice on such occasions. So that, as if one thought possessed both ladies, they began to rally their cavalier, rivaled each other in paying him various small attentions, and joked at his expense. This unanimity of plan set them free from constraint. Words and looks began to lose their significance and importance. At the end of half an hour, in fact, the two women, already enemies at heart, were outwardly on the best of terms, while the young sailor found that he preferred Mademoiselle de Verneuil's reserve to her present vivacity. He was so tormented that he angrily wished he had not asked her to join them. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2c. Madame, said Mademoiselle de Verneuil at last,
Is your son always as dull as this?"
"Mademoiselle," broke in the victim, "I was just asking myself what is the good of a pleasure that cannot last? The keenness of my enjoyment is the secret of my dullness." "Pretty speeches like that are rather courtly for the École Polytechnique," she said, laughing. "His idea was very natural, mademoiselle," said Madame Dugois, who for her own reasons wished to set her guest at ease. "Come, why do you not laugh?" said the latter, smiling. "How do you look when you weep, if what you are pleased to call a pleasure depresses you like this?" Her smile, accompanied by a challenge from her eyes which broke through the mask of sedateness, gave some hope to the young sailor. But, inspired by her nature, which always leads a woman to do too much or too little, the more Mademoiselle de Verneuil seemed to take possession of the young sailor by glances full of the foreshadowing of love, the more she opposed a cool and reserved severity to his gallant expressions, the common tactics which women use to conceal their sentiments. For one moment, and one only, when each had thought to find the other's eyelids lowered, a glance communicated their real thoughts, but they both lowered their eyes as promptly as they had raised them, confounded by the sudden flash that had agitated both their hearts while it enlightened them. In embarrassment at having said so much in a glance, they did not dare to look at each other again. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, anxious to undeceive the stranger, took refuge in a cool politeness, and even seemed to be impatient for their breakfast to be over. "You must have suffered much in prison, mademoiselle?" queried Madame Dugois. "Alas, madame, I feel as though I had not yet ceased to be a prisoner." "Is your escort intended to watch you or to watch over you, mademoiselle? Are you suspected by the Republic, or are you dear to it?" Mademoiselle de Verneuil felt instinctively that Madame Dugois took but little interest in her, and the question startled her. "Madame," she replied, "I hardly know what my precise relations with the Republic are at this moment." "You make it tremble, perhaps," said the young man, somewhat ironically. "Why do you not respect mademoiselle's secrets?" asked Madame Dugois. "The secrets of a young girl who has known nothing of life as yet but its sorrows are not very interesting, madame." "But the First Consul seems to be exceedingly well disposed," said Madame Dugois, wishful to keep up a conversation which might tell her something that she wanted to know. "Do they not say that he is about to repeal the law against emigrants?" "It is quite true, madame," said the other, almost too eagerly, perhaps. "Why, then, should we arouse La Vendée and Brittany? Why kindle the flames of insurrection in France?" This generous outburst, in which she seemed to put a note of self-reproach, moved the young sailor. He looked attentively at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, but he could read neither hatred nor love in her face. Her face, with its delicate tints that attested the fineness of the skin, was impenetrable. Ungovernable curiosity suddenly attracted him towards this singular being, to whom he had already felt drawn by strong desire. "But you are going to Mayenne, madame?" she asked, after a short pause. "And if so, mademoiselle?" queried the young man. "Well, if so, madame, and as your son is in the service of the Republic—" These words were uttered with seeming carelessness, but she gave a furtive glance at the two strangers, such as only women and diplomatists employ, as she continued,
You must be in fear of the Chouans. An escort is not to be despised. We are almost traveling companions already. Will you come with us to Mayenne?" Mother and son looked at each other, and the latter spoke. "I hardly know, mademoiselle, whether I do very discreetly in telling you that matters of great importance require us to be in the district of Fougères to-night, and that so far we have found no means of transport. But women are so generous by nature that I should be ashamed not to trust you. But still," he continued, "before we put ourselves in your hands, let us know at any rate if we are likely to issue from them safe and sound. Are you the slave or the mistress of your republican escort? Forgive the plain speaking of a young sailor, but I see so much that is unusual in your circumstances." "In these times, sir, nothing that happens is usual. Believe me, you may accept without hesitation. Above all," she spoke with emphasis, "you have no treachery to fear in a straightforward offer made by one who takes no share in party hatreds." "Even then the journey will have its perils," he answered, with an arch look that gave significance to the commonplace words. "What are you afraid of now?" she asked, with a mocking smile. "There is no danger that I see for anybody." "Is this the woman whose glances reflected my desires?" said he to himself. "What a tone to take! Does she mean to entrap me?" The shrill, piercing cry of a screech-owl ran out like a dismal portent. It seemed to come from the chimney. "What is that?" asked Mademoiselle de Verneuil, with a gesture of surprise. "It is a bad omen for our journey. And how is it that screech-owls hoot in broad daylight hereabouts?" "They do at times," said the young man shortly. "Mademoiselle, perhaps we shall bring you ill luck. Is not that what you are thinking? We had better not travel together." This was said with a soberness and gravity that astonished her. "I have no wish to constrain you, sir," she said with aristocratic impertinence. "Pray let us keep what little liberty the Republic allows us. If your mother were alone, I should insist—" The heavy footsteps of a soldier sounded from the corridor, and Hulot showed a scowling face. "Come here, Colonel," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, smiling and pointing to a chair beside her. "Let us occupy ourselves with affairs of state if we must. But do not look so serious. What is the matter with you? Are there Chouans about?" The commandant was staring, open-mouthed, at the stranger, at whom he gazed with close attention. "Will you take some more hare, mother? Mademoiselle, you are eating nothing," the sailor said to Francine, and he busied himself with his companions. But there was something so cruelly earnest in Hulot's surprise and Mademoiselle de Verneuil's attention that it was dangerous to disregard these facts. "What is the matter, Commandant? Do you happen to know me?" he asked sharply. "Perhaps," answered the Republican. "Indeed, I think I have seen you as a visitor at the school." "I never went to school at all," the Commandant answered abruptly. "What sort of school may you come from?" "The École Polytechnique." Yes, those barracks where they train soldiers in the dormitories," replied the Commandant, who had an ungovernable dislike of all officers from this scientific seminary. "What corps are you serving in?" "I am in the Navy." "Ah!" said Hulot, laughing spitefully.
Do you know many pupils from that school in the Navy? They only turn out officers of artillery and engineers, he went on sternly. The other was not disconcerted. The name I bear has made an exception of me, he answered. We have all been sailors in our family. Ah, said Hulot, and what is your family name, citizen? Dugois Saint-Cyr. Then you were not murdered at Mortagne? Ah, a very little more, and we must have been, said Madame Dugois. My son had a couple of balls through. Have you your papers? Said Hulot, who paid no attention to the mother. Would you like to read them? Said the young man flippantly, with malice in his blue eyes, as he looked from the scowling commandant to Mademoiselle de Verneuil. I am to have a young fool set his wits at me, I suppose, said Hulot. Give me your papers, or come away with you. Come, my fine fellow, I am not a recruit. Why should I answer you? Who may you be? I am the commandant of the department, answered Hulot. Oh, then this is a very serious matter, and I might be taken with arms in my hands. He held out a glass of Bordeaux wine to the commandant. I am not thirsty, said Hulot. Come, show me your papers. Just then the tramp of soldiers and the clanking of weapons filled the street. Hulot stepped to the window with a satisfaction that alarmed Mademoiselle de Verneuil. This sign of concern softened the young man, whose face had grown cold and hard. He searched the pocket of his coat and drew out an elegant portfolio, and from this he selected papers which he handed to the commandant, and which Hulot began to read deliberately, studying the signature on the passport and the face of the suspected traveller. As he proceeded with his scrutiny, the screech owl hooted again, but this time it was plainly in the accents of a human voice. The commandant returned the papers with a sarcastic expression. This is all very fine, he said, but you must follow me to the district headquarters. I am not fond of music. Why take him to the district? Asked Mademoiselle de Verneuil in a new tone of voice. That is no business of yours, young lady, said Hulot with the usual grimace. Irritated at this language from the old soldier, and by the way she had been lowered, as it were, in the eyes of a man who had taken a fancy to her, Mademoiselle de Verneuil dropped the sedate manner which had hitherto been hers. Her colour rose and her eyes glowed. Tell me, has this young man satisfied the requirements of the law? She asked gently, though her voice faltered a little. Yes, to outward seeming. Well, then, I shall expect you to leave him alone in outward seeming. Are you afraid he will escape you? You are going to escort us to Mayenne. He and his mother will travel in the coach with me. No objections, it is my wish. Now, what is it? She added, when he made his usual little grimace. Do you still suspect him? To some extent. What do you want to do? Nothing but to cool his head a bit with some lead. A harebrained boy, said the commandant sardonically. You are joking, Colonel. Come, comrade, said the commandant with a movement of the head. Come, let us be off, sharp. At this impertinence from Hulot, Mademoiselle de Verneuil smiled and grew calm. Stay where you are, she said to the young man, with a dignified gesture of protection. What a splendid head, he whispered to his mother, who knitted her brows. Repressed vexation and wounded susceptibilities had brought new beauties into the fair Parisian's face. Everyone rose to their feet, Francine and Madame Dugois and her son. Mademoiselle de Verneuil quickly stepped between them and the commandant, who was smiling, and deftly unfastened the loops of braid on her spencer. Then, with the heedlessness that possesses a woman whose self-love has been severely wounded, she drew out a letter and handed it at once to the commandant. Pleased with her power, and as impatient to exercise it as any child can be to try a new plaything. "Read it," she said with a sarcastic smile. Intoxicated with her triumph, she returned towards the young man with a glance at him in which malice and love were mingled. The brows of both grew lighter, a flush of joy overspread their excited faces. Innumerable contending thoughts arose in their minds. Madame Dugois' glance seemed to say that she attributed Mademoiselle de Verneuil's generosity rather to love than to charity, and she was certainly quite right. The fair traveller flushed up in the first instance, and modestly lowered her eyelids as she gathered the meaning of that feminine glance. But she raised her head again proudly under the menacing accusation, and defiantly met all eyes. Meanwhile, the petrified commandant handed back her letter, countersigned by ministers, and enjoining all persons in authority to obey the orders of the mysterious bearer. But he drew his sword from its sheath, broke it over his knee, and flung down the fragments. "Mademoiselle, you probably know what you are about, but a republican has his own ideas and a pride of his own, and I have not yet learned to take my orders from a pretty woman. The First Consul will receive my resignation tonight, and another than Hulot will obey you. When I do not understand a matter, I will not stir in it, especially if I am supposed to understand it and cannot." There was a moment's silence, soon broken by the young Parisian lady, who went up to the commandant, held out her hand, and said, "Colonel, although your beard is rather long, you may give me a kiss. You are a man." "So I trust, mademoiselle," he answered, as he awkwardly pressed his lips to the hand of this strange girl. "As for you, comrade," and he pointed his finger at him, "you have had a narrow escape." "The joke has gone quite far enough, commandant. If you like, I will go to the district with you," said the laughing stranger. "And bring that invisible whistler, Marche à terre, along with you." "Marche à terre? Who is that?" said the sailor, with every sign of genuine surprise. "Did not someone whistle a minute ago?" "If they did," said the other, "what has that to do with me, I wonder? I thought that your men, brought here no doubt to arrest me, were warning you of their approach." "Was that really what you thought?" Mon Dieu, yes. Drink your glass of Bordeaux. It is delicious." Perplexed by the sailor's astonishment, by the levity of his manner, and the almost childish appearance of his face, with its carefully curled fair hair, the commandant's mind hesitated among endless suspicions. He noticed Madame Dugois, who was trying to read the secret in her son's glances at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, and suddenly asked her, "Your age, citoyenne?" "Alas, the laws of our republic are growing very merciless, monsieur l'officier. I am 38 years old." "May I be shot if I believe a word of it. Marche à terre is about. I heard him whistle, and you are Chouans in disguise. Tonnerre de Dieu! I will have the inn surrounded and searched." A whistle not unlike the sound he spoke of interrupted the commandant's speech. It came from the courtyard. Fortunately, Hulot hurried into the corridor and did not notice the pallor that overspread Madame Dugrois' face at the words. When Hulot beheld the whistler, a postilion harnessing his horses to the coach, his suspicions were allayed. It seemed to him so absurd that Chouans should risk themselves in the midst of Alençon that he returned in confusion. I forgive him, but some day he shall pay dear for the moments he has made us spend here, said the mother gravely, whispering to her son, and at that instant Hulot came into the room again. The brave officer clearly showed on his embarrassed face the expression of a mental struggle between the rigorous claims of duty and his own natural good nature. He still looked surly, perhaps because he thought that he had been mistaken, but he took the glass of Bordeaux and said, "Excuse me, comrade, but if your school sends out such youngsters for officers—" "Are there not still younger ones among the brigands?" asked the so-called sailor, laughing. "For whom did you take my son?" answered Madame Dugrois. "For the Gars, the leader sent over to the Chouans and Vendéans by the English ministry, and whose style is the Marquis of Montauran." As he spoke, the commandant still kept a close watch on the faces of the two suspected persons. They looked at each other with the peculiar expressions which two presumptuous and ignorant people might assume successively, and which might be translated by this dialogue. "Do you know what this means? No, do you? Not a bit of it. What does he mean to say? He is dreaming." And there followed the mocking jeer of folly, which thinks itself triumphant. The mention of the Royalist general's name wrought in Marie de Verneuil's manners and unconcern a sudden alteration, which was only visible to Francine, the one person present who could read the almost imperceptible shades of expression on that young face. Completely baffled, the commandant picked up the two pieces of his sword and looked at Mademoiselle de Verneuil. The warmth and excitement in her face had succeeded in stirring his own feelings. He said, "As for you, mademoiselle, I shall stick to my word, and tomorrow the fragments of my sword shall return to Bonaparte, unless—" "What have I to do with your Bonapartes and your republics, your Chouans, your king, and your Gars?" cried she, repressing with some difficulty an outburst of temper which would have been in very poor taste. A strange excitement or waywardness brought a brilliant color to her face. It was clear that the whole world would become as nothing to this young girl from the moment when she singled out one living creature in it from all others. But suddenly she forced herself to be calm again, finding that all eyes were turned upon her as upon a principal personage. The commandant rose abruptly. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, anxious and disturbed, followed him, stopped him in the passage outside, and asked him in earnest tones, "Had you really very strong reasons for suspecting this young man to be the Gars?" "Tonnerre de Dieu! That popinjay who came along with you, mademoiselle, had just told me that the travelers and courier had all been murdered by the Chouans, which I knew already, but I did not know that the name of the dead travelers was Dugrois Saint-Cyr." "Oh, if Corentin is mixed up in it, I am not surprised at anything any longer," she said with a gesture of disgust. The commandant withdrew, not daring to look at Mademoiselle de Verneuil,
whose dangerous beauty had already perturbed his heart. "If I had stayed there for 10 more minutes," he said to himself as he went downstairs, "I should have been fool enough to pick up my sword again to escort her." Madame Dugois saw how the young man's eyes were fixed on the door through which Mademoiselle de Verneuil had made her exit, and spoke in his ear. "It is always the same with you. You will only come to your end through some woman or other. The sight of a doll makes you forget everything else. Why did you allow her to breakfast with us? What sort of Demoiselle de Verneuil can she be, who accepts invitations to breakfast with strangers, has an escort of blues, and countermands them by a paper kept in reserve in her spencer like a love letter? She is one of those vile creatures by means of whom Fouché thinks to entrap you, and that letter which she produced authorized her to make use of the blues against you." "Really, madame," said the young man in a sharp tone that cut the lady to the heart and made her cheeks turn white, "her generosity is a flat contradiction to your theories. Be careful to remember that we are only brought together by the interests of the king. Can the universe be other than a void for you, who have had Charette at your feet? Could you live any longer save to avenge him?" The lady stood lost in thought, like a man who watches the shipwreck of his fortunes from the strand, and only feels a stronger craving for his lost riches. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2D. Mademoiselle de Verneuil came back and exchanged with the young man a smile and a look of gentle raillery. The prophecies of hope were the more flattering because the future seemed so uncertain, and the time that they might spend together so very brief. The glance, however rapid it might be, was not lost on Madame de Gouas's discerning eyes. She saw what it meant, and her brow slightly contracted at once. Her jealous thoughts could not be kept entirely unexpressed by her face. Francine was studying this woman. She saw her eyes sparkle and the color glow in her cheeks. A fiendish inspiration seemed to animate her face. She seemed to be in the throes of some terrible convulsion, but this passed like a flash across her features. Lightning could not be more rapid, nor death more swift. Madame de Gouas resumed her apparent sprightliness with such ready self-command that Francine thought she had been dreaming. For all that, she trembled as she discerned in the woman before her a nature at least as vehement as Mademoiselle de Verneuil's, and foresaw the alarming collisions that were sure to come to pass between two minds of this temper. She shuddered again when she saw Mademoiselle de Verneuil go up to the young officer, fling at him one of those passionate glances that intoxicate, and draw him by both hands towards the window with mischievous coquetry. "Now," said she, as she tried to read his eyes, "confess to me that you are not the citizen du Gouas Saint-Cyr." "Yes, I am, mademoiselle." "But both he and his mother were murdered the day before yesterday." "I am extremely sorry," he answered, smiling at her. "But however that may be, I am none the less obliged to you. I shall always remember you with deep gratitude, and I wish that I were in a position to prove it." "I thought I had saved an emigrant, but I like you better as a republican."
She became embarrassed at the words which seemed to have heedlessly dropped from her. Her lips grew redder. There was nothing in her face but a delightfully artless revelation of her feelings. Softly she dropped the young officer's hands, not through bashfulness because she had pressed them, but impelled by a thought within her heart well-nigh too heavy to bear. And so she left him intoxicated by his hopes. Then, quite suddenly, she seemed to repent within herself of this freedom, although these passing adventures of travel might seem to justify it. She stood once more on ceremony, took leave of her travelling companions, and vanished with Francine. When they had reached their room, Francine locked her fingers together and turned out the palms of her outstretched hands, twisting her arms to do so, as she looked at her mistress, saying, "Ah, Marie, how many things have happened in such a short time! There is no one like you for these goings-on." Mademoiselle de Verneuil sprang to Francine and put her arms round her neck. "This is life," she cried. "I am in heaven." "Or in hell, maybe," Francine answered. "Yes, hell, if you like," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil merrily. "Here, give me your hand. Feel how my pulse beats. I am in a fever. Little matters all the world to me now. How often have I not seen him in my dreams? What a fine head that is of his, and how his eyes sparkle." "But will he love you?" asked the peasant girl with direct simplicity. Her voice faltered, and her face took a sober expression. "Can you ask?" replied Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "Now, tell me, Francine," she added, striking a half-comic, half-tragical attitude before her, "would he be so very hard to please?" "Yes, but will the love last?" Francine answered, smiling. For a moment the two remained struck dumb. Francine, because she had disclosed so much knowledge of life, and Marie, because, for the first time in her existence, she beheld a prospect of happiness in a love affair. She was leaning, as it were, over a precipice, and would fain try its depths, waiting for the sound of the pebble that she had thrown over, and, in the first instance, had thrown heedlessly. "Ah, that is my business," she said, with the gesture of a desperate gambler. "I have no compassion for a woman who is cast off. She has only herself to blame for her desertion. Once in my keeping, I shall know how to retain a man's heart through life and death." There was a moment's pause, and she added, in a tone of surprise, "But how did you come by so much experience, Francine?" "Mademoiselle," said the young countrywoman eagerly, "I can hear footsteps in the corridor." "Ah, not his," said the other, listening for them. "So this is the way you answer me? I understand you. I shall wait for your secret, or I shall guess it." Francine was right. 3 raps on the door interrupted their conversation, and Captain Merle soon showed his face after he heard Mademoiselle de Verneuil's invitation to enter. The captain made a military salute, ventured a sidelong glance at Mademoiselle de Verneuil, and, dazzled by the beautiful woman before him, could find nothing else to say than, "I am at your orders, mademoiselle." "So you have become my protector on the resignation of your chief of demi-brigade. Is not that what your regiment is called?" "My superior officer, Adjutant Major Gerard, sent me to you." "So your commandant is afraid of me?" she inquired. "Begging your pardon, mademoiselle, Hulot is not afraid, but ladies are not much in his line, you see, and it rather put him out to find his general wearing a mutch." "It was his duty to obey his superiors for all that," Mademoiselle de Verneuil replied. I have a liking for subordination, I give you warning, and I do not like resistance to my authority. It would be difficult, said Merle. Let us talk things over, Mademoiselle de Verneuil continued. Your troops here are fresh. They will escort me to Mayenne, which I can reach tonight. Could we find fresh soldiers there so as to set out again at once without a halt? The Chouans do not know of our little expedition. If we travel at night in this way, we should have to be very unlucky indeed to meet with them in numbers sufficient to attack us. Let us see now. Tell me if you think the plan feasible? Yes, mademoiselle. How are the roads between Mayenne and Fougères? Rough, and there are everlasting ups and downs, a regular squirrel track. Let us be off at once, said she, and as we have no dangers to fear on the outskirts of Alençon, set out first, and we will soon overtake you. One might think she had been 10 years in command, said Merle to himself as he went out. Hulot was wrong about her. That girl is not one of the sort that make their living from feather beds. Mille cartouches! If Captain Merle means to be adjutant major some day, I advise him not to take St. Michael for the devil. Whilst Mademoiselle de Verneuil was taking counsel with the captain, Francine slipped out, intending to inspect from a corridor window a spot in the courtyard which had attracted her curiosity ever since her arrival in the inn. So rapt was her gaze upon the heap of straw in the stable that anyone might have thought her engaged in prayer before the shrine of the Holy Virgin. Very soon she saw Madame du Gouas picking her way towards Marche-à-Terre with all the caution of a cat that tries not to wet its paws. At sight of the lady, the Chouan rose and stood most respectfully before her. This strange occurrence revived Francine's curiosity. She sprang out into the yard, gliding along by the wall so that Madame du Gouas should not see her, and tried to hide herself behind the stable door. She held her breath and walked on tiptoe, trying not to make the slightest sound, and succeeded in placing herself close to Marche-à-Terre without attracting his attention. And if, after you have made all these inquiries, you find that that is not her name, said the stranger lady to the Chouan, you will shoot her down without mercy, as if she were a mad dog. I understand, said Marche-à-Terre. The lady went. The Chouan put his red woolen cap on his head again, and stood scratching his ear like a man in doubt, when he saw Francine start up before him as if by magic. Saint Anne of Auray! Cried he, and suddenly dropping his whip, he clasped his hands and stood enraptured. A faint red flush lit up his rough face, and his eyes shone out like diamonds in the mud. Is that really Cotin's lass? He asked in a stifled voice, audible to himself alone. Aren't you just grand? Gaudin, he went on after a pause. This rather odd word, Gaudin, Gaudin, in the patois of the country, serves rustic wooers to express the highest possible admiration of a combination of beauty and finery. I am afraid to touch you, Marche-à-Terre added, but nevertheless he stretched out his big hand to Francine to ascertain the weight of a thick gold chain which wound about her throat and hung down to her waist. You had better not, Pierre, Francine said, inspired by the woman's instinct to tyrannize wherever she is not oppressed. Francine drew back with much dignity after enjoying the Chouan's surprise, but there was plenty of kindliness in her looks to make up for her hard words. She came nearer again. Pierre, she went on, was not that lady talking to you about the young lady my mistress? Marcheterre stood in silence. His face, like the dawn, was a struggle between light and darkness. He looked first at Francine, then at the great whip that he had dropped, and finally back at the gold chain, which seemed to have for him an attraction quite as powerful as the face of the Breton maid. Then, as if to put an end to his perplexities, he picked up his whip again and uttered not a word. "Oh, it is not difficult to guess that the lady has ordered you to kill my mistress," Francine continued. She knew the scrupulous loyalty of the Gars, and wished to overcome his hesitation. Marcheterre nodded significantly. For Cotran's lass, this was an answer. "Very well, then, Pierre. If anything should happen to her, no matter how slight, or if you should take so much as a hair of her head, we shall have seen each other for the last time, and we shall not even meet in eternity, for I shall be in paradise, and you will go to hell." No demoniac exorcised by the offices of the Church performed in pomp in the days of yore could have shown more terror than Marcheterre at this prophecy, uttered with a conviction that went far to assure him that it would really come to pass. The uncouth tenderness revealed in his first glances now struggled with a fanatical sense of duty, every whit as exacting as love itself. He looked savage all at once as he noticed the air of authority assumed by his innocent former sweetheart. Francine explained the Chouan's glumness in her own fashion. "So you will do nothing for me?" she said in a reproachful tone. The Chouan gave his sweetheart a look, black as the raven's wing, at the words. "Are you your own mistress?" asked he, in a growl that no one but Francine could hear. "Should I be here if I were?" she asked indignantly. "But what are you doing here? Still chouaning and scouring the roads like a mad animal looking for someone to bite? Oh, Pierre, if you were reasonable, you would come with me. This pretty young lady, who, I may tell you, was brought up in our house at home, has taken charge of me. I have 200 livres invested income. Mademoiselle gave 500 crowns to buy my Uncle Thomas's big house for me, and I have 2,000 livres of savings besides." But her smile and the enumeration of her riches failed of their effect. She still confronted Marcheterre's inscrutable gaze. "The rectors have told us to fight," he replied. "There is an indulgence for every blue that drops." "But perhaps the blues will kill you." He let his arms fall at his sides by way of reply, as if he regretted the meagreness of his sacrifice for God and the king. "And then what would become of me?" the girl went on sadly. Marcheterre looked at Francine like a man bereft of his faculties. His eyes seemed to dilate. 2 tears stole down his rough cheeks and rolled in parallel lines over his goatskin raiment. A hollow groan came from his chest. "Saint Anne of Auray, is that all you will say to me, Pierre, after we have been parted for 7 years? How changed you are!" "My love is always the same," the Chouan broke out in gruff tones. "No," she murmured, "the king comes before me." "I shall go," he said, "if you look at me in that way." "Very well, then. Good-bye," she said sadly. "Good-bye," echoed Marcheterre. He seized Francine's hand, pressed it in his own and kissed it, made the sign of the cross, and escaped into the stable like some dog that has just purloined a bone. "Pia Mich," he called to his comrade, "I cannot see a bit. Have you your snuff-box about you?"
"Oh, crebleu, what a fine chain!" said Miche, fumbling in a pocket contrived in his goatskin. He held out to Marcheterre a little conical snuff-box, made out of a cow's horn, in which Bretons keep the snuff that they grind for themselves in the long winter evenings. The Chouan raised his thumb so as to make a cup-shaped hollow in his left hand, as pensioners are wont to do when measuring their pinches of snuff, and shook the horn into it vigorously, Miche having unscrewed the nozzle. A fine dust was slowly shaken from the tiny hole at the end of this Breton appurtenance. Marcheterre repeated this feat 7 or 8 times in silence, as if the powder possessed some virtue for changing the current of his thoughts. Then, with a sudden involuntary gesture of despair, he flung the snuff-box to Miche and picked up a carbine that lay hidden in the straw. "There's no use in taking 7 or 8 pinches at a time, like that," said the niggardly Miche. "Forward!" cried Marcheterre hoarsely. "There is some work for us to do." Some 30 Chouans, who were sleeping under the hay-racks and in the straw, raised their heads at this, and, seeing Marcheterre standing, vanished forthwith through a door which led into some gardens, whence they could reach the open country. When Francine left the stable, she found the mail coach ready to start. Mademoiselle de Verneuil and her 2 travelling companions were seated in it already. The Breton girl shuddered to see her mistress in the coach with, at her side, the woman who had just given orders to kill her. The suspect had placed himself opposite Marie, and as soon as Francine took her seat, the heavy coach set out with all speed. The grey clouds had vanished before the autumn sunlight, which brought a certain revival of gladness to the melancholy fields, as though the year were yet young. Many a pair of lovers read an augury in these signs in the sky. Silence prevailed among the travellers at first, to Francine's great surprise. Mademoiselle de Verneuil had returned to her former reserve. She kept her head slightly bent and her eyes downcast, while her hands were hidden under a sort of cloak in which she had wrapped herself. If she raised her eyes at all, it was to look at the changing landscape as she was whirled through it. She was secure of admiration, and was declining to take any notice of it. But her indifference seemed scarcely genuine, and suggested coquetry. There is a certain touching purity which dominates every fleeting phase of expression by which weaker souls reveal themselves, but there was no charm of this kind about this being, whose highly wrought temperament had marked her out for the storms of passion. The stranger opposite was as yet altogether taken up with the delights of a newly begun flirtation, and did not try to reconcile the inconsistencies in this extraordinary girl, a lofty enthusiast and a coquette. Did not her feigned serenity give him a chance to study her face at his leisure, rendered as beautiful now by repose as before by excitement? We are not very apt to find fault with anything that gives us pleasure. In a coach it is not easy for a pretty woman to avoid the eyes of her fellow travellers. They turn to her in search of one more relief from the tedium of the journey. The young officer therefore took a pleasure in studying the striking and clear-cut outlines of her face, delighted to satisfy the cravings of a growing passion by gazing at her as at a picture, without giving annoyance by his persistence, or causing the fair stranger to avoid his glances. Sometimes the daylight brought out the transparent rose hues of her nostrils, and the double curves that lie between the nose and the upper lip. or a faint sunbeam would shed its light upon every shade of colour in her face, on the pearly white about her mouth and eyes, growing to a dead ivory tint at her throat and temples, and the rose red in her cheeks. He watched admiringly the contrasts of the light and shadow underneath the masses of dark hair about her face, which lent to it one more transient grace. For everything is transient about woman. Her yesterday's beauty is not her beauty of today, and this is lucky, perhaps, for her. The sailor, as he called himself, was still at an age when a man finds bliss in the nothings that make up the whole of love. He watched with pleasure the incessant movements of her eyelids. The rise and fall of her bodice as she breathed fascinated him. Sometimes his fancy led him to detect a connection between the expression of her eyes and a scarcely discernible movement of her lips. For him, every gesture was a revelation of the young girl's nature. Every movement showed her to him in some new aspect. Some thought or other flickered over the rapidly changing features, a sudden flush of colour overspread them, or they glowed with life as she smiled, and he would find inexpressible pleasure in the attempt to penetrate the secret thoughts of the mysterious woman before him. Everything about her was a snare, alike for the senses and the soul. The silence, so far from being a hindrance to an intimate understanding, was forging a chain of thought to unite them both. After several encounters with the stranger's glances, Marie de Verneuil saw that this silence would compromise her. So she turned to Madame du Gouin with one of those banal questions that serve to open a conversation. But even then she could not help bringing in a mention of the lady's son. "How could you bring yourself to put your son into the navy, madame?" said she. "Do you not condemn yourself to a life of constant anxiety?" "Mademoiselle, it is the lot of women, of mothers, I mean, to tremble constantly for their dearest treasures." "Your son is very like you." "Do you think so, mademoiselle?" This serene acceptance of Madame de Gouin's statement as to her age made the young man smile, and provoked a new malignity in his supposed mother. Every glowing look that her son bent on Marie increased her hatred. Both the silence and the talk inflamed her anger to a fearful pitch, though it was concealed beneath a most amiable manner. "You are quite mistaken, mademoiselle," said the stranger. "The navy is not more exposed to danger than the other service. Women ought not to dislike the navy, for have we not one immense superiority over the land forces, in that we are always faithful to our mistresses?" "Yes, because you cannot help it," laughed Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "But it is faithfulness, at any rate," said Madame du Gouin, in an almost melancholy voice. The conversation grew more lively, turning upon matters which were only interesting to the three travellers. Under circumstances of this kind, people with active minds are apt to give new significances to commonplace utterances. But beneath the apparently frivolous crossfire of questions with which these two amused themselves, the feverish hopes and desires that stirred in them lay concealed. Marie was never off her guard, displaying a tact and astute shrewdness which taught Madame de Gouin that only by employing treachery and slander could she look to triumph over a rival whose wit was as formidable as her beauty. The travellers overtook the escort, and the coach went less rapidly on its way. The young
sailor saw that there was a long hill to climb, and proposed to Mademoiselle de Verneuil that they should alight and walk. The young man's friendly politeness and courteous tact had its effect on the fair Parisian. He felt her consent to be a compliment. "Are you of the same opinion, madame?" she asked of Madame de Gouas. "Will you not join our walk?" "Coquette!" exclaimed the lady as she alighted. Marie and the stranger walked together, and yet asunder. He already felt himself mastered by vehement desires, and was eager to break through the reserve with which she treated him, a reserve that did not deceive him in the least. He thought to succeed in this by bringing his lively conversational powers to bear upon his companion, with the debonair gaiety of old France, that is sometimes light-hearted, sometimes earnest, readily moved to laughter, but always chivalrous, the spirit that distinguished the prominent men among the exiled aristocracy. But the lively Parisian lady met his attempts at frivolity in so disdainful a humour, rallied him with such malicious reproaches, and showed so marked a preference for the bold and elevated ideas that passed into his talk in spite of himself, that he soon perceived the way to please her. So the conversation took another turn. The stranger thenceforward fulfilled the promises made by his eloquent face. Every moment he found new difficulties in understanding this siren, who was captivating him more and more, and was compelled to suspend his judgment upon a girl who took a capricious delight in contradicting each conclusion that he formed concerning her. The mere sight of her beauty had carried him away in the first instance, and now he felt himself strongly drawn towards this strange soul by a curiosity which Marie herself took pleasure in stimulating. Unconsciously, their converse assumed a more intimate character. The indifferent tone which Mademoiselle de Verneuil had unsuccessfully tried to give to it had disappeared entirely. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2E. Although Madame de Gouas had followed the lover-like pair, they had unwittingly walked faster than she did, and soon found themselves about 100 paces ahead of her. The two picturesque beings were treading the sandy road, absorbed in the childish pleasure of hearing their light footsteps sounding together, pleased that the same spring-like rays of sunlight should envelop them both, glad to breathe the same air with the autumn scent of fallen leaves in it, which seemed to be a nourishment brought by the breeze for the sentimental melancholy of their growing love. Although neither of them appeared to regard their brief companionship as anything but an ordinary adventure, there was something in the sky above them, in the season and in the place, which gave their sentiments a tinge of soberness and lent an appearance of passion to them. They began to praise the beauty of the day, and then fell to talking of their strange meeting, of the end of the pleasant intercourse so nearly approaching, and of how easy it is to become intimate upon a journey with people who are lost to sight again almost directly after we meet them. At this last observation, the young man availed himself of a tacit permission which seemed to warrant him in making some sentimental confidences, and in venturing a declaration, like a man accustomed to situations of this kind. "Do you notice, mademoiselle," he said, "how little our feelings flow in their accustomed channels in these times of terror in which we live? Is there not a striking and unexplainable spontaneity about everything that takes place around us? We love nowadays, or we hate, on the strength of a single glance. We are bound together for life, or we are severed, with the same speed that brings us to the scaffold. We do everything in haste, like the nation in its ferment. We cling to each other more closely amid these perils than in the common course of life. Lately, in Paris, we have come to know, as men learn on the battlefield, all that is meant by a grasp of the hand." "The thirst for a full life in a little space," she said, "was felt then because men used to have so short a time to live." She gave a rapid glance at her companion, which seemed to put him in mind of the end of their brief journey, and added maliciously, "You have a very fair knowledge of life for a young man just leaving the École Polytechnique." "What do you think of me?" he asked after a moment's pause. "Tell me frankly and without hesitation." "You wish in turn to acquire the right of speaking in like fashion of me?" she queried, laughing. "You are not answering me," he said after another slight pause. "Beware, silence is very often an answer in itself." "Did I not guess all that you wished you could tell me? Mon Dieu, you have said too much already." "Oh, if we understand each other," he said, smiling, "I have obtained more than I dared to hope." She smiled so graciously at this that she seemed willing to engage in a courteous fence in words, in which a man delights to press a woman closely. Half in jest and half in earnest, they persuaded themselves that it was impossible that, each for each, they could ever be other than they were at that moment. The young man could fairly give himself up to a predilection which had no future before it, and Marie could laugh at him. When, in this way, they had set up an imaginary barrier between them, both of them seemed eager to take full advantage of the dangerous liberty which they had just acquired. Marie suddenly slipped on a stone and stumbled. "Take my arm," said the stranger. "I shall have to do so, giddy pate, because you would grow so conceited if I declined. Would it not look as if I were afraid of you?" "Ah, mademoiselle," he said, pressing her arm against him to let her feel the beating of his heart, "you have just made me very vain by this favor." "Well, then, my readiness to grant it will dispel your illusions." "Do you want to arm me already against the dangerous emotions you inspire?" "I beg that you will stop this talk," she said. "Do not involve me in a labyrinth of boudoir small talk and the jargon of drawing rooms. I do not like to find the sort of ingenuity that any fool can attain to in a man of your caliber. Look, here we are out in the open country, under a glorious sky. Everything before us and above us is great. You wish to inform me that I am pretty, is that not so? But I can tell that quite well from your eyes, and moreover I am aware of it. I am not a woman to be gratified by civil speeches. Possibly you would speak to me of your sentiments?" she went on, with sardonic emphasis on the last word. "Could you really think me foolish enough to believe in a sudden sympathy powerful enough to control a whole life by the memories of one morning?" "Not the memories of a morning," he replied, "but of a beautiful woman who has shown herself to be magnanimous as well." "You forget," she said, laughing, "much greater attractions than these.
I am a stranger to you, and everything about me must seem very unusual in your eyes. My name, rank, and position, and my freedom of thought and action. You are no stranger to me, he exclaimed. I have divined your nature. I would not add one perfection more to your completeness, unless it were a little more belief in the love that you inspire at first sight. You poor 17-year-old boy, you are prating of love already, she smiled. Very well, so be it then. It is a stock subject of conversation when any two creatures meet, like the wind and the weather, when we pay a call. Let us take it then. You will find no false modesty nor littleness in me. I can hear the word love pronounced without blushing. It has been said to me so very often, but not in tones that the heart uses, that it has grown almost meaningless in my ears. I have heard it repeated everywhere, in the theatre, in books, and in society, but I have never met with anything that resembled the magnificent sentiment itself. Have you looked for it? Yes. The word fell from her so carelessly that the young man started and gazed at Marie, as if his views with regard to her character and condition had undergone a sudden change. Mademoiselle, are you girl or woman, an angel or a fiend? He asked with ill-concealed emotion. Both the one and the other, she answered him, smiling. Is there not something both diabolical and angelic in a girl who has never loved, does not love, and possibly never will love? And you are happy for all that? He asked, with a certain freedom of tone and manner, as if this woman who had liberated him had fallen in his esteem already. Happy? She asked. Oh, no. When I happen to think how solitary I am, and of the tyranny of social conventions which perforce makes a schemer of me, I envy man his prerogatives. Then at the thought of all the means with which nature has endowed us women, so that we can surround you and entangle you in the meshes of an invisible power that not one of you can resist, my lot has its attractions for me, and then all at once it seems to me a pitiful thing, and I feel that I should despise a man who could be deceived by these vulgar wiles. Sometimes, in short, I recognize the yoke we must bear with approval. Then, again, it is hateful to me, and I rebel against it. Sometimes a longing stirs within me for that lot of devotion which makes a woman so fair and noble a thing. And then again I am consumed by a desire for power. This is perhaps the natural struggle between good and evil instincts by which everything lives here below. Angel or fiend, did you say? I do not recognize my double nature today for the first time. We women know our own insufficiency even better than you do. Instinctively we expect in everything a perfection, which is no doubt impossible. But, she sighed as she turned her eyes to the sky, there is one thing which ennobles us in your eyes. And that is? Asked he. Well, that is the fact that we are all struggling more or less against our destiny of incompleteness. Mademoiselle, why must we take leave of you tonight? Ah, she said, smiling at the glowing look the young man turned upon her. Let us go back to the coach. The fresh air is not good for us. And Marie hurried back to it.
As the stranger followed, he pressed her arm, with scanty respect for her, but in a manner which expressed both his admiration and the feelings which had gained the mastery over him. She quickened her pace. The sailor guessed that she meant to escape from a suit which might be urged upon her, and this made him the more vehemently eager. He risked everything to gain a first favor from this woman, and said diplomatically, "Shall I tell you a secret?" "Oh, at once, if it relates to your own affairs." "I am not in the service of the Republic. Where are you going? I will go with you." Marie shuddered violently at these words. She withdrew her arm from his and put both hands before her face to hide the red flush, or the pallor, it may be, that wrought a change in her features. Then, in a moment, she uncovered her face and said in a tremulous voice, "So you began as you would fain have ended, by deceiving me?" "Yes," he said. She turned her back on the bulky coach towards which they were walking, and almost started to run. "But just now the fresh air was not good," began the stranger. "Oh, it is different now," she said, with a sad note in her voice, and she walked on. A storm of thoughts was raging within her. "You are silent?" the stranger said. His heart was full of joyous anticipation of pleasure to come. "Oh," she cried briefly, "how quickly the tragedy has begun." "What tragedy are you talking of?" he inquired. She stopped short, scanning the pupil from the école with both fear and curiosity in her looks. Then she concealed her troubled feelings beneath an inscrutable serenity. Evidently, for so young a woman, she had no small practical knowledge of life. "Who are you?" she went on. "But I know who you are. I suspected you at first sight. Are you not the royalist chief called the Gars? The ex-bishop of Autun was quite right when he cautioned us to believe in our forebodings of ill. What interest can there be for you in knowing that fellow? What interest could he have in concealing his identity when I have saved his life already?" She began to laugh, but it was with visible effort. "I did wisely," she said, "when I prevented you from making love to me. Understand this, sir. You are abhorrent to me. I am a Republican. You are a Royalist. I would give you up if I had not passed my word, if I had not saved your life once already, and if—" She broke off. These stormy revulsions of feeling, the struggle which she scarcely troubled herself to hide from him any longer, alarmed the stranger. He tried to watch her, but to no purpose. "Let us part at once. I will have it so. Goodbye," said she. She turned sharply from him, took a step or two, and then came back again. "Nay," she said, "it is of immense importance to me to know who you really are. Do not hide anything. Tell me the truth. Who are you? You are no more a pupil of the École Polytechnique than a 17-year-old. I am a sailor, ready to leave the sea to follow you wherever your fancy may lead me. If I am fortunate enough to represent a puzzle of some sort to you, I shall be very careful not to extinguish your interest in it. Why should we bring the grave cares of real life into the life of the heart, in which we were coming to understand one another so well? Our souls could have met and known each other," she said earnestly, "but I have no right to demand your confidence, sir. You shall never know the extent of your obligations to me. I will say no more." They went some little way in absolute silence. "You take a great interest in my life," the stranger began. "For pity's sake, sir, either give me your name or do not speak. You are a child, and I am sorry for you," she added, shrugging her shoulders. The persistent way in which his fellow traveller set herself to learn his secret brought the supposed sailor into a predicament between ordinary prudence and his desires. A powerful attraction lies in the displeasure of a woman we long to win, and when she yields and relents, no less than in her anger, her sway is absolute. She seizes upon so many fibres of man's heart as she subdues and penetrates it. Was her vexation one more wile of the coquette in Mademoiselle de Verneuil? In spite of the fever that burned within him, the stranger had sufficient remaining self-control to mistrust a woman who wished to extort his secret of life and death from him. He held the hand which she absently allowed him to take. "Why," said he to himself, "should my blundering, which sought to add a future to today, have destroyed all the charm of it instead?" Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who seemed to be in great trouble, was silent. "In what way is it possible that I can give you pain?" he began, "and what can I do to soothe you?" "Tell me your name." It was his turn to be silent now, and they walked on some steps further. Then Mademoiselle de Verneuil suddenly stopped, like someone who has made a momentous decision. "Marquis of Montauran," she said with dignity, though she could not altogether hide the inward agitation which gave a kind of nervous trembling to her features. "I am happy to do you a service at whatever personal cost. Here we must separate. The coach and the escort are too necessary for your safety for you to decline to accept either of them. You have nothing to fear from the Republicans. All those soldiers you see are men of honor, and I shall give orders to the adjutant, which he will carry out faithfully. I myself shall return on foot to Alençon. My maid and a few of the soldiers will go back with me. Heed me well, for your life is in danger. If before you are in safety you should meet the detestable Muscadin whom you saw in the inn, then you must fly, for he would immediately give you up. As for me—" Here she paused, and then went on in a low voice as she kept back the tears. "I shall plunge once more into the miseries of life with a proud heart. Farewell, sir. May you be happy, and farewell." She beckoned to Captain Merle, who had reached the top of the hill. The young man was not prepared for such a sudden development as this. "Stay!" he cried, with a very fair imitation of despair. The stranger had been so taken by surprise at this singular freak on the girl's part, that, though he was ready at that moment to sacrifice his life to gain her, he invented a pitiable subterfuge to satisfy Mademoiselle de Verneuil without revealing his name. "Your guess was a very near one," he said. "I am an emigrant under sentence of death, and I am called the Vicomte de Bourbon. I came back to be near my brother in France, drawn by the love of my country. I hope to be struck out of the list through the influence of Madame de Beauharnais, who is now the First Consul's wife. But if that fails, I mean at any rate to die on French soil, to fall fighting by the side of my friend Montauran. I am going, in the first place, secretly into Brittany by the help of a passport that I have succeeded in obtaining, to learn if any of my property there yet remains to me." Mademoiselle de Verneuil studied the young gentleman as he spoke, with keen attention. She tried to weigh the truth of his words, but it was in her nature to be trustful and credulous, and her appearance of tranquillity slowly returned as she asked, "Is all that you have just told me true, sir?" "Absolutely true," the stranger repeated, who appeared to regard veracity but slightly in his dealings with women. Mademoiselle de Verneuil heaved a deep sigh, like one coming to life again. "Ah, I am really happy," cried she. "So you quite hate my poor Montauran?" "No," she said, "you cannot understand me. I did not wish that you should be threatened by dangers from which I will try to shield him, since he is your friend." "Who told you that Montauran was in danger?" "Oh, sir, if I had not just left Paris, where nothing but his adventure is being talked of. The commandant told us quite sufficient about him at Alençon, I think." "Then I am going to ask you in what way you could shield him from danger." "And suppose I should not choose to answer?" she said, with the haughty expression which women so readily assume to conceal their feelings. "What right have you to know my secrets?" "The right that a man who loves you ought to have." "Already?" said she. "No, sir, you do not love me. For you I am simply a fitting object for a passing affair of gallantry. Did I not read your thoughts at the first glance? Could a woman with any experience of good society, as manners are at present, be deceived about you when she hears a pupil from the École Polytechnique choose his expressions as you do, and when he so clumsily disguises his courtly breeding beneath an appearance of republicanism? There is a trace of powder about your hair, an aristocratic atmosphere about you which any woman of the world would recognize at once. It was because I trembled for you that I so promptly dismissed my director, whose wits are as keen as a woman's. A genuine Republican officer from the École, sir, would never have thought to make a conquest of me, nor would he have taken me for a good-looking adventuress. Permit me, Monsieur de Bourbon, to put a small piece of feminine reasoning before you. Are you really so young that you do not know that the most difficult conquests to make are those creatures of our sex whose market value is known, and who are satiated with pleasure? To gain that kind of woman, so they say, great inducements are needed, and she only surrenders at her own caprice. To attempt to make any impression upon her would be the acme of self-conceit in a man. Let us leave out of the question the women of the class in which you are so gallant as to include me, because it is understood that they all must be beautiful. And you ought to see that a witty and beautiful young woman of good birth, for you concede those advantages to me, is not to be purchased. There is but one way of winning her. She must be loved. Now you understand me. If she loves and condescends to folly, there must be something great in it to justify her in her own eyes. Pardon an exuberance of reasoning not often met with in persons of my sex, but for your own sake, and for mine," she added with a bend of her head, "I would not have either of us deceived as to the worth of the other, nor would I have you believe that Mademoiselle de Verneuil, whether fiend or angel, girl or woman, could allow herself to be captivated by the commonplaces of gallantry." "Mademoiselle," began the supposed Viscount, whose surprise was extreme, although he concealed it, and who suddenly became once more a very fine gentleman. I beg of you to believe that I will look upon you as a very noble woman, full of lofty and generous feeling, or as a kind-hearted girl, whichever you choose." "I do not ask so much of you, sir," she said, laughing. "Leave me my incognito. My mask, moreover, fits more closely than yours does, and it pleases me to retain it, if only that I may know whether people who speak of love to me are sincere. Do not venture to approach me so heedlessly. Hear me, sir," she went on, grasping his arm firmly. "If you could satisfy me that your love was sincere, no power on earth should sunder us. Yes, I could wish to share in the larger life of a man, to be wedded to lofty ambitions and great thoughts. Unfaithfulness is impossible to noble hearts. Constancy is a part of their natural strength. I should be always loved, always happy. But yet I should not be ready at all times to lay myself under the feet of the man I loved as a step upon which he might rise in his career. I could not give up all things for him, endure all things from him, and still love on, even when he had ceased to love me. I have never yet ventured to confide the longings of my own heart to another, nor to speak of the impassioned impulses of the enthusiasm that consumes me, but I can readily speak to you of them, to some extent, because the moment that you are in safety, we shall separate." "Separate? Never!" he cried, electrified by the tones of her voice, through which a powerful soul vibrated, a soul at strife, as it seemed, with some vast thought. "Are you free?" she asked, with a scornful glance at him which made him shrink. "Oh, free, yes, but for the sentence of death." Then she spoke, and her voice was full of bitterness. "If this were not all a dream, what a glorious life ours should be! But let us commit no follies, though I may have talked foolishly. Everything seems doubtful when I think of all that you ought to become before you can appreciate me at my just worth. And nothing would be doubtful to me if you would be mine." "Hush!" she cried, as she heard the words, with a genuine ring of passion in them. "The air is certainly no longer wholesome for us. Let us go back to our chaperons." It was not long before the coach overtook the two, who resumed their places, and they went on in silence for several leagues. If both of them had plenty to think about, their eyes, henceforth, avoided each other no more. Each seemed to have, since their conversation, an equal interest in watching the other, and in keeping an important secret hidden. Yet each also felt attracted to the other by a desire which had risen to the degree of passion, as each recognized characteristics which enhanced the pleasure they expected to receive from union or from conflict. Perhaps both of them, embarked upon their lives of adventure, had come to the strange condition of mind when, either from weariness or by way of a challenge to fate, we decline to reflect seriously over the course we are pursuing, and yield ourselves up to the caprices of fortune, precisely because there is but one possible issue, which we behold as the inevitable result of it all. Are there not abysses and declivities in the moral, as in the physical world, wherein vigorous natures love to plunge and endanger their existence with the joy of a gambler who stakes his whole fortune on one throw. Mademoiselle de Verneuil and the young noble had in a manner come to understand these ideas, which were common to them both since the conversation which had given rise to them, and both had suddenly made great progress when the sympathy of the soul had followed that of their senses. For all that, the more inevitably they felt drawn towards each other, the more they became absorbed in unconsciously counting up the amount of happiness to come for them, if only for the sake of the additional pleasure. The young man had not recovered from his amazement at the depths of thought in this extraordinary girl, and he began with wondering how she could combine so much experience with such youthful freshness. He next thought that he discerned an intense desire to appear innocent in the studied innocence of Marie's general behavior. He suspected this to be assumed. He took himself to task for his delight, and could only see a clever actress in this fair stranger. He was quite right. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, like all girls who have been early thrown on the world, become more and more reserved as her feelings grew warmer, and, very naturally, she assumed that prudish mien which women use successfully to conceal their violent desires. All women would fain meet love with a maiden soul, and when it is theirs no longer, their hypocrisy is a tribute with which they welcome love's coming. These were the thoughts that passed rapidly through the mind of the noble, and gave him pleasure. Both of them, in fact, could not but make some progress in love by this examination. In this way, a lover swiftly reaches the point where the defects in his mistress are so many reasons for loving her the more. Mademoiselle de Verneuil's meditations lasted longer than those of the emigrant. Perhaps her imagination took flight over a wider stretching future. He was obeying but one of 1,000 impulses that go to make up a man's experience in life, but the girl foresaw her whole future, taking a pleasure in making it fair and full of happiness and of great and noble ideas. So in these dreams she was happy. The present and the future, her wild fancies and the actual reality alike charmed her. And Marie now sought to retrace her steps, the better to establish her power over the young man's heart, acting in this instinctively, as all women do. After she had determined to surrender herself entirely, she wished, so to speak, to yield inch by inch. She would fain have recalled every action, every look and word in the past, to make them in accord with the dignity of a woman who is loved. Her eyes at times expressed a kind of terror as she brooded over the bold attitude she had assumed in their late conversation. But as she looked at his resolute face again, she thought that one so strong must needs be generous too, and exulted within herself that a lot more glorious than that of most other women had fallen to her, in that her lover was a man of powerful character, a man with a death sentence hanging over him, who had just put his own life in peril to make war with the Republic. The thought that such a soul as this was hers alone, with no other to share it, gave a different complexion to everything else. Between that moment only 5 hours ago, when she had arranged her face and voice so as to attract this gentleman, and the present, When she could perturb him with a glance, there lay a difference as great as between a dead and a living world. Beneath her frank laughter and blithe coquetry lay a hidden and mighty passion, tricked out like misfortune in a smile. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2F. In Mademoiselle de Verneuil's state of mind, everything connected with external life partook of the nature of a phantom show. The coach passed through villages and over hills and valleys, which left no traces in her memory. She reached Mayenne. The escort of soldiers was changed. Merle came to speak to her, and she answered him. She crossed the town, and they went on again. But faces and houses, streets and landscapes and men passed by her like the shadowy forms of a dream. Night came on. Marie travelled along the road to Fougères by the soft light of the brilliant stars in the sky, and it never struck her that there was any change in the heaven above her. She neither knew where Mayenne was, nor Fougères, nor her own destination. That in a few hours she might have to part with the man whom she had chosen, and by whom, as she thought, she herself had been chosen too, was an utter impossibility to her. Love is the one passion which knows neither past nor future. If she betrayed her thoughts in words at times, the sentences that fell from her were almost meaningless, but in her lover's heart they echoed like promises of joy. There were two who looked on at this newborn passion, and its progress under their eyes was alarmingly rapid. Francine knew Marie as thoroughly as the stranger lady knew the young man, and past experience led them to expect, in silence, some terrific catastrophe. As a matter of fact, it was not long before they saw the close of this drama, which Mademoiselle de Verneuil had, perhaps in words of unconscious ill omen, entitled a tragedy. When the four travellers had come about a league out of Mayenne, they heard a horseman coming towards them at a furious pace. As soon as he caught them up, he bent down and looked in the coach for Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who recognized Corentin. This ill-omened individual took it upon himself to make a significant gesture with a familiarity which for her had something scathing in it, and then departed, having made her cold and wretched by this vulgar signal. This occurrence seemed to affect the emigrant disagreeably, which fact was by no means lost on his supposed mother. But Marie touched him lightly, and her look seemed to seek a refuge in his heart, as if there lay the one shelter that she had on earth. The young man's brow grew clear as he felt a thrill of emotion that his mistress should thus have allowed him to see, inadvertently as it were, the extent of her attachment to him. All her coquetry had vanished before an inexplicable dread, and love had shown himself for a moment unveiled. Neither of them spoke, as if the sweet moment so might last a little longer. Unluckily, Madame de Gouas, in their midst, saw everything. Like a miser giving a banquet, she seemed to count their morsels and to measure out their life. Altogether absorbed in their happiness, and without a thought of the way they had come, the two lovers arrived at the part of the road which lies along the bottom of the valley of Ernée, forming the first of the three valleys along which the events took place with which this story opened.
Francine saw and pointed out strange forms which seemed to move like shadows through the trees and the ajoncs that bordered the fields. As the coach came towards these shadows, there was a general discharge of muskets, and the whistling of balls over their heads told the travellers that all these phantoms were substantial enough. The escort had fallen into an ambush. At this sharp fusillade, Captain Marilla keenly regretted his share in Mademoiselle de Verneuil's miscalculation. She had thought that the quick night journey would be attended with so little risk that she had only allowed him to bring 60 men. Acting under Gérard's orders, the captain immediately divided the little troop into 2 columns to hold the road on either side, and both officers advanced at a running pace through the fields of broom and furze, seeking to engage their adversaries before even learning their numbers. The Blues began to beat up the thick undergrowth right and left with rash intrepidity, and kept up an answering fire upon the bushes of broom from which the Chouan volley had come. Mademoiselle de Verneuil's first impulse had led her to spring out of the coach and to run back, so as to put some distance between her and the scene of the fray. But she grew ashamed of her fright, and under the influence or the desire to grow great in the eyes of her beloved, she stood quite still, and tried to make a cool survey of the fight. The emigrant followed her, took her hand, and held it to his heart. "I was frightened," she said, smiling, "but now—" Just at that moment her terrified maid called to her, "Take care, Marie." But as Francine attempted to spring from the coach, she felt the grasp of a strong hand arrest her. The heavy weight of that huge hand drew a sharp cry from her. She turned and made not another sound when she recognized Marche à Terre's face. "So I must owe to your fears the disclosure of the sweetest of all secrets for the heart," the stranger said to Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "Thanks to Francine, I have found out that you are called by the gracious name of Marie. Marie, the name that has been on my lips in every sorrow I have known. Marie, the name that henceforth I shall utter in joy. I shall never more pronounce it without committing sacrilege, without confusing my religion with my love. But will it be a sin, after all, to love and pray at the same time?" They pressed each other's hands fervently as he spoke, and looked at each other in silence. The strength of their feelings had taken from them all power of expressing them. "There is no harm meant for you people," Marche à Terre said roughly to Francine. There was a note of menace and reproach in the hoarse guttural sounds of his voice. He laid a stress upon every word in a way that paralyzed the innocent peasant girl. For the first time she was confronted with cruelty in Marche à Terre's expression. Moonlight seemed the only suitable illumination for such a face. The fierce Breton, with his cap in one hand and his heavy carbine in the other, and with his squat gnome-like form in the cold white rays of light which give everything an unfamiliar look, seemed to belong rather to fairyland than to this world. There was a shadowy swiftness about the coming of this phantom and his reproachful exclamation. He turned immediately to Madame du Gouat, and exchanged some earnest words with her. Francine had forgotten her bas Breton, and could make nothing of their talk. The lady seemed to be giving a complication of orders to Marche à Terre, and the short conference was terminated by an imperious gesticulation on her part, as she pointed out the 2 lovers to the Chouan. Before he obeyed her, Marche à Terre gave Francine one last look. He seemed to be sorry for her, and would have spoken, but the Breton girl felt that her lover was obliged to keep silent. There were furrows in the rough, sunburned skin on his forehead. The man's brows were drawn together in a heavy frown. Would he disobey this renewed order to take Mademoiselle de Verneuil's life? Madame de Gouas no doubt thought him the more hideous for this grimace, but to Francine there was an almost tender gleam in his eyes. The look told her that it was in her woman's power to direct that fierce will, and she hoped yet to establish her sway after God's in this wild heart. Marie's tender conversation was interrupted by Madame du Gouas, who caught hold of her with a cry, as if danger was at hand. She had recognized one of the royalist committee from Alençon, and her sole object was to gain for him an opportunity of speaking to the emigrant. "Mistrust the girl whom you met at the sign of the Three Moors." So said the Chevalier de Valois in the young man's ear, and then both he and the Breton pony which he rode disappeared in the bushes of broom whence he had issued. The sharp rolling fire of the skirmish became at this moment astonishingly hot, but the combatants could not come to close quarters. "Is not this attack a feint, adjutant, so that they may kidnap our travellers and hold them for ransom?" suggested Clé des Caires. "Devil fetch me, you are on the right track," was Gérard's answer as he flung himself on the road. The Chouan fire grew slacker. They had gained their object in the skirmish when the Chevalier's communication was made to the chief. Merle saw them drawing off through the hedges a few at a time, and did not consider it expedient to engage in a useless and dangerous struggle. The captain had a chance to hand Mademoiselle de Verneuil back into the carriage, for there stood the noble like one thunderstruck. The Parisian, in her surprise, got in without availing herself of the Republican's courtesy. She turned to look at her lover, saw him standing there motionless, and was bewildered by the sudden change just wrought in him by the Chevalier's words. Slowly the young emigrant returned. His manner disclosed a feeling of intense disgust. "Was I not right?" Madame du Gouas said in his ear, as she went back with him to the coach. "We are certainly in the hands of a creature who has struck a bargain for your life, but since she is fool enough to be smitten with you instead of attending to her business, do not behave yourself like a child, but pretend that you love her until we reach the Vivetière, and once there—" "Is he really in love with her already?" she added to herself, for the young man did not move, and stood like one lost in dreams. The coach rolled on almost noiselessly over the sandy road. At the first glance round about her, everything seemed changed for Mademoiselle de Verneuil. The shadow of death had stolen across love already. The differences were the merest shades, perhaps, but such shades as these are as strongly marked as the most glaring hues for a woman who loves. Francine had learned from Marcheterre's expression that Mademoiselle de Verneuil's fate, over which she had bidden him to watch, was in other hands than his. Whenever she met her mistress's eyes, she turned pale and could scarcely keep back the tears. The rancour prompting feminine revenge was but ill concealed by the feigned smiles of the stranger lady. The sudden change in her manner, the elaborate kindness for Mademoiselle de Verneuil infused into her voice and expression,
was sufficient to alarm any quick-sighted woman. Mademoiselle de Verneuil shuddered instinctively, and asked herself, "Why did I shudder? Is she not his mother?" But she trembled in every limb as she suddenly asked herself, "But is she really his mother?" Then she saw the precipice before her, and a final glance at the man's face made it plain to her. "This woman loves him," she thought. "But why should she overwhelm me with attentions after having shown so much coolness to me? Is it possible that she fears me, or am I lost?" As for the émigré, he was red and pale by turns. He retained his apparently calm manner by lowering his eyes to conceal the strange emotions that warred within him. His lips were pressed together so tightly that their gracious curving outlines were disturbed. A yellowish tint, due to the violent conflict in his mind, overspread his face. Mademoiselle de Verneuil could not even discover if there was a lingering trace of love in all this passion. Woods lined the road on either side at this spot, and it became so dark that the mute actors in the drama could no longer question each other with their eyes. The sough of the wind rustling through the woods, and the even paces of their escort, gave a tinge of awe to the time and place, a solemnity that quickens the beating of the heart. Mademoiselle de Verneuil could not long seek in vain for the cause of the estrangement. The recollection of Corentin flashed through her mind, and with that the idea of her real destiny rose up suddenly before her. For the first time since the morning, she fell to thinking seriously over her position. Hitherto she had given herself up to the joy of being loved, without a thought of the future or of the past. She grew unable to bear her agony of soul any longer alone, and with the meek patience of love, sat waiting, beseeching one glance of the young man. There was such a touching eloquence about her mute, passionate entreaty, her shudder, and her white face, that he wavered a moment. The catastrophe was but the more complete. "Are you feeling ill, mademoiselle?" he inquired. There was no trace of tenderness in his voice. His look and gesture, the very question itself, all served to convince the poor girl that all that had happened during the day had been part of a soul mirage, which was now dispersing as half-formed clouds are borne away by the wind. "Am I feeling ill?" she replied with a constrained laugh. "I was just going to put the same question to you." "I thought you both understood each other," said Madame Dugois with assumed good nature. But neither Mademoiselle de Verneuil nor the young noble made her any answer. The girl, thus grievously offended for the second time, was vexed to find that her all-powerful beauty had lost its force. She knew that she could discover the reason of this state of things whenever she chose, but she was not anxious to look into it. And for the first time, perhaps, a woman shrank back from learning a secret. There are in our lives far too many situations when, either by dint of overmuch thinking or through some heavy calamity, our ideas become disconnected, have no foundation in fact, and no basis to start from. The links that bind the present to the future and to the past are severed. This was Mademoiselle de Verneuil's condition. She bowed her head, lay back in the carriage, and stayed in this position like an uprooted shrub. She took no notice of anyone, she saw nothing around her, but suffered in silence. wrapping herself about in her sorrow, a deliberate dweller in the solitary world whither unhappiness betakes itself for shelter. Some ravens flew croaking over them, but although in her, as in all strong natures, there was a superstitious spot, she gave no heed to them. The travellers went on their way in silence for some time. "Sundered already," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil to herself, "and yet nothing about me could have told him. Could it have been Corentin? But it is not to Corentin's interest. Who can have risen up to accuse me? I have scarcely been beloved, and here already I am aghast at being forsaken. I have sown love, and I reap contempt. So it is decreed by fate that I shall never do more than see the happiness that I must always lose." There was a trouble within her heart that was new in her experience, for she really loved now, and for the first time. But she was not so overcome by her pain that she could not oppose to it the pride natural to a young and beautiful woman. Her love was still her own secret. The secret that torture often fails to draw had not escaped her. She raised her head, ashamed that her mute suffering should indicate the extent of the passion within her, showed a smiling face, or rather a smiling mask, gave a gay little shake of the head, controlling her voice so as to show no sign of the change in it. "Where are we now?" she asked of Captain Merle, who always kept at a little distance from the coach. 3 leagues and a half from Fougère, mademoiselle." "Then we shall very soon be there now," said she, to induce him to begin to talk, her mind being fully made up to favour the young captain with some mark of her consideration. "Those leagues," replied the delighted Merle, "are no great matter, except that hereabouts they never let anything come to an end. As soon as you reach the upland at the top of this hill that we are climbing, you will see another valley, just like the one we are leaving behind. And then, on the horizon, you can see the top of La Pèlerine. God send that the Chouans will be so obliging as not to have their revenge up there. But as you can suppose, we don't get on very fast, going up and down hill in this way. From La Pèlerine again, you will see—" The emigrant trembled slightly at that word for the second time, but so slightly that Mademoiselle de Verneuil alone observed it. "What may this La Pèlerine be?" the girl inquired vivaciously, interrupting the captain, who was quite taken up by his Breton topography. "It is the summit of a hill," Merle answered. "It gives its name to the valley here in Maine, which we are just going to enter. The hill is the dividing line between that province and the valley of the Couesnon. Fougère lies at the very end of the valley, and that is the first town you come to in Brittany. We had a fight there against the Gars and his bandits at the end of Vendémiaire. We were bringing over some conscripts, and they had a mind to kill us on the border so as to stop in their own country. But Hulot is a tough customer, and he gave them—" "Then you must have seen the Gars?" she asked. "What sort of man is he?" And all the time her keen malicious eyes were never withdrawn from the pretended Vicomte de Bourbon's face. "Oh, mon Dieu, mademoiselle," replied Merle, interrupted again as usual. "He is so very much like the citizen du Groix that if it were not for the uniform of the École Polytechnique that he is wearing, I would bet it was the same man." Mademoiselle de Verneuil stared hard at the cool and impassive young man, who was looking contemptuously back at her, but she could see nothing about him that revealed any feeling of fear. By a bitter smile, she let him know that she had just discovered the secret he had so dishonorably kept. Then her nostrils dilated with joy. She bent her head to one side so that she could scrutinize the young noble, and at the same time keep Merle in view, and said to the Republican, in a mocking voice, "This chief is giving the First Consul a good deal of anxiety, Captain. There is plenty of daring in him, they say, but he will engage in adventures of certain kinds, like a hare-brained boy, especially if there is a woman in the case." "We are just reckoning upon that to square our accounts with him," said the captain. "If we can get hold of him for a couple of hours, we will put a little lead in those brains of his. If he were to come across us, the fellow from Coblentz would do as much for us. He would turn us off into the dark, so it is tit for tat." "Oh, you have nothing to fear," said the emigrant. "Your soldiers will never get as far as La Pèlerine. They are too tired. So if you agree to it, they could take a rest only a step or two from here. My mother will alight at the Vivetière, and there is the road leading to it a few gunshots away. These two ladies would be glad to rest there, too. They must be tired after coming without a break in the journey from Alençon hither." He turned to his mistress with constrained politeness as he went on. "And since mademoiselle has been so generous as to make our journey safe as well as pleasant, perhaps she will condescend to accept an invitation to sup with my mother. Times, in fact, are not so distracted but that a hogshead of cider can be found at the Vivetière to tap for your men. The Gare will not have made off with everything, or so my mother thinks, at any rate." "Your mother?" interrupted Mademoiselle de Verneuil satirically, without making any response to the strange invitation which was held out to her. "Does my age seem no longer credible to you now that the evening has come, mademoiselle?" asked Madame de Gouas. "I was unfortunately married while very young. My son was born when I was 15. "Are you not mistaken, madame? Should you not have said 30? Madame de Gouas turned pale as she swallowed this piece of sarcasm. She longed for the power to avenge herself, and yet must perforce smile. At all costs to herself, even by the endurance of the most stinging epigrams, she wished to discover the girl's motives of action, so she pretended not to have understood. "The Chouans have never had a leader so cruel as this one, if we are to believe the rumors that are flying about concerning him," she said, speaking at the same time to Francine and Francine's mistress. "Oh, I do not believe he is cruel," Mademoiselle de Verneuil answered, "but he can lie, and to me he seems exceedingly credulous. The leader of a party ought to be the dupe of no one." "Do you know him?" asked the emigrant coolly. "No," she answered with a contemptuous glance at him, "but I thought I knew him." "Oh, mademoiselle, he is a shrewd one, and no mistake," said the captain, shaking his head, and giving to the word he used, malin, by an eloquent gesture, the peculiar shade of meaning which it then possessed and has since lost. "These old families sometimes send out vigorous offshoots. They come over here from a country where the ci devants, so they say, have by no means an easy time of it. The men are like medlars, you know, they ripen best on straw. If the fellow has a head on his shoulders, he can lead us a dance for a long while yet. He thoroughly understood how to oppose his irregular troops to our free companies, and so paralyze the efforts of the government. For every royalist village that is burnt, he burns two for the Republicans. He has spread his operations over a vast tract of country, and in that way he compels us to bring a considerable number of troops into the field, and that at a time when we have none to spare. Oh, he understands his business." "He is murdering his own country," said Gérard, interrupting the captain with his powerful voice. "But if his death is to deliver the country," said the young gentleman, "shoot him down, and be quick about it." Then he tried to fathom Mademoiselle de Verneuil's mind with a glance, and of the dramatic vivacity of the mute scene that passed between them, and its subtle swiftness, words can give but a very imperfect idea. Danger makes people interesting. The vilest criminal excites some measure of pity when it comes to be a question of his death. So Mademoiselle de Verneuil, being by this time quite certain that the lover who had scorned her was the formidable rebel leader, did not seek to reassure herself on this head by keeping him on the rack. She had quite a different curiosity to satisfy. She preferred to trust or to doubt him as her passion dictated, and set herself to play with edged tools. She indicated the soldiers to the young chieftain in a glance full of treacherous derision, dangling the idea of his danger before him, amusing herself with making him painfully aware that his life hung on a word which her lips seemed to be opening to pronounce. She seemed, like an American Indian, to be ready to detect the movement of any nerve in the face of an enemy bound to the stake, flourishing her tomahawk with a certain grace, enjoying a revenge unstained by crime, dealing out to him his punishment like a mistress who has not ceased to love. "If I had a son like yours, madame," she said to the visibly terrified stranger, "I should put on mourning for him on the day when I sent him forth into danger." She received no reply. Again and again she turned her head towards the two soldiers, and then looked sharply at Madame de Gouas. But she could not detect that there was any secret signal passing between the lady and the Gars, such as could assure her of an intimacy which she suspected, and yet wished not to credit. A woman likes so much to maintain the suspense of a life and death struggle when a word from her will decide the issue. The young general bore the torture which Mademoiselle de Verneuil inflicted upon him without flinching, and with smiling serenity. The expression of his face and his bearing altogether showed that he was a man utterly unaffected by the perils he underwent, and now and then he seemed to tell her, "Here is your opportunity for avenging your wounded vanity. Seize upon it. I should be in despair if I had to resign the feeling of contempt which I have for you." Mademoiselle de Verneuil began to scrutinize the chief from her position of vantage with a haughty insolence which was quite superficial, for at the bottom of her heart she was admiring his tranquil courage. Glad as she was to make the discovery of the ancient name that her lover bore, for all women love the privileges which a title confers, she was still further delighted to confront him in his present position. He was the champion of a cause ennobled by its misfortunes. He was exerting every faculty of a powerful character in a struggle with a republic that had been so many a time victorious. She saw him now, face to face with imminent danger,
displaying the dauntless valor that has such a powerful effect on women's hearts. Over and over again she put him through the ordeal, perhaps in obedience to an instinct which leads womankind to play with a victim, as a cat plays with the mouse that she has caught. "What law is your authority for putting Chouans to death?" she asked of Captain Merle. "The law of the 14th of last Fructidor. The revolted departments are put outside the civil jurisdiction, and court-martials are established instead," replied the Republican. "To what cause do I owe the honor of your scrutiny of me?" she inquired of the young chief, who was watching her attentively. "To a feeling which a gentleman hardly knows how to express in speaking to a woman, whatever she may be," said the Marquis of Montauran in a low voice, as he leant over towards her. Then he went on aloud. "We must needs live in such times as these to see girls in your station do the office of the executioner, and improve upon him in their deft way of playing with the axe." Her eyes were set in a stare on Montauran. Then, in her exultation at receiving this insult from a man whose life lay between her hands as he spoke, she whispered in his ear, with gentle malice, as she laughed, "Your head is so wrong that the executioners will none of it. I shall keep it for my own." The bewildered Marquis, in his turn, gazed at this unaccountable girl for a moment. The love in her had prevailed over everything else, even over the most scathing insults, and her revenge had taken the form of pardoning an offense which women never forgive. The expression of his eyes grew less cold and hard. A touch of melancholy stole over his features. His passion had a stronger hold upon him than he had recognized. These faint tokens of the reconciliation she looked for satisfied Mademoiselle de Verneuil. She looked tenderly at the chief. A smile she gave him seemed a caress. Then she lay back in the coach, unwilling to endanger the future in the drama of her happiness, and in full belief that that smile of hers had once more tightened the knot that bound them. She was so beautiful. She knew so well how to clear away all obstacles in love's course. She was so thoroughly accustomed to take all things as a pastime, to live as chance determined. She had such a love of the unforeseen and of the storms of life. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2G. Very soon, in obedience to orders from the Marquis, the coach left the high road and turned off towards the Vivetière, along a cross-road in a hollow shut in on either side by high banks, planted with apple trees, which made their way seem more of a ditch than a road, properly speaking. The travellers gradually left the blues behind them as they reached the manor house, its grey roofs appearing and vanishing alternately through the trees along the way. Several soldiers were left behind, engaged in extricating their shoes from the stiff clay. "This is like the road to paradise with a vengeance," cried Beaupied. Thanks to the postilion, who had been there before, it was not very long before Mademoiselle de Verneuil came in sight of the chateau of the Vivetière.
The house lay on the slope of a sort of promontory between two deep ponds which almost surrounded it, so that it was only possible to reach the mansion by following one narrow causeway. That part of the peninsula on which the house and gardens stood was protected at some distance from the back of the chateau by a wide moat which received all the overflow from the two ponds with which it communicated. In this way an island was formed, which was an almost impregnable retreat, and therefore invaluable for a party leader who could only be surprised here by treachery. As the gate creaked on its rusty hinges, and she passed under the pointed archway that had been ruined in the previous war, Mademoiselle de Verneuil stretched out her head. The gloomy colours of the picture presented to her gaze all but effaced the thoughts of love and coquetry with which she had been soothing herself. The coach entered a great courtyard, almost square in shape, and bounded by the steep banks of the ponds. These rough embankments were kept dank by the water with its great patches of green weed, and bore such trees as love marshy places for their sole adornment. They stood leafless now. The stunted trunks and huge heads, grey with lichens, rose above the reeds and undergrowth like misshapen dwarfs. These uncomely hedges seemed to have a sort of life in them, and to find a language when the frogs escaped from them, croaking as they went. And the water-hens, in alarm at the sounds made by the coach, flew and splashed across the surface of the pools. The courtyard, surrounded by tall withered grasses, gorse, dwarf shrubs, and creeping plants, put an end to any preconceived ideas of order or of splendor. The chateau itself seemed to have been a long while deserted. The roofs appeared to bend under an accumulation of vegetable growths, and although the walls were built very solidly of the schistous stone of the district, there were numerous cracks where the ivy had found a hold. The chateau fronted the pond, and consisted of two wings which met at right angles in a high tower, and that was all. The doors and shutters hung loose and rotten, the balustrades were eaten with rust, and these, like the crazy windows, looked as if the first breath of a storm would bring them down. A shrewd wind whistled through the ruinous place, and in the uncertain moonlight the great house had a spectral appearance and character. The cold greys and blues of the granitic stone, combined with the tawny brown and black of the schist, must have been actually seen before the accuracy of the image called up at first sight by this dark empty carcass of a house can be appreciated. It looked exactly like a skeleton, with the fissures in its masonry, its unglazed windows, the embrasures in the battlements of the tower seen against the sky, and the roofs that let the light through. The birds of prey that flew shrieking about it added one more feature to the vague resemblance. A few lofty fir trees behind the house showed their dark waving foliage above the roofs, and some yew trees that had once been trimmed as a sort of ornament to the corners now made for it a setting of dismal festoons like palls at a funeral. The shape of the doorways, the clumsiness of the ornaments, the want of symmetry in the construction, and everything, in fact, about the mansion, showed that it was one of those feudal manor houses of which Brittany is proud, not without reason, it may be, for in this Celtic land they form monuments to the nebulous history of a time when as yet the monarchy was not established. In Mademoiselle de Verneuil's imagination, the word chateau always called up a conventional type, so that she was greatly struck with the funeral aspect of the picture before her. She sprang lightly from the coach and stood by herself, looking about her in dismay and meditating on the part that she ought to play. Francine heard Madame du Gouin give a sigh of joy when she found herself free of the escort of blues, and an involuntary exclamation broke from her when the gate was shut and she found herself within this kind of natural fortress. Montauran had hurried eagerly to Mademoiselle de Verneuil. He guessed the nature of the thoughts that filled her mind. "This chateau," he said, with a shade of melancholy in his voice, "was ruined in the war, just as the plans which I projected for our happiness have been ruined by you." "And in what way?" she inquired in utter astonishment. "Are you a beautiful young woman, witty and nobly born?" he said in caustic tones, repeating for her the words which she had spoken so coquettishly during their conversation by the way. "Who has told you otherwise?" "Friends of mine, worthy of credence, who are deeply interested in my safety and are on the watch to baffle treachery." "Treachery?" said she, with a satirical look. "Are Alençon and Hulot so far away already? You have a poor memory, a perilous defect in the leader of a party. But if friends begin to exert so powerful a sway over your heart," she went on with matchless insolence, "pray keep your friends. There's nothing which can be compared with the pleasures of friendship. Farewell, for neither I nor the soldiers of the Republic will enter here." She darted towards the gateway in her wounded pride and scorn, but there was a dignity and a desperation about her flight that wrought a change in the ideas of the Marquis concerning her. He could not but be imprudent and credulous, for he could only forego his desires at too great a cost to himself. He also was already in love, so that neither of the lovers had any wish to protract their quarrel. "Only a word, and I believe you," he said, with entreaty in his voice. "A word?" she answered in an ironical tone. "Not so much as a gesture," and her lips were tightly strained together. "Scold me at any rate," he entreated, trying to take the hand which she withdrew, "if indeed you dare to pout with a rebel chieftain who is now as sullen and suspicious as he was formerly light-hearted and confiding." There was no anger in Marie's look, so the Marquis went on. "You have my secret, and I have not yours." A darker shade seemed to cross her alabaster brow at the words. Marie looked angrily at the chief and replied, "My secret? Never." Every word, every glance, has at the moment its own eloquence in love, but Mademoiselle de Verneuil's words had conveyed no definite meaning, and for Montauran, clever as he might be, the significance of her exclamation remained undecipherable. And yet her woman's voice had betrayed an emotion by no means ordinary, which was still in evidence to excite his curiosity. "You have a pleasant way of dispelling suspicions," he began. "So you still harbor them?" she inquired, and her eyes scanned him curiously, as if to say, "Have you any rights over me?" "Mademoiselle," said the young man, who looked at once submissive and resolute, "the authority you exercise over the Republican troops and this escort—" "Ah, that reminds me. Are we, my escort and I, your protectors, as a matter of fact, in security here?" she asked, with a trace of irony. "Yes, on my faith as a gentleman. Whoever you may be, you and yours have nothing to fear in my house." The impulse that prompted this pledge was evidently so generous and so staunch that Mademoiselle de Verneuil could not but feel absolutely at rest as to the fate of the Republicans. She was about to speak when Madame du Gouas's presence imposed silence upon her. Madame du Gouas had either overheard the conversation of the two lovers, or she had partly guessed at it, and it was in consequence no ordinary anxiety that she felt when she saw them in a position which no longer implied the slightest unfriendliness. At sight of her, the Marquis offered his hand to Mademoiselle de Verneuil, and went quickly towards the house, as if to rid himself of an intrusive companion. "I am in the way," said the stranger lady to herself, without moving from the place where she stood. She watched the two reconciled lovers, moving slowly now, on their way to the entrance flight of steps, where they came to a stand that they might talk, so soon as they had put a distance between themselves and her. "Yes, yes, I am in their way," she went on, speaking to herself. "But in a little while the creature yonder will not be in my way any longer. The pond, pardieu, shall be her grave. I shall not violate your faith as a gentleman. Once under that water, what is there to fear? Will she not be safe down below there?" She was staring at the calm mirror-like surface of the little lake to the right of the courtyard, when she heard a rustling sound among the briars on the embankment, and by the light of the moon she saw Marche à Terre's face rise up above the knotty trunk of an old willow tree. One had to know the Chouan well to make him out among the confusion of pollard trunks, for one of which he might readily be taken. First of all, Madame du Gouas looked suspiciously round about her. She saw the postilion leading the horses round into a stable situated in that wing of the chateau which fronted the bank where Marche à Terre was hiding. She watched Francine go towards the two lovers, who had forgotten everything else on earth just then, and she came forward with a finger on her lips to enjoin absolute silence, so that the Chouan rather understood than heard the words that followed next. "How many are there of you here?" 87. "They are only 65, for I counted them." "Good," the savage answered with cruel satisfaction. Heedful of Francine's slightest movement, the Chouan vanished into the hollow willow trunk, as he saw her return to keep a lookout for the woman whom her instinct told her to watch as an enemy. 7 or 8 people appeared at the top of the steps, brought out by the sounds of the arrival of the coach. "It is the Gars!" they exclaimed. "It is he! Here he is!" Others came running up at their exclamations, and the talk between the two lovers was interrupted by their presence. The Marquis of Montauran made a rush towards these gentlemen, called for silence with an imperative gesture, and made them look at the top of the avenue through which the Republican soldiers were filing. At the sight of the familiar blue uniform turned up with red, and the gleaming bayonets, the astonished conspirators exclaimed, "Can you have come back to betray us?" "I should not warn you of the peril if I had," said the Marquis, smiling bitterly. "Those blues," he went on after a pause, "are this young lady's escort. Her generosity rescued us, by a miracle, from a danger which all but overwhelmed us at an inn in Alençon. We will give you the history of the adventure. Mademoiselle and her escort are here on my parole, and must be welcomed as friends."
Madame de Gois and Francine having come as far as the flight of steps, the Marquis gallantly presented his hand to Mademoiselle de Verneuil. The group of gentlemen fell back into 2 rows in order to let them pass, and everyone tried to discern the features of the newcomer, for Madame de Gois had already stimulated their curiosity by making several furtive signs to them. In the first room, Mademoiselle de Verneuil saw a large table handsomely furnished and set for a score of guests. The dining-room opened into a vast saloon where the company were very soon assembled together. Both apartments were in keeping with the appearance of dilapidation about the exterior of the chateau. The wainscot was of polished walnut, ill-carved with poor and rough designs in bold relief, but it was split by great cracks and seemed ready to fall to pieces. The dark color of the wood seemed to make the mirrorless and curtainless rooms more dismal yet, and the antiquated and crazy furniture matched the ruinous aspect of everything else. Marie noticed maps and plans lying out unrolled upon a great table, and a stack of weapons and rifles in a corner of the room. Everything spoke of an important conference among the Vendéan and Chouans chiefs. The Marquis led Mademoiselle de Verneuil to an enormous worm-eaten armchair which stood beside the hearth, and Francine took up her position behind her mistress, leaning upon the back of the venerable piece of furniture. "You will give me leave to do my duty as host for a moment?" said the Marquis, as he left the 2 newcomers to mingle with the groups his guests had formed. Francine saw how, at a word or 2 from Montaron, the chiefs hastily concealed their weapons and maps, and anything else which could arouse the suspicions of the Republican officers. 1 or 2 of the chiefs divested themselves of wide leather belts furnished with hunting knives and pistols. The Marquis recommended the greatest discretion, and left the room, apologizing for the absence necessary to provide for the reception of the inconvenient guests which chance had thrust upon him. Mademoiselle de Verneuil, who was trying to warm her feet at the fire, had allowed Montaron to leave her without turning her head, and thus disappointed the expectations of the onlookers, who all were anxious to see her face. Francine was the sole witness of the change wrought among those assembled by the young chief's departure. The gentlemen gathered round the stranger lady, and during the murmured conversation which was carried on among them, there was no one present who did not look again and again at the 2 strangers. "You know Montaron," she said. "He fell in love with this girl at first sight, and you can easily understand that the soundest advice was suspicious to him when it came from my mouth. Our friends in Paris, and Messieurs de Valois and d'Esgrignon at Alençon, one and all warned him of the trap they want to set for him by flinging some hussy at his head, and he is bewitched with the first one he comes across. A girl who, if all I can learn about her is correct, has taken a noble name, only to tarnish it, who—" and so on, and so on. This lady, in whom the woman that decided the attack on the Turgotine can be recognized, will keep throughout this story the name which enabled her to escape in the perils of her journey through Alençon. The publication of her real name could only displease a noble family who have suffered deeply already from the errors of this young person, whose fortunes have, moreover, been taken for the subject of another drama. Very soon the attitude of the company changed, and simple curiosity grew to be impertinent and almost hostile.
2 or 3 rather harsh epithets reached Francine's ears, who spoke a word to her mistress and took refuge in the embrasure of a window. Marie rose and turned her glances filled with dignity and even with scorn upon the insolent group. Her beauty and her pride and the refinement of her manner worked a sudden change in the attitude of her enemies and called forth an involuntary, flattering murmur from them. 2 or 3 men among them, whose exterior polish and habits of gallantry revealed that they had been acquired in the lofty spheres of courts, came up to Marie in a free and easy manner. Her modest reserve compelled their respect. None of them dared to address a word to her, and so far from being accused by them, it was she who seemed to sit in judgment upon them. The chiefs in this war undertaken for God and the king bore very little resemblance to the fancy portraits which she had been pleased to draw of them. The real grandeur of the struggle was diminished for her. It shrank into mean dimensions when she saw, 2 or 3 energetic faces excepted, the country gentlemen about her, every one of them entirely devoid of character and vigor. Marie came down, all at once, from poetry to prose. At first sight, these faces seemed to manifest a craving for intrigue rather than a love of glory. It was really self-interest that had set each man's hand to his sword. So if they grew heroic figures in the field, here they appeared as they actually were. The loss of her illusions made Mademoiselle de Verneuil unjust and prevented her from recognizing the real devotion that distinguished several of these men. But most of them, for all that, were of a commonplace turn. If a few faces among them were marked out by a character of their own, it was spoiled by a certain pettiness due to aristocratic etiquette and convention. So, if Marie's generosity allowed them to be astute and shrewd, she found no trace among them of the simpler and larger way of looking at things which the men and the successes of the Republic had always led her to expect. This nocturnal confabulation in the old ruined stronghold, beneath the quaintly carved beams that were no ill match for the faces below, made her smile. She was inclined to see it all as a typical presentment of the monarchy. Then she thought with delight that at any rate the Marquis took the first place among these men, whose sole merit, in her eyes, lay in their devotion to a lost cause. She drew the outlines of her lover's face upon that background of figures, and pleased herself with the way in which he stood out against it. All these meagre and thin personalities were but tools in his hands, wherewith to carry out his own noble purposes. Just then the returning footsteps of the Marquis sounded from the next room. The conspirators broke up into knots at once, and there was an end to the whisperings. They looked like schoolboys who have been up to some mischief in their master's absence, hurriedly restoring an appearance of order and silence. Montauran came in. The happiness of admiring him, of seeing him take the first place among these folk, the youngest and handsomest man among them, fell to Marie. He went from group to group, like a king among his courtiers, distributing slight nods, handshakes, glances, and words that indicated a good understanding or a tinge of reproach, playing his part as a partisan leader with a grace and self-possession
which could hardly have been looked for in a young man whom she had set down at first as a feather-brain. The presence of the Marquis had put a stop to their inquisitive demonstrations with regard to Mademoiselle de Verneuil, but Madame de Goua's spitefulness soon showed its effects. The Baron du Guénic, nicknamed l'Intime, who, among all these men thus brought together by weighty considerations, seemed best entitled by his name and rank to speak on familiar terms with Montaran, laid a hand on his arm and drew him into a corner. "Listen, my dear Marquis," he said, "we are all sorry to see you about to commit a flagrant piece of folly." "What do you mean by that remark?" "Who can tell where this girl comes from, what she really is, and what her designs upon you may be?" "Between ourselves, my dear l'Intime, my fancy will have passed off by tomorrow morning." "Just so, but how if the gypsy betrays you before the morning?" "I will answer to that when you tell me why she has not already done so," answered Montaran jestingly, assuming an air of exceeding self-complacency. "If she has taken a liking to you, she would have no mind, perhaps, to betray you till her fancy, too, had passed off." "Just take a look at that charming girl, my dear fellow. Notice her manners, and dare to tell me that she is not a woman of good birth. If she sent a favorable glance in your direction, would you not feel, in the depths of you, some sort of respect for her? A certain lady has prejudiced you against her, but after what we have just said to each other, if she was one of those abandoned women that our friends have spoken about, I would kill her." "You do not suppose that Fouché would be fool enough to pick up a girl from a street corner to send after you?" Madame de Gouas broke in. "He has sent someone likely to attract a man of your caliber. But if you are blind, your friends will have their eyes open to watch over you." "Madame," answered the Gars, darting angry glances at her, "take care to make no attempt against this person or her escort, or nothing shall save you from my vengeance. It is my wish that mademoiselle should be treated with the greatest respect, and as a woman who is under my protection. We are connected, I believe, with the family of Verneuil." The opposition which the Marquis encountered produced the effects that hindrances of this sort usually cause in young people. Lightly as he apparently held Mademoiselle de Verneuil when he gave the impression that his infatuation for her was only a whim, his feeling of personal pride had forced him to take a considerable step. By openly acknowledging her, it became a question of his own honor to make others respect her. So he went from group to group, assuring everyone that the stranger really was Mademoiselle de Verneuil, with the air of a man whom it would be dangerous to contradict, and all the murmurs were silenced. As soon as harmony was in some sort re-established in the salon, and his duties as host detained him no longer, Montaran went eagerly up to his mistress, and said in a low voice, "Those people yonder have robbed me of a moment of happiness." "I am very glad to have you beside me," she answered, smiling. "I give you fair warning, I am inquisitive, so do not grow tired of my questions too soon. First of all, tell me who that worthy person is in the green waistcoat." "He is the celebrated Major Brigot from the Marais, a comrade of the late Mercier's, otherwise called La Vendée." "And who is the stout churchman with the florid countenance, with whom he is now discussing me?"
went on Mademoiselle de Verneuil. "Do you want to know what they are saying about you?" "Do I want to know? Can you doubt it?" "But I could not tell you without insulting you." "The moment that you allow me to be insulted without wreaking vengeance for any affront put upon me in your house, I bid you farewell, Marquis. Not a moment longer will I stay. I have felt some pangs of conscience already at deceiving those poor trusting and trusty republicans." She took several paces, but the Marquis went after her. "My dear Marie, hear me. Upon my honor, I have silenced their scandalous talk before I know whether it is false or true. But our friends among the ministers in Paris have sent warning to me to mistrust every sort of woman that comes in my way, telling me that Fouché has made up his mind to make use of some Judith out of the streets against me. And in my situation it is very natural that my best friends should think that you are too handsome to be an honest woman." The Marquis looked straight into the depths of Mademoiselle de Verneuil's eyes. Her colour rose. She could not keep back the tears. "Oh, I have deserved these insults," she cried. "I would fain see you convinced that I am a despicable creature, and yet know myself beloved. Then I should doubt you no longer. I believed in you when you deceived me, but you have no belief in me when I am sincere. There, that is enough, sir," she said, knitting her brows, and growing white like a woman about to die. "Farewell." She fled into the dining-room with a desperate impulse. "Marie, my life is yours," said the young Marquis in her ear. She stopped and looked at him. "No, no," she said, "I will be generous. Farewell. When I followed you hither, I was mad. I was thinking neither of my own past nor of your future." "What, you leave me at the moment when I lay my life at your feet?" "It is offered in a moment of passion, of desire." "It is offered without regret, and forever," said he. She came back again, and to hide his emotion, the Marquis resumed their conversation. "That stout man whose name you asked for is a formidable person. He is the Abbé Goudin, one of those Jesuits who are obstinate enough, or it may be devoted enough, to stay in France in the teeth of the edict of 1763, which drove them into exile. He is the firebrand of war in these parts, and a propagandist of the religious confraternity named after the Sacred Heart. He makes use of religion as a means towards his ends, so he persuades his proselytes that they will come to life again, and he understands how to sustain their fanaticism by dexterously contrived prophecy. You see how it is. One must seek to gain over everyone through his private interests in order to reach a great end. That is the whole secret of policy." "And that muscular person in a vigorous old age, with such a repulsive face? There, look, the man who is wearing a ragged lawyer's gown." "Lawyer? He aspires to the title of Maréchal de Camp. Have you never heard them speak of Languille?" "Is that he?" said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, startled. "And you make use of such men as he?" "Hush, he might overhear you. Do you see that other man in unhallowed converse with Madame de Gois?" "The man in black who looks like a judge?" "He is one of our diplomatists, La Billardière, the son of a councillor in the Parliament of Brittany. His name is
Flamme or something like it, but he is in the confidence of the princes. Then there is his neighbor, who is clutching his white clay pipe at this moment, and leaning the fingers of his right hand against the panel of the wainscot, like a boor," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, laughing. "Pardieu, your guess about him is correct. He was formerly gamekeeper to that lady's husband, now deceased. He is in command of one of the companies which I am opposing to the mobile battalions. He and Marcheterre are perhaps the most scrupulously loyal servants that the king has hereabouts." "But who is she?" "She was Charette's last mistress," the Marquis replied. "She has a great influence over everybody here." "Has she remained faithful to his memory?" All the answer vouchsafed by the Marquis was a dubious kind of compression of the lips. "Have you a good opinion of her?" "Really, you are very inquisitive." "She is my enemy because she can be my rival no longer," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil, laughing. "I forgive her her past errors, so let her forgive mine. Who is that officer with the moustaches?" "Permit me to leave his name unmentioned. He is determined to rid us of the First Consul by attacking him sword in hand. Whether he succeeds or no, you will hear of him. He will become famous." "And you are come hither to command such men as these?" she said, aghast. "And these are the king's champions? Where are the great lords and the gentlemen?" "Why, they are scattered throughout every court in Europe," said the Marquis scornfully. "Who but they are enlisting kings with their armies and their cabinets in the service of the House of Bourbon, to hurl them all upon this republic, which is threatening monarchy and social order everywhere with utter destruction." "Ah," she answered him, stirred by an enthusiastic impulse, "from this time forward be for me the pure source whence I shall draw all the rest of the ideas that I must learn. I am willing that it should be so. But leave me the thought that you are the one noble who does his duty in attacking France with Frenchmen, and not with foreign auxiliaries. I am a woman, and I feel that if my own child were to strike me in anger, I could forgive him. But if he could see me torn in pieces by a stranger, I should consider him a monster." "You will always be a Republican," said the Marquis, overcome by a delightful intoxication. The strong feeling in her tones had strengthened his confident hopes. "A Republican? No, I am that no longer. I should not respect you if you were to make your submission to the First Consul," she replied. "But neither should I be willing to see you at the head of the men who are plundering a corner of France, when they should be attacking the Republic in form. For whom are you fighting? What do you look for from a king restored to the throne by your hands? A woman once before achieved this glorious masterstroke, and the king whom she delivered, let them burn her alive. Such as he are the anointed of the Lord, and it is perilous to touch hallowed things. Leave it to God alone to set them up, to take them down, or to replace them on their dais among the purple. If you have weighed the reward that will be meted out to you, then in my eyes you are 10 times greater than I have ever thought you. If that is so, trample me beneath your feet if you will. I would give you leave to do so, and be glad." "You are enchanting.
But do not try to urge your doctrine on these gentlemen, or I shall be left without soldiers. Ah, if you would let me convert you, we would go 1,000 leagues away from here. These men, whom you appear to despise, will know how to die in the struggle, said the Marquis in a more serious tone, and all their faults will be forgotten then. Besides, if my efforts are crowned with any success, will not the laurels of victory hide everything? You are the only one present who has anything to lose, as far as I can see. I am not the only one, he replied with real humility. There are those 2 Vendéan chiefs over there. The first one, whom you have heard spoken of as the Grand Jacques, is the Comte de Fontaine, and the other La Billardière, whom I have already pointed out to you. Do you forget Quiberon, where La Billardière played such a very strange part? She answered, struck by a sudden thought of the past. La Billardière has undertaken heavy responsibilities, believe me. Those who serve the princes do not lie upon roses. You make me shudder, cried Marie. Then she went on in a tone which indicated that she was keeping in the background some mystery that concerned him personally. A single moment is enough for the destruction of an illusion, and to reveal secrets on which the lives and happiness of many men depend. She paused as if she were afraid of having said too much, and added, I should like to know that the soldiers of the Republic are in safety. I will be very careful, he said, smiling to conceal his agitation. But say no more about your soldiers. I have answered for them to you on the faith of a gentleman. And after all, what right had I to dictate to you? She resumed. You are to be the master always when it lies between us two. Did I not tell you that I should be in despair to reign over a slave? My Lord Marquis, said Major Brigot respectfully, interrupting the conversation, will the Blues remain here for some time? They will go on again as soon as they are rested, Marie cried. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Chouans by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 2H. The Marquis sent searching glances round the company, observed the excitement among them, went from Mademoiselle de Verneuil, and left Madame du Gouas to take his place at her side. The young chief's sarcastic smile did not disturb the treacherous mask of good humour upon her features. Just as she came, Francine uttered a cry, which she herself promptly stifled. Mademoiselle de Verneuil beheld with astonishment her faithful country girl dash into the dining-room. She looked at Madame du Gouas, and her surprise increased when she saw the pallor that overspread the face of her enemy. Curious to learn the reason of this hasty flight, she turned towards the embrasure of the window, followed thither by her rival, who wished to lull any suspicions which an indiscretion might have awakened, and who smiled upon her with indescribable spitefulness as they returned together to the hearth, after both had glanced over the landscape and the lake. Marie had seen nothing which justified Francine's departure, and Madame du Gouas was satisfied that she was being obeyed. The lake, from the brink of which Marche à Terre had appeared in the courtyard when the lady called him forth, went to join the moat that surrounded and protected the gardens, forming winding stretches of water with mist above it, sometimes as wide as a lake, sometimes as narrow as the ornamental streams contrived in parks. The steep sloping banks, past which the clear water was rippling, ran but a few fathoms distant from the windows. Francine had been engaged in musing on the black outlines of several old willow stumps against the surface of the water, and in noticing with indifferent eyes the uniform curve that a light breeze was giving to the willow branches. Suddenly, she thought she saw one of these shapes moving on the mirror of the water in the spontaneous and uneven fashion by which some living thing is revealed. The shape, howsoever dim it was, seemed to be that of a man. At first Francine gave the credit of her vision to the broken outlines produced by the moonlight falling through the leaves, but very soon a second head appeared, and yet others showed themselves in the distance. The low shrubs along the bank swayed violently up and down, till Francine saw along the whole length of hedge a gradual motion like that of a huge Indian serpent of fabulous proportions. Here and there among the tufts of broom and the brambles, points of light gleamed and danced. Redoubling her attention, Marcheterre's sweetheart thought she recognized the first of the black forms that moved along the quivering growth on the bank. However vague the outlines of the man, the beating of her heart convinced her that in him she saw Marcheterre. A gesture made it clear to her. Impatient to learn if some treachery or other were not lurking behind this mysterious proceeding, she rushed in the direction of the court. When she came into the middle of the green space, she looked from the two wings of the house to the banks on either side, without discerning any trace whatever of a furtive movement on the side which faced the inhabited wing. A faint rustling sound reached her. As she lent an attentive ear to it, it sounded like a noise made by some wild creature in the silence of the forests. She shuddered, but she did not tremble. Young and innocent as she yet was, her curiosity swiftly prompted a stratagem. She saw the coach, and ran to crouch within it, only raising her head with all the caution of a hare that has the sound of the far-off hunt ringing in her ears. She saw Pirie come out of the stable. There were two peasants with the Chouans, and all three were carrying trusses of straw. These they spread out so as to form a long sort of shakedown in front of the inhabited pile of buildings that ran parallel with the embankment where the stunted trees were growing. The Chouans were still marching there with a noiselessness which revealed the fact that some horrible plot was being prepared. "You are giving them straw as if they really were to sleep there. That's enough, Pirie, that's enough," muttered a hoarse voice which Francine recognized. "And aren't they going to sleep there?" retorted Pirie with a stupid horse laugh. "But are you not afraid that the Garde will be angry?" he went on in a voice so low that Francine caught nothing of it. "Oh, well, he will be angry," Marcheterre replied in rather louder tones. "But all the same, we shall have killed the Blues. There is a carriage here," he went on. "We must put that away." Pirie drew the coach by the pole, and Marcheterre gave such a vigorous push to one of the wheels that Francine found herself inside the barn, and just about to be locked up in it before she could think over her situation. Pirie went to help to fetch the hogshead of cider, which was to be served out to the soldiers of the escort by the orders of the Marquis. Marcheterre walked the length of the coach on his way out to shut the door, when he felt a hand that stopped him by a clutch at the long hair of his goatskin.
He recognized the eyes whose sweetness exercised a power over him like magnetism, and stood still for a moment as if spellbound. Francine sprang hastily out of the coach and spoke in the aggressive tone that is so wonderfully becoming to a woman in vexation. "Pierre, what news did you bring as we came to that lady and her son? What are they doing here? Why are you hiding yourself? I want to know everything." Her words brought an expression into the Chouan's face which Francine had never yet known there. The Breton drew his innocent mistress to the threshold of the door. He turned her so that the white rays of the moonlight fell upon her, and made his answer, gazing at her the while with terrible eyes. "Yes, by my damnation, Francine, I will tell you, but only when you have sworn to me on this rosary," and he drew out a worn string of beads from under his coatskin. "Swear upon this relic that you know," he went on, "to answer me truly one single question." Francine blushed as she looked at the rosary, some lover's keepsake between them, doubtless. "It was on this," the Chouan went on, shaken with emotion, "that you swore—" He did not finish, for the peasant girl laid her hand on the lips of her wild lover to enjoin silence upon him. "Is there any need for me to swear?" asked she. He took his mistress gently by the hand, looked at her for a moment, and went on. "Is the young lady whom you serve really Mademoiselle de Verneuil?" Francine stood motionless with her arms at her sides, with bowed head and drooping eyelids, pale and confused. "She is a baggage," Marcheterre went on in a terrible voice. The pretty hand tried once more to cover his lips at that word, but this time he recoiled from her in fury. The little Breton maid no longer saw her lover before her, but a wild beast in all his natural ferocity. His brows were drawn into a heavy scowl, his lips curled back in a snarl that showed his teeth. He looked like a dog defending his master. "I left you a flower, and I find you garbage. Ah, why did I leave you? You are come here to betray us? To deliver up the Gare?" These phrases were roared rather than articulated. Terrified as Francine was, she dared to look this savage in the face at this last reproach, raised her eyes like an angel's to his, and answered quietly, "That is false. I will stake my salvation on it. These are some of your lady's notions." He lowered his head in his turn. She took his hand, came close to him caressingly, and said, "Pierre, why are we going on like this? Listen, I don't know if you yourself understand something of all this, for I can make nothing of it. But remember that this beautiful and noble young lady is my benefactress, and yours too. We live together almost like sisters. No harm of any sort ought to come to her so long as we are with her, not while we are both alive at any rate. So swear to me that this shall be so, for you are the only person here whom I can trust." "I am not the master here," the Chouan replied in a sullen tone. His face grew dark. She took his great hanging ears and gently twisted them as if she were caressing a cat. "Well, then, promise me to use all the power you have to ensure the safety of our benefactress," she continued, seeing that he relented somewhat. He shook his head as if dubious of his success, a gesture that made the Breton girl shudder. The escort arrived on the causeway at this critical moment.
The tramp of the men and the clanking of their weapons woke the echoes of the courtyard, and apparently put an end to Marcheterre's hesitation. "Perhaps I shall succeed in saving her," said he to his mistress, "if you can keep her in the house. And whatever may happen," he added, "stay there with her, and keep the most absolute secrecy. Without that, I will engage for nothing." "I promise," she answered in her terror. "Very well, go in with you at once, and let no one see that you are frightened, not even your mistress." "Yes." The Chouan looked at her in a fatherly way. She pressed his hand and fled with the swiftness of a bird towards the flight of steps, while he slipped into the hedge he had left, like an actor who rushes to the wings as the curtain rises on a tragedy. "Do you know, Merle, this place looks to me like a regular mouse-trap," said Gérard as they reached the chateau. "Yes, I see that perfectly well," the captain answered thoughtfully. Both officers hastened to post sentinels so as to secure the causeway and the gate. Then they cast suspicious glances over the embankments and the lie of the land about them. "Pshaw," said Merle, "we must either frankly trust ourselves in these barracks, or keep out of them altogether." "Let us go in," answered Gérard. Released from duty by a word from their commander, the soldiers quickly stacked their guns in conical piles, and pitched their colours in front of the litter of straw, with the cask of cider standing in the centre of it. They broke up into groups, and a couple of peasants began to serve out rye bread and butter to them. The Marquis came forward and took the two officers into the salon. As Gérard reached the top of the flight of steps, he took a look at the two wings of the house, where the aged larches were spreading their black branches, and called Beaupied and Clé des Caires to him. "Both of you go and reconnoitre the gardens and search the hedges, do you understand? And then post a sentinel in front of your line of defence." "May we light a fire before we set out on our prowl, adjutant?" said Clé des Caires. Gérard nodded. "You see it for yourself, Clé des Caires," said Beaupied. "The adjutant made a mistake in poking himself into this hornet's nest. If Hulot had been commanding us, he would never have run us into this corner. It is as if we were in the bottom of a pot here." "What an ass you are!" exclaimed Clé des Caires. "You, the king of sharp fellows, can't guess that this sentry-box of a chateau belongs to the amiable individual for whom our gay Merle, the most accomplished of captains, is tuning his pipe. He's going to marry her. That's as easy to see as a well-polished bayonet, and such a woman as that will be a credit to the demi-brigade." "True," answered Beaupied, "and you might add that there is good cider here, but I can't drink it with any relish in front of those beastly hedges. I seem to see La Rose and Vieux Chapeau coming to grief in the ditch up yonder on La Pellerine. I shall never forget poor old La Rose's queue as long as I live. It bobbed up and down like a knocker on a front door." "Beaupied, my friend, you have too much imagination for a soldier. You ought to make poetry at the National Institute." "If I have too much imagination," Beaupied answered, "you yourself have hardly any. It will be a good while before you come to be consul." The laughter of the troop put an end to the dispute, as Clé des Caires found no answering shaft for his adversary in his quiver. "Are you ready to make your round? I myself am going to take to the right," said Beaupied. "All right, I will take the left," his comrade answered. "But hold on a moment. I want to drink a glass of cider. My throat is all glued together like the sticking plaster that covered Hulot's best hat." Unluckily, the perilous embankment where Francine had seen the men moving lay on the left-hand side of the gardens, which Clé de Caire was neglecting to beat up at once. War is altogether a game of chance. As Gérard entered the salon and greeted the company, he gave a searching look round at the men of whom it was composed. His suspicions recurred to his mind in greater force. He went suddenly up to Mademoiselle de Verneuil and spoke to her in a low voice. "I think you ought to make a retreat at once. We are not safe here." "Can you fear anything in my house?" she asked, laughing. "You are safer here than you would be in Mayenne." A woman always answers unhesitatingly for her lover. The two officers were less uneasy, and just then, in spite of some unimportant remarks about an absent guest, whose consequence was sufficient to keep them waiting for him, the company went into the dining-room. Thanks to the usual silence which prevails at the beginning of a meal, Mademoiselle de Verneuil could pay some attention to this meeting, so strange under the present circumstances. She herself had, in a manner, been the cause of it. It had come about through the ignorance which women who treat everything according to their own caprice are wont to bring to the most critical actions in life. One fact suddenly struck her with surprise. The two Republican officers towered above the others by the impressive character of their features. Their long hair was drawn away from the temples and gathered at the nape of the neck into a huge plaited tail, leaving the outlines of their foreheads clearly defined in a way that gives an appearance of sincerity and dignity to a young face. Their threadbare blue uniforms, with the worn red facings, their epaulettes flung behind their shoulders in many a march, plainly showing a lack of greatcoats throughout the army, even among the officers themselves, everything about them, in fact, brought out the strong contrast between these two military men and the others who surrounded them. "Ah," she said to herself, "this is the nation. This is liberty." Then she glanced round the royalists. "And there is the one man, a king and privilege," she said. She could not help admiring Merle's face. The gallant soldier so completely resembled the typical French trooper, who can whistle an air as the bullets fall thick about him, and who cannot forego a jibe at a comrade who meets with an awkward accident. Gérard was impressive. In his sternness and self-possession, he seemed to be one of those republicans from conviction, who were to be met with in such numbers at this time in the French armies, an element of noble, unobtrusive devotion that lent to them an energy never known before. "There is another of these men with a large outlook," said Mademoiselle de Verneuil to herself. "They are the masters of the present on which they take their stand. They are shattering the past, but it is for the benefit of the future." The thought made her melancholy because it had no bearing upon her lover. She turned towards him that a different feeling of admiration might make reparation for her tribute to that republic which she already began to hate. She saw the Marquis surrounded by men fanatical and daring enough, and sufficiently keen speculators, to attack a triumphant republic in the hope of reinstating a dead monarchy, a proscribed religion, princes errant, and defunct privileges. His scope of action, she thought, is no less than that of the other. He is groping among the ruins of a past, out of which he seeks to make a future. Her imagination, fancy-fed, hesitated between the new and the old ruins. Her conscience clamored in her that the one was fighting for a man, and the other for a country. But by means of sentiment she had arrived at the point which is reached by the way of reason when it is recognized that the king is the same thing as the country. The Marquis heard the sound of a man's footsteps in the salon and rose to go to meet him. He recognized the belated guest, who tried to speak to him in surprise at his company. But the Garde hid from the Republicans a sign by which he desired the stranger to take his place at the banquet and to keep silence. When the two Republican officers examined the features of their hosts, the suspicions at first entertained by them awoke afresh. Their prudence was aroused at the sight of the Abbé Gaudin's ecclesiastical vestments and the outlandish costumes of the Chouans. Their heed redoubled. They discovered amusing contrasts between the talk and the manners of the guests. If some of them showed symptoms of ultra-republicanism, the bearing of certain others was just as pronouncedly aristocratic. Certain glances exchanged between the Marquis and his guests, which they detected, certain ambiguous words incautiously dropped, and more than either of these things, the round beards which adorned the throats of several guests who unsuccessfully tried to conceal them by their cravats, apprised the officers of the truth, which struck them both at the same moment. They communicated the same thought to each other by the same glance, for Madame de Gouas had cleverly separated them, and they had to fall back upon the language of the eyes. The situation required that they should act adroitly. They did not know whether they were the masters of the chateau or whether they had been snared in a trap. They had no idea whether Mademoiselle de Verneuil was a dupe or an accomplice in this inexplicable affair. But an unforeseen occurrence hurried matters to a crisis before they could fully recognize its gravity. The newly arrived guest was one of those men, squarely built in every way, with a high-coloured complexion, who fling their shoulders back as they walk, who seem to make a flutter in the atmosphere round about them, and to be of the opinion that everyone needs must take more than one look at them. In spite of his noble birth, he had taken life as a joke, which must be made the best of. And though he had a devout veneration for himself, he was good-natured, well-mannered, and witty, after the manner of those gentlemen who, having finished their education at court, have retired to their estates, whereon, even after the lapse of 20 years, they will never believe that they have grown rusty. Men of this description say and do the wrong thing, with assured self-possession. They talk rubbish in a lively way, show no little skill in fighting shy of good fortune, and take incredible pains to run their heads into nooses. He made up for lost time by plying his knife and fork in a way which showed him to be a stout trencherman, and then gave a look round at the company. At the sight of the two officers, his surprise was redoubled. He directed a questioning look at Madame de Gouas, who only replied by indicating Mademoiselle de Verneuil. When he set eyes on the siren whose beauty was beginning to lay to rest the thoughts which Madame de Gouas had at first aroused in the minds of the guests, One of those insolent and derisive smiles that seem to convey a whole scandalous chronicle broke over the countenance of the stout stranger. He bent and whispered to his neighbor 2 or 3 words that remained a mystery for Marie and the officers as they travelled from ear to ear and from mouth to mouth, till they reached the heart of him into whom they must strike death. The Vendéan and Chouan chiefs turned their scrutiny upon the Marquis of Montauran with merciless curiosity. Madame du Gouas's eyes were radiant with joy as they travelled from the Marquis to the astonished Mademoiselle de Verneuil. The anxious officers seemed to consult each other as they awaited the upshot of this extraordinary scene. Then, in a moment, the knives and forks in all hands ceased to move, silence prevailed in the place, and all eyes were concentrated upon the Gare. A terrific burst of fury had turned the flushed and passionate face to the hue of wax. The young chief turned towards the guest who had set this squib in motion, and said in a deep, smothered voice, "Death of my soul! Count, is that true?" he demanded. "On my honor," the Count answered, bowing gravely. The Marquis lowered his eyes for one moment, but he raised them immediately to turn them once more upon Marie. She was watching the struggle closely, and received that deadly glance. "I would give my life," he muttered, "to have my revenge at this moment." Madame du Gouas understood these words from the mere movement of his lips, and smiled at the young man, as one smiles at a friend who is about to be delivered from his despair. The general scorn depicted upon all faces for Mademoiselle de Verneuil raised the indignation of the 2 republicans to the highest pitch. They rose abruptly. "What do you desire, citizens?" asked Madame de Gouas. "Our swords, citoyenne," Gérard replied ironically. "You do not require them at table," said the Marquis coolly. "No, but we are going to play at a game that you understand," said Gérard as he reappeared. "We shall see each other a little closer here than we did at La Pèlerine." The company remained struck dumb. The courtyard rang at that moment with a volley fired all at once, and in a way that sounded terribly in the ears of the 2 officers. They both rushed to the flight of steps, and saw about 100 Chouans taking aim at the few soldiers who had survived the first round of firing, and shooting them down like hares. These Bretons were coming up from the bank where Marcheterre had stationed them at the risk of their lives. For during these manoeuvres, and after the last shots were fired, a sound was heard through the cries of dying men. Several Chouans had dropped like stones into the depths of the water which eddied round about them. Piamiche took aim at Gérard. Marcheterre covered Merle. "Captain," the Marquis said coolly, repeating to Merle the words that the Republican had spoken about him, "you see that men are like medlars, they ripen on straw." He waved his hand to show the captain the whole escort of Blues lying on the blood-drenched litter where the Chouans were dispatching the living and stripping the dead with incredible rapidity. "I was quite right when I told you that your men would never reach La Pèlerine," added the Marquis, "and I think that your skull will be filled with lead before mine is. What do you say?" Montauran felt a hideous craving to slake his anger. His own taunts of the vanquished, The cold-blooded cruelty, the very treachery of this military execution, carried out without his orders, but to which he now gave his countenance, satisfied the inmost wishes of his heart. In his wrath he would fain have destroyed all France. The mangled Blues and their surviving officers, all of them guiltless of the crime for which he demanded vengeance, were in his hands like so many cards which the gambler gnaws to pieces in his despair. I would rather perish in the same way than gloat over it, as you do, said Gérard. He looked at the naked, blood-stained corpses of his men. Murdered, he cried, and after this cowardly fashion. Like Louis XVI, sir, the Marquis retorted sharply. There are mysteries in the trial of a king which you, sir, will never comprehend, said Gérard haughtily. Bring a king to trial, cried the Marquis, now beside himself. Wage war against France, said Gérard contemptuously. Preposterous folly, said the Marquis. Parricide, the Republican retorted. Regicide. What, are you going to pick a quarrel in the last minute of your life? Cried Merle gaily. True, said Gérard coldly. Then, turning to the Marquis, Sir, he said, if you mean to put us to death, at least do us the favor to shoot us at once. Just like you, the captain put in, always in a hurry to be done with a thing. But when one sets out on a long journey, my friend, and there is to be no breakfast the next morning, one has supper first. Proudly, and without a word, Gérard sprang towards the wall. Piamiche levelled his musket at him and glanced at the impassive Marquis. He construed the silence of his chief as a command, and the adjutant-major fell like a tree. Marcheterre rushed up to share this fresh spoil with Piamiche, and they wrangled and croaked above the yet warm corpse like two famished ravens. If you like to finish your supper, Captain, you are at liberty to come with me, said the Marquis, who wished to keep Merle for an exchange of prisoners. The captain went back with the Marquis mechanically, murmuring in a low voice as if he were reproaching himself, It is that she-devil of a light of love who is at the bottom of all this. What will Hulot say? Light of love, exclaimed the Marquis in a smothered voice. Then there is no doubt about what she really is. The captain had apparently dealt a death blow to Montauran, who followed him pale, haggard, exhausted, and with tottering steps. End of section 13.